Hey, yo, what's up out there?
Ice Cube. How many Ice Cubes?
That is not good.
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime.
If you somehow find this offensive, just don't listen. But my guess is you'll be sticking around.
Let's do this.
It's going down, Jack.
Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, this is good radio right here.
Y'all are cooler than shit.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
One of the most popular radio shows in the world.
Radio journalism at its best.
Hello, kids. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. They swear and they're vulgar and they talk about awful, awful things. That's what you like, isn't it?
Very flavorful.
Yay.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Please welcome Opie. The show is twisted, I'm telling you. We're enjoying this shit.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Anthony.
I want dick prizes. I love when girls go through that. I'm here for you, ladies. Remember that.
That's what you like, isn't it?
And Jim Norton.
If a pussy could talk, it would say, die.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Everything you are about to hear is real.
My nipples are kind of hard.
Good morning. Welcome aboard.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Welcome aboard. Morning, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. I feel like we know you. Morning, everybody. How are you?
Hope they're not listeners or people. They're friends.
They are, really?
There
Wow.
are friends out there. Hi. Ha, friends. Go fuck yourself.
Here comes the popcorn. Remember last week I was talking about Popcorn Buddha?
Of course.
A little joint in, I don't know, somewhere in Stroudsburg, outside Stroudsburg, somewhere near Shawnee Inn. I went up there for my birthday with my brothers, and we stopped into this joint as a goof, and we all left with like hundreds of dollars worth of popcorn each. And then we talked about it on the air. Well, our listeners ate it up.
Literally,
and they ordered all sorts of shit from Popcorn Buddha.
Oh, man.
And the owner of the place was so thankful, he calls Travis and says, where can I send a shitload of popcorn? As an appreciation for what you did for our business.
Cinnamon toast popcorn.
Why couldn't you have stopped into an escort agency? You know how great this morning would have been?
Cinnamon toast popcorn?
Cinnamon toast popcorn.
Travis, go through the flavors right now on air. This guy's going to get a great commercial, man. Next time, by the way, Popcorn Buddha, we want envelopes with a little cash in it. That's how I like my plug-ola.
That is cinnamon toasty.
What do you got?
We have nacho sabi.
Nacho sabi, okay.
That's nacho cheese.
Zip spicy cheese.
Zip spicy cheese.
White milk dark chocolate.
Wow, Jesus.
Which might be good. We may have had some yesterday.
I don't like it by the name alone.
You don't like mixing the two chocolates?
How is that kind? Just pour me a little bit. Anthony, just pour me a little bit of cinnamon.
Have a piece.
Yeah, keep going,
Thanks.
keep going.
He pours me 4 kernels and drops them on the table.
You cheapskate.
But I know Jimmy's like, no, I don't want
Salt and vinegar.
I had salt and vinegar. That one is ridiculous.
Should I pass that over to you?
No, but yes.
Yeah,
well, maybe.
little breakfast
sure,
popcorn, right?
okay.
Yeah.
Isn't it too early to be eating
it's never too
salt
early.
and vinegar popcorn?
No.
Don't they have
That's
some
pretty
kind of
good.
like bacon flavor?
Sea salt and pepper. I bet that's good.
Sea salt and pepper.
Everyone loves sea salt.
All right, keep going, keep going.
Cajun bacon ranch.
God, they have a lot of flavors of popcorn.
Don't mess around.
Pizza.
Pizza popcorn.
Pizza popcorn.
Oh,
E-Rock.
right to E-Rock.
What do you think, E-Rock? Pizza popcorn?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll try that and the salt and pepper one.
E-Rock's paying attention today.
Buttery garlic. Eric.
Yeah, he's right on it now.
No kidding.
Jalapeno ranch.
Jalapeno ranch.
But if he wasn't really on it,
Yeah.
he'd be playing that.
What is that?
What is that? That's one of the most famous instrumentals of all time.
And it's
Hot
called
Butter, Popcorn.
Popcorn, yeah.
By the band Hot Butter, right? Mm-hmm. We did this break, and then we learned they had a couple other hits.
Yeah.
Or
There
songs
we
they
go.
try to make into hits.
Whoa, we're eating popcorn this morning. It's fantastic.
What else did... They didn't send any of the sugary ones.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, jeez. Keep
Oh.
going.
Banana pudding's not bad.
Banana
pudding
popcorn.
popcorn. That's insanity.
Dill pickle.
Dill pickle.
Dildo.
What?
Maybe. I'm not to the desserts yet.
Oh, one.
I don't know why we don't have more advertisers.
Loaded baked
what?
potato.
We just mentioned this place, and they did
Cheese.
great business.
We're amazing.
Eternal flame. I don't know what that is.
That's got to burn your asshole.
Right.
Parm and garlic.
And then you answered your own question immediately.
Taco.
Taco.
Bacon and cheese.
Ooh.
Put that one aside.
Yeah, you
I'm
might.
only having a little taste of each.
You might want to leave the bacon and cheese on the table.
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese is terrific too. I had that one as well.
Aztec. I don't know what it is, but it's in chocolate.
Oh.
Nacho.
You still going? How many different flavors?
I've got like 15 more, dude.
Holy shit.
Oh, here come the sugary ones.
Cookie cornfetti. Cookie cornfetti.
E-Rock wants that one. E-Rock, you want that one, don't you?
Cookie.
No?
Tea berry. It's red. I don't know what that is.
Tea-berry, I have no idea. Did you do all the ones on the table, too?
No, Jim's taken some out by himself.
Which one you got there, Sam?
Spicy hot cheese.
Pizza?
How's the pizza
so
popcorn?
good. You want it?
Is it pizza?
Yeah, you want
No,
to try some?
I'm styling on this fucking cinnamon toast.
Southwest jalapeno.
All right.
Philly cheesesteak.
Oh.
Everything bagel.
How's the cinnamon?
Oh,
How's the
everything
cinnamon?
nagel.
How's the cinnamon one you were doing? What was it?
That's pretty goddamn good. You want some?
Cinnamon toast?
Yeah.
Oh, this one's really heavy.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, iced cinnamon roll.
Whoa, give me that.
I'll say one thing too. These flavors
Wow,
really
that is
they
heavy.
taste a lot like what they said they're going to taste like.
Of course.
Theater butter. PB&J.
PB&J.
Interesting.
Oh my
Well,
God,
this
that's
is
like
ice.
a brick. PB&J is like a brick.
Whoa.
Oh, Jesus.
That's a heavy bag of popcorn.
Ranch. Is that good?
Yeah, it's very. It's like very sweet though. It's got icing on it.
Which one is that?
Go ahead, pour me a little bit.
That's iced cinnamon roll.
This is like, here you go. I'm not gonna have any more of that
Why?
No.
because that's very very heavy,
Yeah.
and there's like icing all over it.
Oh, I'll have some of that. Don't you worry.
That's pretty goddamn good.
A couple more.
This guy contacted you?
Yeah, he emailed the show and he's like, I want to send you guys a bunch of shit. And we got a lot of business out of you.
And we didn't push our listeners that way. I just
No,
knew
but he
I
apparently
knew
got
our
a lot of
listeners would
business.
eat this shit up.
This is crazy.
Appalachian.
There's actually icing on the individual popcorn
Yeah.
kernels.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Smoky cheddar barbecue.
This guy should be all over the country
Island fetty.
instead of hiding in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. What is he
Right.
doing? Move the whole operation to Times Square.
I don't know what Buddha's Delight is, but it's heavy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another heavy one.
Okay, 5 more.
Oh,
Four more, sorry. Sour cream and chives.
Uh-huh.
Sweet chili. Hot wings.
Wings.
And, maple and brown sugar.
Oh, stupid maple.
Ah, fuck enough with the maple.
Then there's some other stuff in there.
Maple. What?
Ooh.
Hot wings is good.
I've never heard this song.
I think this is like, what is this?
I think it's
Like
scented
soap?
soaps, yeah.
Scented soap.
Soap
Scented
with your popcorn?
Oh, ew, there's popcorn in scented soap. I mean, yay, there's popcorn in
It's
the
an
scented
odd
soap.
little mix.
Yeah, look at that. There's little popcorns.
Oh, right.
Lavender vanilla.
Wouldn't that rip the shit out of your skin?
Called
Popcorn soap.
exfoliating.
I know what it's called, but
Oh, damn.
Oh, it looks like there's some chapstick, too.
chapstick. What?
Hand-poured popcorn Buddha lip balm.
See that.
Diversifying.
This is a perfect example of a business going too far. Stick with the popcorn.
Yeah.
Why are you moving into the soap world? You got it. You figured it out. What's the card say?
Oh, well, they wanted to send their next creation, which is popcorn Buddha ice cream, but they're still in the planning stages. The card is very nice. It's,
Oh, my God.
We wanted to show our appreciation for speaking so highly of our store on your show. We had quite a few sales who mentioned they had heard you of us through you. As a thanks, we would like for you to have a box of Flavor Enlightenment.
Those are good.
We would very much appreciate it if you could. Oh, I didn't read this part. If you could photo you opening and or enjoying and post
Whoops.
on your Facebook page.
Too busy shoving it in our faces.
Yeah, too busy eating. Sorry.
Wait.
Yeah.
The Plugola's not good enough on the radio. We got to Plugola them on Facebook too.
Yeah, no kidding. What's wrong with these people?
Plugola.
Oh, P.S. An autograph photo would also be appreciated.
Oh man, now it's rebox it up. Now it's just becoming a pain in the ass.
Wow.
What is that one?
The fucking icing cinnamon roll thing.
Yeah, that's pretty good,
It's
right?
ridiculous, right?
Where's that fucking pizza?
Now, what about the bacon one?
Bacon and cheese?
Amazing. It was amazing.
I'm gonna try pizza.
Bacon and cheese.
Bacon and cheese?
The hot wing is good too if you like hot wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all good.
So it's Popcorn Buddha. They're going to get even more business now.
PopcornBuddhaUSA.com.
East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. PopcornBuddhaUSA.com.
They sent menus.
And by the way, this is only, I don't know, I think they have another 50 flavors, Travis.
Yeah.
They have Oreo cookies.
Why
they
didn't
have,
they send Oreo cookies?
They have chocolate and caramel.
That's flavorful.
They didn't send a lot of the chocolate ones.
No, they didn't send a lot of, you're right, peanut butter chocolate, Butterfinger, s'mores,
Right.
Probably
strawberry
expensive
cheesecake.
ones.
Yeah, those are the good sellers.
Yeah. They're too cheap.
They probably sent us the ones that don't sell as much. That have been sitting
Hanging around.
sitting around in the fucking Tupperware.
Pop open some brown sugar.
Never seen bigger Tupperware in my life when I went to that place.
Yeah.
Massive Tupperware vats.
Oh. No, fucking good.
And the popcorn stays fresh too, huh? Look at Jimmy. This is
some maple brown
This is
sugar.
Jimmy's worst nightmare. He's been trying to eat
terrible.
well.
I know.
It's terrible and yet delicious.
Bring some home for the compound.
Oh yeah.
For movie night.
I will.
If we got this kind of popcorn for the last Plugola, I can't wait to see what we're going to get for this segment.
Oh man.
It's all about Plugola, Sam Roberts.
I'm learning.
Yeah.
That shit used to be illegal.
Used to be, right?
That shit used to be illegal. You just got to know how to do it properly. We never told Popcorn Buddha to send shit. We didn't.
No.
We officially didn't do a commercial. We didn't tell our listeners to go there. It all just kind of worked out nice.
You were just talking.
This is just
talking.
this is natural show content.
That's
This
right.
is
Really is.
entertainment.
That's right.
Yeah. How can SiriusXM sales fuck this up? How could they fuck this relationship up?
Well, it just shows you how shitty the sales department is.
Oh boy. Just sitting there going, I knew it would come around to this.
No, it's true though. Look how easy it is. Our listeners buy shit. Why can't they figure it out? We love the advertisers we have because they get it.
Yeah.
You know, DollarShaveClub.com. You got Steven Singer. You got the Man Grave
Boom.
people. You know, they get it.
Yeah.
They understand that our listeners buy shit.
Yeah.
But it's the same 4 or 5 clients over and over again because these people can't figure out how to sell the show, which is pretty amazing to me.
Jim, have some island fetty.
I really shouldn't.
No, you should.
All right, I'll bite.
What is that, like mango and
No,
lime?
it's, I can't place what
lemon?
kind of candy it tastes like. How? But it's delicious. Anthony, would you like something? You're almost done with that bag. You're going to need another bag.
Wait,
I've
what
been
bag are
eating
you
the
eating?
entire cinnamon toast. I ate the whole fucking bag.
All right, let me try that.
It's
I got
so goddamn good,
because
dude.
Anthony never partakes like this.
Oh,
Holy fuck!
it's cinnamon toasty.
You never.
It's wonderful.
Theater butter makes me feel like I'm at the cinema.
Oh,
It's perfect.
The cinema.
Cool. It's like the movie Travis Bickle took you to.
Holy shit!
Isn't that great? You can have the rest. I'm not going to have it.
You could pour milk over that shit.
I know, right? Oh, that's good.
You're right. They're crazy for being in Stroudsburg.
Yeah.
You guys eat up, and then we're gonna destroy the rest of it, so no one else gets to partake.
That's nice.
When we got it
That's
yesterday.
nice.
When we got it yesterday and we were going through the bags,
Yeah.
stupid Denny wandered into the office
Stupid
and just
Denny.
stood there staring at us, hoping that we would offer him some free popcorn.
just waiting.
Did you?
Aw.
He didn't get one kernel.
Why? What's wrong with Denny now?
Because he just comes in. He is a free food bandit around
Sam
here.
is
they-
off the Denny wagon.
Why?
Oh, wow.
These guys don't make any money.
He's annoying. He doesn't wait to get offered it. He just comes in and, whoa, what do you got there? What do you got there? It's like,
It's all community back there, isn't it?
Master
No.
Denny. You just closed that bag.
I know.
I guess
No turkeys for Spicks. I remember that.
I do. Espresso is amazing.
Espresso?
Jimmy's having a tough time today.
Jim, I swear to
I've been
God, he
doing
just
so
closed
good.
the bag and
He's
put it away.
trying. Let me
Yeah.
try the espresso.
It's great.
I'm a big fan of espresso.
What are the little sweetie ones you got over there?
Oh, here.
Can you pass that to Sweetie Pie? I don't want to throw it.
Okay. Oh, that's heavy.
I know.
Pass that to Anthony.
Which one's that? Is that
Island
the candy
He's
one?
not gonna like
I
that
don't want
one.
candy.
You want candy?
But I want like some kind of other sweet thing.
All right, try this one.
What is that?
That's Buddha's Delight.
What is it?
That's good.
That's probably their best one.
What's kooky cornfetti?
Oh my god.
I think Troy had that one yesterday.
Oh, man.
Oh my god.
There's a Cracker Jacks.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah. Candy coated popcorn, peanuts, and a prize. That's what you get in Cracker Jacks.
Cracker Jacks.
What do they call it?
Jacker Cracks.
Polite.
Want to try Tea-Berry?
Cracks.
I'm going to try Tea-Berry.
Tea-Berry's
Delicious, nutritious
Tea-Berry's
Copper
good?
Jacks.
It's got like a little mint flavor to it.
Tea-Berry.
It's like a sweet mint thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That is good.
It is, right?
Yeah.
It's very
eating
refreshing.
popcorn.
It is very refreshing.
What
I
do,
like a
you
good refreshment.
what do you guys want next? This seems to work out
Yeah, this does work.
Yeah.
Where are you going next?
pretty well.
Yeah.
I could use some golf balls.
Just merchandise.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
I could use some golf balls.
Few sleeves.
That's all I'm saying.
A few boxes.
Just a couple sleeves.
Yeah, does
There you
Titleist
go.
listen to the show?
What's going on Friday? I think we got
Barbecue.
Barbecue Friday, right?
Yeah,
we're
Roland
into
has
Roland.
4 Masters.
4 Pitmasters.
Yeah, I don't know what Roland did, but I'm getting like so many barbecue tweets.
Yeah.
What is he? What did he do?
I started getting like tweets too.
Right. What did he
Barbecue.
do?
He's getting
All these people are flying in. People are flying in.
It's
You
huge.
saw that, right?
yeah.
I thought it was just a couple local barbecue people.
No, he's getting. This is what he explained it to me. He's getting 4 pit masters to come in.
Right.
But he kept saying it. I'm getting 4 pit masters to come in. And I said, why are you saying it like that? And he said that he's afraid if he says 4 pit masters, that you guys will say, why are we having 4 pit masters? That's too many. So he just mumbles it together.
Oh.
I'm done. Yeah. Wow.
I know.
That was good.
How many did you try?
I tried about 5 or 6, maybe, but it's just a couple of bites. That's good,
good.
man.
What's your favorite?
I don't know. The milk, the white milk chocolate that Travis is eating is fucking good.
Really good.
The espresso is very chocolatey. I'll say there was none of them I didn't like. The candy one I didn't love, but that's just not my style. Is the sweet candy one?
Yeah.
Oh, the other ones were amazing.
I think cinnamon toast was the big hit.
Cinnamon toast is fucking. A
Yeah.
big hit. I wouldn't give it to anybody else.
Yeah.
You better take the ride.
Allegedly.
Take that for the ride home.
Thanks. Who are you? Who are you handing this to? There's fucking nothing in it.
There's a few crumbs
It's like a
left.
used condom. Thanks, Ant.
See how easy it is to get advertisers?
It's so easy.
Well, it's easy to get advertisers that don't actually pay for advertising.
Yeah, but the point is that it works. We're proving advertising works.
Uh huh.
What was my popcorn story? Maybe 5 boring minutes?
Well, it was 5 minutes.
5 boring minutes and it leads to this? A huge box of fucking popcorn from Popcorn Buddha?
Just leave out
Wonderful.
That means their phones were ringing off the hook after that segment.
If it was, yeah.
Online.
It had to.
They have online ordering, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably got a lot of that.
Do they have bigger sizes than this?
I would
Yeah.
assume so, yeah.
They
Okay.
do.
Man, Plugola's come a long way. It used to be like cocaine and fucking cash and envelopes, and now it's popcorn.
It was pretty much just. It used to be called payola.
Payola and
Before Plugola. It was
Right.
payola. And that was just cash. You want your record played? Pay me.
Yeah.
Ronnie B's
Yeah.
got some great Plugola stories.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He hinted that, when it was time to give away the U2 trip to Ireland,
Oh, yeah.
he might have known the winner. Just kind of worked out that way. I think that's the story he told.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
When did they do that here or in Florida?
Oh, old school radio. When the the radio companies would put together those great, amazing fucking trips. Let's say Black Sabbath in England or whatever.
When?
Look at Jimmy. It would all be, they would push it hard on the radio station, but in the end, they sort of always knew the winner.
That was good, man.
And then who got involved with that shit? The government.
Elliot Spitzer did in New York.
Well, that was late in the game.
Right.
They shut it down way before that.
It was a long time ago. Like Alan Freed got in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Back in the old fucking 50s, 60s.
Did he?
Yeah. They swooped in.
What kind of trouble did he get in?
I don't know.
They didn't fire him, right?
They might have. I think they did. I think he might have fucking had criminal charges
Look at
against
that Sam Allen Freed. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ramones
Alan
mentioned
Freed.
him in the song. Dun, 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 and Alan Freed. That's all I know about him.
Alan Freed was very big DJ back in the day. Broke a lot of the classic early rock acts on the radio, but it was through a lot of payola, I think. The payola scandal was written right down there.
Right.
Keep going. Where did I see it? Legal trouble, payola scandal. What does it say there, Sam Roberts?
In 1958, Freed faced controversy in Boston when he told the audience, "The police don't want you to have fun." As a result, Freed was arrested and charged with inciting a riot.
Wow.
Freed's career ended when it was shown that he had accepted payola, payments from record companies to play specific records, a practice that was highly controversial at the time.
But not illegal.
There was also a
And
conflict
that ended
of
his
interest.
career in the 50s?
Yeah, they somehow made it illegal. Back then, I don't think it was illegal.
And he was also taking songwriting co-credits, which entitled him to receive part of the song's royalties.
Jesus.
And then he would play the records a lot more.
That's fucking great.
Guy
You
was
just like,
smart.
yeah,
Smart guy.
pencil me in on that fucking record, motherfucker.
Yeah, payola
Isn't that
was-
what the Jew did on fucking in The Sopranos? Right?
Oh, yeah.
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 Hesh.
Hesh would put his name on the fucking writing credit and pocket the money.
Yeah.
Hesh.
Don't you think we got to find a lung for this 10-year-old girl now that she's like a national story?
Probably, yeah. They'll probably find
Now that it's a national story, you just gotta. I mean, she's lucky enough that she made the national headlines. I'm sure there's a lot of kids that are suffering the same fate as Sarah. But now she's on Fox News right now. She's what, 10 and needs a lung transplant, but she's too young to get it or something?
What's she got?
No, they're not eligible for adult lungs, I think.
Right.
Only juvenile lungs. And I think if they said putting all the kids on the adult lung list would only add like 20 people to a 1,600 person list. But when you
so
listen,
your odds are better if you get if you're allowed to get an adult lung.
I think so,
obviously.
sure.
Okay, so that's what the problem is.
I don't know what the motive is behind it, but I know that the organization spoke up, and they said they can't do it.
But at this point, you gotta, because now we all know Sarah.
Screw that. What about Brittany Minder? She's a high school senior whose tits are too big, apparently.
What?
Prom cover-up. Teen turned away from
Well, a
being
district
too
spokesperson
Fuck the lung girl.
staff helps students come up with a solution if they don't meet dress code.
And check out this incredible
her
trick shot.
tits are too big.
Oh, my trick shot's on TV.
Damn it, it's not mine! Wow. A kid on a
Fox
trampoline
News
does a
logo covered
backflip
it
and
up.
sinks the shot from over 60 feet away. This
Fox News logo
trick
covered it up.
Fox News logo covered the fucking thing up.
Why can't I?
they're lazy, dude.
I understand. Like when I just make my stupid videos and I got my dumb fucking branding, I move it around depending on
what's going on the
what's
screen.
on the screen. Why?
Exactly.
Why can't they at least do that? Why can't they at least move their Fox News Live fucking logo somewhere else, knowing that it's going to cover up the trick shot?
Their little rotating cube that they have in the corner with the fucking time and temperature on it and stuff was right over the basket.
Yeah.
And they're showing a trick shot where the ball goes in the basket. The most important part.
Unbelievable.
It sucks. The news is just terrible. They're so lazy.
It's so fucking. That's the most important part.
At this point, they refuse to remove the logo. All right, move it around the screen then, you dummies.
That should be a full-time job for somebody.
Right.
They have to fucking sit there, monitor what's on the screen, and
then-
the various logos and fucking tickers and everything.
And then move it if you need it on
Right.
there so badly. By the way, no one gives a fuck.
No.
I don't give a fuck that the trick shot was on your news channel. I don't care.
They'll see it online.
Yeah. What about the busty broad?
I guess her dress, it was inappropriate dress attire, but not for what she was wearing. It's the fact that her tits are too big.
Ooh.
Her luscious fucking tits.
Yeah.
Whoa, she's
Well,
a
the rest
big,
of her is big too.
Let me see those big breasts.
Jesus, Travis.
She's a great big fat person.
We only have one bag.
Wow.
One bag of what?
Wow,
What's the flavor?
Cinnamon roll.
That's a good one, too.
Oh, boy,
I
that's
don't
a
need-
fucking hit.
Yeah.
That's a fucking hit.
What is that?
We want one
You
more.
got to try one.
What
Try
is
an
it?
ice cinnamon
Ice
roll.
cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
What
You
are
want
you
me to-
doing?
I did.
Well, try it again.
You want me to ask him for the party bag?
Of the iced cinnamon roll? Yeah, it's my favorite one.
All right, listen, popcorn Buddha. If you're
Obviously,
listening.
cinnamon toast.
Wait, we can only get one party
really?
bag.
Okay.
How big's a party bag?
It is massive.
Oh, you don't need a big party bag. Then you'll waste it. We'll all get sick of it after 10 or 12 bites, and all of a sudden the interns will want some.
Yeah.
They're not getting any. And Denny's not getting one
None
kernel.
for Denny.
None for Denny.
You guys want one party bag?
We should get a party bag.
I wonder if they can mix and match for the party bag.
You know how gross that'd be? Everybody fishing through it with their dumb, hairy forearms.
That is
I want to
disgusting.
fish through the peanut butter to get down to the fucking
Yeah. I
whatever
don't
the
like
shoe
that.
leather
Okay.
flavor.
I don't like the idea of that.
Popcorn Buddha, no party bag.
How big is the party bag?
It's fucking huge.
You don't need that.
Can we fit a person in it?
Pretty well. Some of us could fit in it. Yes.
I probably could.
You're saying
Jimmy,
like-
you could fit in the party.
Yeah, I'm a little
bag,
guy
yes.
now.
Could I fit in it?
Sam, yes, you can. You
Yes.
could fit in the party bag.
Wow.
Travis?
Yeah.
Travis definitely could fit in the party bag.
Sal?
Sal absolutely could fit in the party bag.
Troy?
Oh, E-Rock?
So the busty prom
Poor E-Rock.
girl.
Oh.
Oh, she looks like me.
Speaking of big tits,
Oh, come on. He's right there.
busty prom girl, her tits are too big,
Yeah.
and they deem it inappropriate. Is that it?
Is that the news story? If we
It's a little
push play,
strapless fucking number she's wearing there, and she does have ample breasts that are, kind of popping out of the top.
before we make all our fat jokes, why is that inappropriate? She looks covered up.
Yeah.
It's probably a prudish fucking school.
Yeah.
The dress code says strapless dresses are allowed as long as cleavage, midriff, and lower back are covered.
Whoa.
Cleavage, yeah.
Well, she has
Assuming she can't
cleavage.
cover her
She has a lot of
cleavage.
cleavage.
That's a good
Yeah,
fucking.
she's got big, and her father wrote a letter and said, "Look, my daughter's got big, giant, fat, fucking tits. Why don't you guys give us a break?" Signed, her parents.
All right, let's play the story.
The fathers. All right. Hey, what happened?
Sam, what are you breaking? Fix it.
Student says she was turned away from her senior prom because of her large chest. Como 4's Kristen Drew is live in Silverdale with that student story and her message. Kristen?
Dan, the teen waited 4 years at this high school for her prom. Now she's
Yeah,
sharing
we
her
all do.
story so that no one else has to suffer the pain and humiliation.
That is
she
awful.
And when I put it on, I just fell in love.
Brittany Minder's search for the perfect prom dress took her all the way to Canada.
Well, I love the beading on it.
But when Minder showed up at the senior prom in this gown, she was turned away.
In my opinion, I feel that it is because I'm bigger chested and there is more cleavage that you can see.
Fat-titted, yeah.
Yeah,
And
those are fucking fat
There's nothing I
tits.
could really do about that.
According to the school's dress code, strapless dresses are allowed, provided cleavage, midriff, and lower back are covered.
It was blatant from the start that the school.
Oh, the father's got to talk about his daughter's big tits. This is great.
Parents have
like a
no
little wiener
problem
guy,
with the rule.
too.
Yeah.
Say their daughter was singled out
Who do
for
you think
having
has
a
the
large
tit gene?
chest.
All women are not created equal. And you cannot, compare a golf ball to a grapefruit. It
What?
ain't going to happen.
A girl like Brittany should not have to go to a dance in a burlap sack because she's large busted. That's just.
Dad.
Oh, the dad's got to discuss his daughter's tits on the news. Your daughter's tits are news. Sir, can we get a comment from you?
Comment about your daughter's
About your
tits.
daughter's big fucking tits.
Her big fat tits.
Oh, how embarrassing. Oh, you don't want that.
Oh, wow.
And he's got that, as Bryan Cranston would say, diminutive mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very fucking horrible little mustache. He's got a comb over going, very wispy comb over.
It'd be funny if in the backyard all you saw were like trampolines. You're like, wow, yes, he enjoyed that, watching her bounce.
Oh, does he fucking... It's an impotent mustache,
How great!
by the way.
Oh, impotent.
Yes.
How great would it be to see his face if the newscaster was just like, "Why are you looking?"
Yeah.
Or,
Keep fucking looking.
if they were supposed to have Dwight Gooden, and then they looked up and saw him on the news too.
Oh.
No, but we're getting him.
When?
Oh.
No, he's not on the news. He's on Imus.
Oh.
No, we're getting that good in.
Well, all I see is Mad Dog Russo seems to be on the MSNBC morning show, their morning Joe.
Probably talking about the baseball scandal, huh? Is that going to
course.
stick, you think?
Good.
They might suspend 20 guys.
A-Rod for 100 games.
That's what they
What are they
want.
finding now?
He said tool and
Yeah, just
douche.
Oh no, we all know that.
A
already.
choke.
Even the hardcore Yankees fans seem to not like him.
They don't really like the A-Rod.
Yeah, he doesn't know what
I think everyone's all in on hating the A-Rod.
Look at this guy.
I can't get over this
All right,
guy's
let's get
gotta
back to the
talk about.
fucking...
Hi, sir. Yes, this is KOMO News 4. We'd like to come over maybe and get your feelings about your daughter's tits. Can we do that? Can we come over and discuss your daughter's fucking tits with you?
I'll compare a golf ball to a grapefruit. It ain't going to happen.
A girl like Brittany should not have to go to a dance in a burlap sack because she's large busted. That's ridiculous.
A district spokesman says if a student's appearance
Look,
does
we're
not meet the
twins.
dress code, staff helps students come up with a solution so they can attend the event.
I felt self-conscious, and
I bet.
they took the magic out of the night.
In Minder's case, she wasn't allowed in the prom until she covered her cleavage with a shawl. She only stayed about an hour.
It was tough being there after all that happened. I didn't feel comfortable.
Oh, I smell
I'd already had a
lost it.
huge
Of
blow to
course.
my self-esteem. I didn't really want to be there anymore.
Minder says her gown was designed for a woman with a larger bust. But now it's a painful reminder. She's not sure what to do with it.
That short night in my life was ruined, and there's no way I can experience.
No way you can get it back. Lawsuit. Here it
And the teen
comes.
says she's worn dresses with a similar neckline to other dances, but never had any problems. Her parents now want a public apology. Live in Silverdale, Christy
Oh,
Drew.
God. Do you think the father's just like, can we just drop this? Please. Hey, Harry, I saw you on the news last night. It's on the job, fucking, yeah. That was good. That's good. So, your daughter's big tits. What?
Thinking about coming over.
Yeah. What are you doing this weekend?
You were talking about him.
Yeah, so now we can all talk about him.
Yeah. Why would you want an apology? Wouldn't you want to just move on from this? Like you're
you
saying?
would want to move on.
Enough news stories about my daughter's big tits.
When did you start noticing she was getting these big tits?
Well, I was, I guess, around 12.
Do you have to call them tits? Yes.
Yes, I say testicles. I say bust line. Yeah, tits. Ruined our whole fucking prom night.
Yeah.
She was supposed to go to the dance, dance it up, and then maybe roll, little Molly, fucking get rolling. And then in the back of the limo, she was supposed to rip those open.
Yeah.
And her date was just supposed to, slide them in.
Yeah.
Give her the old California long stroke in between those fucking things.
Because when a girl is hefty like that and bigger busted,
Yes.
as Dad likes to say,
Yes, bigger busted.
they tend to sweat between the tits, and you can really sink your prick in.
Put it between the tits.
My daughter's bigger busted. I walk in on a lot of boys straddling her torso.
Oh, God.
As Dad likes to say.
Yeah, Dad points out that Dad. You know how many times Dad's walked in and just seen his daughter's feet, and then a boy straddling her, and the back of the boy's feet like facing Dad, with the
And
boy's
his white ass bobbing up and down. What's going on over there?
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you pumping towards my daughter's? What are you doing on her stomach?
What are you putting between her bust?
Yeah, she's a bigger busted girl. Be careful.
Yeah, the mother's saying something about golf balls and grapefruits.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fucking.
There's a difference between a golf ball and a grapefruit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'll stick my banana between those two melons. How about we talk more fruit? What a great little story.
That's a wonderful story.
I do like a good embarrassing daddy moment.
Oh, God. Just got to talk about it all serious.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God.
Apology. What, are they all going to be standing there? Go ahead. This is difficult, but, well, to the entire family, we want to apologize for turning away lovely daughter because of her giant tits. It's not much of an apology.
He's sitting there while the reporter's interviewing him, just scanning through. How do I describe her tits? What am I going to say? I can't say titties.
I never really thought of this. I didn't think this through when we accepted this interview. I'm actually talking about my little girl's titties.
Mouth-watering Hooters is not appropriate for the news. Beverage makers, no, let's X that off.
The wife didn't look like she was a bigger busted woman.
No, not at all.
Yeah, where did the daughter get those
Skip
tits
the
from?
generation.
Maybe she used Bust Plus.
Right, yes.
I don't know. I think there's some titty on this wife.
She's got some.
Oh, look at the poor dad with his fucking egg-shaped head.
He's slouching in the
I was going to say,
chair.
he's slumped down in their horrible couch.
Of course he is.
Oh, you know how many nights that daughter was sitting on that same couch, giant tits out?
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably he's not slumped down. That's the tits fucking.
Oh, you think that's where
her
tits wore out the cushion springs and everything?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the daughter should dance at the local club to bring some money home so they can get a
you
better
know what?
couch.
You got to use your assets there, right?
Yes.
He's just like a little wiener man, but he loves tits.
He just
he loves having giant tits around him.
Do you know the problems he's had with that daughter since she blossomed like that? Like obviously the neighborhood kids are probably like, nya, 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 nya. You got big tits, and he's got to shake his fist. Get away here, you kid! She's crying. It's okay, honey. You know, we all have different shaped bodies. They're just bullying you. They're jealous.
He was in denial at first. No, you're 14. You don't need a double D. You have the wrong size.
Yeah.
You're a C. You're a
skipped
C.
right over the training bra. That was just a goof.
You see the father's shoulders are up in the air. He's all stressed out. You can tell. You can tell by his body language.
No father wants
he's like
to
this
discuss.
as he's discussing his girl's little girl's tits.
No father wants to discuss his little girl's tits.
Enough about the tits.
Right?
We got, speaking of the news, we got some news anchors that hate each other.
Oh, yeah.
This thing's going viral. Is it out of Philly, I guess?
Yeah. CBS.
I've watched a lot of news in Philly. I've never seen that hot anchor before.
Is she hot? Yeah.
Yeah, she's hot. She's, she looks like...
see the video.
She looks like Kunis there a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
A little bit. And then you got this old fucking broad that does the weather. This blonde.
You talking about Carol?
Carol is the old broad. And it seems like she's a bit jealous that the news station hired this piece of ass.
Wow.
As anchor.
Well, the anchor is also, I think she's a former beauty pageant.
Yeah, she's ridiculous. She's really, really beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, there she is right there.
This girl.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what do we got here?
Well, hello there. Where
Nicole.
did you come from? Hi. Oh.
It's Nicole Brewer.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
Can we play it from there, or should we play it from over
I think
here?
the clips are better. This is all just kind of a montage. You like your clips on the CD are probably better.
Yeah, okay. So
get a good look at her, though.
Yeah, looks like I have something brewing in my underpants.
Oh, well, hello there. Because I have some newswoman hair going on there, huh?
I'm cooking up.
Yeah, they had to make her all wacky for the news.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure when she takes her news clothes off and gets the real clothes on, she's fucking stunning.
Yeah.
But she hates. Does she hate the weather?
Yeah, for sure.
They both hate each other. You think?
Definitely.
And the weather bitch is just jealous that she's like fucking hot, but she doesn't think she's got any credibility because she's just a pretty face. And the other one's a meteorologist
who's probably been at the station or in Philly forever, I would assume.
Yeah, I think the meteorologist probably wanted the anchor gig, and then they hired this piece of ass for it.
Yeah,
and Nicole, the piece of ass, is sitting there like, fuck this old broad.
Yeah. I don't
I'm
need her
hot
shit.
and I'm great.
Right.
So they hate each other. Hate both. You could tell.
And the anchors, they don't respect the weather people.
No.
They barely respect the sports people.
Chad! That's a prime example.
Carol, if you let me talk.
Let me talk. The barometric pressure was going up by 0.5 in the afternoon.
But Chad! That's what you want to hear at your job.
We were just kidding. No, you weren't.
You weren't kidding.
Each other.
Yeah.
Have an honest moment, you douche.
She thinks you're a bore and who yammers on about things
Right.
people don't care about, and you think she's a cunt. Just say it.
E-Rock, you got the Chad clip?
Katrina's barreling into fucking New Orleans. He's like the news wants to be all over it,
right?
But with something exciting, you know.
Sure.
And he's quoting minute by minute barometric pressure. And the anchor couldn't take it. She saw the audience fucking, switching over to some other news network and called him out on it.
And they had Chad all over Oklahoma City trying to find a tornado.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Chad's still working for CNN.
Stupid
and he was on the phone all day Friday and Saturday, I think, trying to find a tornado.
It didn't work out.
No, and it sounded like he was in a van just chasing. He just needed to get close to one of these things.
You know who he needed with him? The rabbit.
The rabbit.
The rabbit is wise.
Yes.
Ugh. The rabbit, the extreme, Dusty.
Yes.
Needed them all.
Oh, well, who's the rabbit?
The rabbit is wise. Oh, yeah.
Dude, my head just tingled.
I know. It's one of the douchiest lines in
Who's
the
the
movie.
rabbit?
Who was the rabbit? Oh, I think the rabbit was a little skinny kid.
Dude, he said the rabbit is wise?
Yeah, he's the guy that was able to read the fucking radar and shit like that and figure out where the tornado was going to go. But you combine that kind of science with just the pure instincts of the extreme. And that's what made a perfect team.
Oh, the rabbit was from Risky Business.
Cameron from Ferris Bueller, yeah.
I mean,
Ferris
Bueller.
Yeah,
Jesus
Ferris
Is there
Christ,
any
of course,
video of the
Ferris
rabbit?
Bueller.
Okay.
That line?
Risky Business.
Like that, can we look at that? Like, I'm literally, my head is tingling.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
The rabbit.
Yeah, from Ferris Bueller, of course.
Alan Ruck.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in Speed 2?
Yeah, he was in
not
that. He
Speed
was
2,
in,
the movie Speed. The first one, right?
I don't know.
Rabbit tracks.
Rabbit tracks.
Oh, right there. Oh, they got their little convoy going. There's Dorothy in the back of the red truck. Boy, all roads lead back to Twister, don't they? Oh, look at this big sweeping fucking camera view with a convoy.
Okay, we're having time to impress me. Okay, about a mile up, there's a little detour. We're going to take a walk in the woods.
Oh, the rabbit, time to impress me.
This is fucking good.
Why are they driving like assholes?
It's a cool song.
You like this?
Fuck yeah.
Sounds a lot like,
It's heavy.
yeah.
Let's bump here, folks.
Rabbit, what are you doing? Oh, this is the worst movie ever made.
Do they call him Rabbit?
Oh yeah, they all got their nicknames. Rabbit, Dusty. Who's the other one?
Douchey and
Rabbit,
Twat.
Dusty. They're just too extreme.
An ordinary person spends his life avoiding tense situations. Reefer man spends his life getting into tense situations.
What did he say?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's hard to understand.
How excited they are.
Okay, Rabbit, what do you got? Yeah, okay, Bill, turn left here toward that farm. You sure about that? Yeah. Trust me, Rabbit is good, Rabbit is wise.
Nice.
Ow!
That's what I'm talking about.
Rabbit is
right
good.
there.
The rabbit is what he's talking about himself, by the way, right there. I can't look at anybody.
Why?
I can't look at anybody.
Why? That was a good
I'm
line.
too embarrassed to be in the room.
That was fucking
I'm too embarrassed to be in a world where I know that exists.
humiliating.
No, that line should be on a T-shirt.
The rabbit is good. The rabbit is
Wise. Nice. Wow. That's what I'm talking
Rabbit is
about.
good. The rabbit is wise.
Oh, just when you think you had identified every douchey line from Twister, years later, new ones just pop out all over the place. The rabbit is good. The rabbit is wise. You sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure about it.
Well, that leads us to Chad and Carol fighting.
Chad!
And then it leads us to the two people fighting in Philly. But first, Chad and Carol.
But the storm was 902 millibars. 902 was the lowest that you had with this storm a couple of hours ago. So it has filled in a little bit, filled in with some air,
Okay,
not
so
as low of
Chad,
pressure. But
Chad,
Camille,
Chad,
let me talk, Carol.
Translate that for us. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Well, if you would let me talk.
ahead.
Camille was 908. And so this is actually now not as strong as Camille, but not really as strong as
And
it's
now he's
been.
lost it.
908. I'm walking over here because you're. I can have this chart, but it's not in front of me.
He's
908
Now he's
millibars is
flustered.
26.81 inches of mercury. This storm got down to 26.61.
What?
And right
Means
now it's
nothing.
26.98. Now, if you would go to your home barometer that you have, it's probably a big circle hanging on your
No.
wall that you got from an uncle somewhere. If you go look at that, that is completely off the screen. Rarely would you ever have to have a barometer that would go that low in the northern hemisphere, unless you were obviously trying to get under a hurricane.
All right.
Carol.
Thank you, Chad.
All right, just having fun with you this morning.
Just having fun with you this
Not at
morning.
all. Here, I broke that down. Carol is a real bitch if you watch CNN.
Of course she is.
I used to hate Chad more in that clip,
But he's an idiot.
Yeah, he's not funny, but she's a real twat.
Chad, if you let me. And then he totally got flustered. And it's 900 millibars, inches of mercury.
He's very passionate about weather.
Oh, he certainly is.
The problem is people watching weather are not as passionate.
No, you know what? They could
just like,
they
let
had
us
that
know if it's going to
discussion.
rain. That's all we give a fuck about.
He had that same discussion with other meteorologists, like in the back and
ate it
stuff,
up.
and they were all like creaming on each other.
Probably
like
on a message board somewhere.
Yes. And it was the most exciting shit they've ever heard.
Sure.
And then he tries to take it to the news, and he just gets emasculated.
Right.
He gets castrated.
Oh, they're going with these clips on Morning Joe. Huh?
Oh, it's a viral video today. So it leads us to Philly.
She's rolling her eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I see that there's some problem there in the visual side of it.
Leads us to Philly. CBS Philadelphia news anchor doesn't get along with the weather girl. They shouldn't say weather girl.
Yeah, I didn't know what the word for a mature weather girl was.
A very mature weather girl. That soup is done.
Oh.
Oh, Christ. All right.
After that, we like that with a couple of shower chances by the time we get to Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And thanks for the hard-to-get applause, Nicole and Kevin. Yes.
How's that, Carol? Is that good enough for you? Okay, I'll try a little harder next time. Thanks so much. Meanwhile,
You hear in the background,
lackluster.
Yeah.
How's that?
Who said lackluster? The hot chick?
Carol.
She's
not the hot chick.
No, the old broad doing the weather.
The old broad.
The meteorologist.
Yeah.
Right. Who's too old to be doing news. She's lucky she still has a gig.
Yeah.
Weather girls are usually, the nice younger ones.
Yeah, the chippies.
Right. Yeah.
When that hot chick got the desk, got the anchor desk,
right,
she had to know, that's it. I'm not going to become a news anchor.
Ever.
It's not
End
happening.
of career.
Yeah.
Ozzy is a father of 12. He has 9 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. Wow. Good for Ozzy. Now, it may be his birthday, but, Carol, when it comes to the weather, we want no monkey business, okay? All good things.
It's 49 degrees in Philadelphia, Nicole. We have a temperature of 30.
I tried.
I know.
I guess Ozzy was a monkey.
38 degrees up through the Allentown area.
Yeah, Ozzy
They hate each other.
Ozzy was a gorilla, and she tried to make a little pun there.
Right.
Good. I'm glad the other girl didn't give her anything. That's
And now
really
that
good.
this has become a national thing and it's viral, watch, the station will fucking separate these two. Instead of knowing they got something and let these two
get all
fucking,
nice.
Bicker at each other every fucking day.
Yeah.
Or they'll just make sure that they're overly nice to each other and they smile.
Right.
Oh, people think we don't like each other. I guess we should take out the swords. Back to you.
Damp weather. Not anything nearly as great as it will be this weekend, Nicole.
Well, Carol, I would say that forecast is bananas, but I know that's going to be completely wasted on you. So, I won't. Taking it back right now. All right, changing gears.
The weather's moist, unlike your vagina, which hasn't seen moisture in years, right?
Back to you, Carol.
Back to you.
And Nicole strikes me as fearless because she's so hot that nobody's ever told her you're doing something bad.
No.
She's lacking in the boob category.
Is she?
Yeah, they did a side shot.
That's all right, though, in the news anchor industry. For a weather or traffic girl, you need those big fucking tits. Like tits so big that dad's got to talk about them. Those are big tits.
How humiliating.
That's great.
My daughter, my busty daughter.
My little girl had to leave the prom because of her juicy tits.
An anchor girl, though, she could have smaller tits.
Carol, I understand you have some good news and possibly a halo behind you.
Possibly a halo. Nicole, it's always the halo.
It always comes into question when it's you and a halo.
I know, isn't it odd that I'm the one always carrying this halo around? Well, we have a beautiful start.
I don't even know what
That's
they're
fine.
getting at.
They don't hate each other. Though. It's just dumb news banter.
Yeah,
There's a halo-looking thing behind her.
Oh.
It was the sun or
It
something.
was passionate because she's saying that she's not good.
Right.
You know?
Well, no, she said that yeah, but that's that's something you'd say
Yeah,
innocently.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh, a halo behind you.
You would say it
But there's an
innocently.
underlining tone
Right.
to this whole
No.
fucking thing.
Not in the context of all these other
Of
clips.
these two hating, yeah.
6:30. Let's get you a check on weather with meteorologist Carol Erickson in the Weather Center.
Nicole,
Morning, Carol.
it's just perfect out there.
Breathtaking.
It's wonderful. We've
Lovely like you, Cal.
Yes, exactly.
Is how I would describe it.
It's me too.
Yeah, I knew you would.
Nicole.
Did you hear at the end say, I knew you would?
Yeah.
Meaning, I knew you would think you were lovely.
And
and saying
use
each other's
of names,
name.
yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
very passive aggressive right there.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I could see you pulling that whole "Don't you know who I am"? Come on.
You said you could, or you
I could see you doing it.
Oh, you?
Yeah, I
You
could
don't
see
know me at all. You don't know who I. Oh,
don't
sorry.
you
There
know?
we go.
See?
Yes, that was an interesting little exchange. I'm sure she regrets, along with that last glass of whatever.
I think she means Reese.
Yeah.
I hate to be the party pooper and the guy with the
Right.
giant cock in the room.
You're right,
but
though.
I think she's talking about Reese
She was
Witherspoon,
talking
not her
about Witherspoon,
co-anchor.
not her.
Not her co-anchor. I
You're
think
right.
she regrets that last exchange in the last glass or whatever. She's referring to Reese Witherspoon.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't. You can see there's a little tension, but I don't think that they really hate each other. I mean, I haven't heard it yet.
Carol, great story, right?
Nicole, do you notice?
I don't see anything.
You didn't call any attention to it.
I didn't call attention to it because I know
You
it's
don't
been,
see it. It's my halo.
It's been manufactured. Let's just put it that way.
It's awful when you have to call attention to your own halo.
It's the only way you're going to get it.
That's right. Somehow.
And then the little laughter.
Yeah, I mean,
this could be kind of a, hey, we got something going here. Let's run with it.
But they didn't have it going before.
I think they're trying to keep it under control. Is what you're hearing.
Yeah.
here. I hear
think they
hate.
hate each other.
I hear hate, but they can't just have a fucking cat fight,
right?
Because they know it'll be their jobs,
Yeah,
or at least one of their jobs.
In news land, the fact that they're even saying that much is
Right.
like, what?
Yeah, exactly. All right. There's another viral video today. It's the Domino's thing. Don't buy into that shit. That's just a fake fucking video. They're not thinking about using drones to deliver your pizza.
They might be thinking about it, but they're showing it like it's happening.
Right,
and
right. It's not happening.
It's not happening.
They did the same thing on Tuesday when they were like, Burger King's got Whopper things where you don't need to use. Like, that was obviously a publicity.
Oh,
stunt.
the hands-free Whopper, whatever
Whopper thing. Yeah.
Why can't the news break it down?
Because it's fun to
Domino's is pretty damn smart. They made this video. It's a drone with a pizza box, and they're like, yeah, we're considering delivering pizzas with drones. No, they're not. That'd be extremely expensive.
It would be like...
And not efficient.
The technology with these kind of little RC jobs isn't there yet to carry that much weight.
Right.
To go any real long distance.
Right.
And they're showing, like, this guy shoving pizza in one of those pizza boxes, a couple of pizzas.
Right.
That thing would be pretty weighted down.
Right.
to fucking take 2 goddamn pizzas. 2 pizzas is pretty heavy.
Yeah, and what does the headline say?
It says
it's a great marketing video.
Yeah, that's Fox News, and it says
Fox News. Domino's Pizza testing pizza delivering drones. No, they're not.
No,
they're getting a viral marketing video.
Publicity
out there.
video.
Right.
It's a viral video that
They're
they're
not.
putting out. But they show it going very far. That's obviously multiple clips of the thing. The guy with the radio control might as well just have the pizza and bring it because he's following along with it.
Sure.
There's nothing in the article that says it's just obviously just viral marketing. It says Domino's Pizza hired a creative agency called T Plus Biscuits to test the feasibility of octocopter drones that deliver a hot, delicious pizza to your doorstep.
No,
that's not what they hired them for.
No,
not at all.
No, they hired him as a publicity thing.
Right, we need a viral video. Can you make one?
And they did. But the news is, talking about this like it's a possibility.
But like everything else in the news, this is the more interesting story. This is the one where they'll go, oh, people will be talking about this drones. They love drones and delivering pizza. This will be like, people will imagine like the sky's full of fucking pizza drones. And that's the story that they want to put across, regardless of what the truth is. So they're just and that's how the news works with everything. Right. Whatever the story is that's more interesting, that they think is going to get the buzz, that will get more press than the real story, which is, maybe they're just looking into a viral video.
Mm-hmm.
So stupid.
It is stupid. And that leads us to another fast food joint, Taco Bell. I guess they're going to fire the kid that was licking the shells.
Shell licker.
They suspended him and plan on firing him. So I guess they got to go through HR and all that to make sure the firing is proper.
If you're tonguing the fucking tonguing the product and putting it online, you're gone, fired.
And that's not a viral marketing video.
No, I don't think Taco Bell put that out.
No, they're not happy.
Falcon saw that, and Falcon said that guy's goose is cooked.
Aw, shit.
Falcon.
Yeah, that's my nickname.
He's talking in third person about himself as Falcon.
Falcon wants to hear this clip.
Is Falcon good?
Falcon's wise.
Oh, Falcon's douche.
Sam, play this. Falcon wants to see.
There's no clip.
Oh, I thought it was a clip. Shell licking employee, an isolated incident, Taco Bell claims. They claim. What else could they claim? It's a widespread epidemic. Right. We're trying to quell it now. Please don't buy any more Taco Bell till we figure this out.
We've taken it out of our employee training video.
Right, where we told people to lick the shell. What a dumb statement.
But this became a thing. These idiot kids are making no money at these fast food joints and figured out, oh my God, we could get viral videos going by doing some ridiculous shit.
And then
what were some of the other ones that popped up over the last few years? I'm trying to remember.
Wasn't there a KFC one? Weren't they did something with their feet, I thought.
Well, that's the guy that stood in the lettuce, the shredded lettuce.
Yeah. And then a guy took a bath in the sink.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
At Burger King.
Burger King took a bath in the sink, right?
Well, what's the big deal there?
Well, you don't want to be naked in the sink that you're using in a public fucking...
But it's a sink.
Yeah.
What did that have to do with the food? I think there's a couple others out there.
Yeah.
It's the fucking place they cook the food. It's not supposed to be naked.
Falcon doesn't want to eat in a place where people...
Oh, God.
Falcon.
Now we got to deal with Falcon on top of all the other fucking people that come in here every day. Horrible. Holy shit. I can't keep up.
Falcon, yuck.
We're doing this radio show with 20 people.
It is
Uninvited.
amazing. Uninvited guests of the show.
Yeah, Falcon just flies in.
Oh, he does.
Come on, there was another fast food video that was hot a couple years ago. It was way worse, I think, than the kid in the sink.
Really?
I think so. Fuck. The beauty of the show, the listeners will come up with it if there is one.
Yuck.
So the Taco Bell kid is getting fired.
And what is this getting fired and suspended and this and that? Like, with a shitty job like that,
they probably want
it was like when I was working at these shitty jobs like that, if you did something, you just got fired. Get out of here.
It's the new world we live in. They're going to sit him down and make sure no one else is licking the taco shell.
Licking the taco shell. They want to protect themselves against any lawsuits.
Yeah, they're doing a full investigation before they fire the kid. It's obvious.
Yeah, it's
old days, they just fired you.
They did. They just said, get out.
Not anymore, man.
You're fired. Like the old school bosses fired you.
Sure. We got a busy show today, by the way.
Yeah.
I know we already began our show, but it's going to get even busier. Jay Moore's coming in today in about a half hour.
Oh, Jay Moore's.
Also, Ethan Hawke is coming in at 8 o'clock. What is he promoting?
He's in that movie, The Purge, where they let you commit any crime you want for one night a year.
Right. And then the rest of the year is, what? Hunky-dory?
Everybody's good.
Cool?
Everybody's cool.
Wouldn't that be the night you just hide? Why would you take the chance out there?
That's the thing. Like, he's got all kinds of stuff. Like, houses have all this, armor and everything on it, but then people try to get into your house, and because they have vendettas to settle and all that stuff.
Oh.
Looks kind of cool.
Whoa. Look out.
And David Lee Roth's coming in at 8:30. The return of David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth and Jay Moore in the same room.
Oh, boy.
This place might explode.
You guys can put your feet up.
No shit, we can put our feet up.
Wow.
Congrats.
We already discussed that.
Jesus.
We got an easy one today with Jay Moore and David Lee Roth coming in.
Yeah.
Fuck, let's just go home early. I don't even think they'll notice.
The listeners won't.
Want to take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah, Falcon wants to eat.
Oh, God.
What was that?
Oh, wait, no.
Nice save.
I knew there was something else.
Good save.
Wednesday is podcast day.
Correct.
The Opie and Anthony podcast, episode 4, right?
Yep.
We're looking for subscribers, not just downloads.
Right. Download it, subscribe, leave a
Downloading
review
is
on
nice, but
iTunes.
please subscribe to the Opie and Anthony podcast because it gives us fake numbers.
And leave a review.
Leave a
iTunes.
review, yeah?
Positive review.
What's on episode 4? I know we discussed some Courtney Love, probably.
Yeah, the Courtney Love interview.
And Otto, from Otto and George, just killing with the broad from Wizard of Oz, was it?
Correct.
Hilarious. Jimmy brought that to our attention again. He recently tweeted the bit, and we said, fuck it, let's put it on the podcast.
And
what else? I forgot.
The Baby Bird.
Oh, right, the Baby Bird saga we finally put up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very, very long day, a great day.
Oh.
And Joe Rogan named it the Baby Bird, but there was so much other shit going on that day that people have forgotten about. So we put it all together as the Baby Bird saga. Yes.
And you know that little bonus clip that we put at the end?
The Opie and Anthony Nuggets.
Yeah.
The Nugget.
We didn't pick a nugget yesterday. You guys picked a nugget?
Yeah.
Which one?
Troy Shitting song. Troy Shits
Really?
Troy Shits put to music.
That's a good one.
We
All
as a
right.
staff agreed upon it.
That's the Opie and Anthony Nugget this week?
Yep.
Podcast number 4 available in all the usual places. Where are the links?
If you go to SiriusXM.com/Opie and Anthony or Facebook.com/Opie and Anthony, you can get all the links. Search Opie and Anthony on iTunes. Get Beyond Pod on Android and search Opie and Anthony.
That's the one I use. Beyond Pod really works for me because I'm not a iPhone guy. So I know a lot of people just go to iTunes, but for those other people,
yeah, just get Beyond Pod.
I like
search.
Beyond Pod.
Yeah.
I searched out the apps, and that seemed to be the one that works pretty good for me anyway. All right, episode 4, go get it.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
It's not the same like it was.
Erectile dysfunction has become a serious epidemic.
Pussy is over. Don't mean nothing no more. I can't get a hard on.
Take it from legendary comedian and ED sufferer Pat Cooper, it's no joke.
I'm not making this shit up. You're with that gorgeous muffer, and you're in bed, and it don't happen. Happened to me. And she goes, "What's the matter?" I said, I think it's erectile dysfunction. She goes, "What's that?" "I'm fucking dead." She goes, "You mean you can't get it up?"
Medication isn't the only option.
I tried Cialis. I tried Viagra. I tried everything. I'm fucking dead.
If you or someone you know is suffering from erectile dysfunction, contact your physician to explore alternative medical treatments.
I swear to you, I went to a urologist. He says, "How do you feel?" I said, "My big thrill is peeing." I said, when I was getting laid, I said, go, now that I pee, I go, It's the same fucking thing. It wouldn't have cost me a dime.
Just take it from Pat Cooper. Don't buy into the erectile dysfunction hype.
Fuck all the bullshit.
Your penis no longer works. Life as you know it is over.
The doctor said to me, "You're fucking dead." I'm fucking dead.
The kids are running wild because school's out, but cool's in. No reason to get antsy.
Yeah, where are you getting them? In your pantsy?
It's Valley Gym.
Oh my God.
California is trend-setting again with all the coolest slang and wackiest situations.
That is so grody.
Hey, Jim, did you, hear that Sheila was totes making out with Brad?
Oh, make me want to barf.
Tag along as the crew lives, laughs, but also learns.
Oh my God. Have you heard what's going on in Uganda?
Joseph Kony is full of baloney.
Jim is the queen of the valley, and in the valley, we don't take guff.
Well, maybe you can't hear this. Oops, turn it up. Middle finger time.
That's my grandmother.
Oh my God, you're so old. You should call dirt by name or something.
And a special appearance by President Ronald Reagan.
Yes, hello, well, whatever. You're, grody, yes. Gag me with a spoon, Mummy.
It's Valley Gym, coming very soon to a theater near you.
All right, well, how am I supposed to talk? With my butt or something?
The guys are back from the toilet.
And now, back to our show.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
My fellow Americans, I'm pleased to tell you today that I've signed legislation that will outlaw Russia forever. We begin bombing in 5 minutes.
Nice.
Oh, that Reagan. What a cut-up.
He had a sense of humor, huh?
That certainly did make a little bit of a fucking problem. But they dealt with it back then. Like, he said that, and it was like, he was joking. And shit.
We're just fucking around.
If anyone said that now, there'd be like a massive scandal. They'd need apologies and this. It's like, fuck that.
How did he handle that?
He just said, I was joking. I didn't know there was a live mic. And he's like, the bombing starts in 5 minutes.
That's great. I guess he died 9 years ago today.
9 years.
At the age of 93.
Hello.
93.
And Mommy's still going strong.
She is, right?
Yes.
How old is she?
She's
close to 90, right?
She's not in her 90s?
Oh, she's got to be, right?
Fuck.
That
bitch be old. That bitch be old.
Hey, we got boxes from DollarShaveClub.com.
What are their names?
You would think from DollarShaveClub.com this would be, a little small box with a couple of razors in it.
Right.
This is pretty heavy.
I'm a huge fan of Dollar Shave Club.
Oh, yes.
I'm loving the fact to get razors in the mail.
I'm just watching Opie open the box because then I'll just assume I got the same thing.
You did.
And now I don't have to open it. I could just sit back and enjoy the show, as they say.
Fuck,
what happened?
They don't make it easy.
I hate when the cardboard rips when you open up a box. Oh, and there's
I hate
like
all this
shreddy confetti in there.
Yeah, cardboard
must
confetti.
be breakable. Oh, not on the board. Oh boy.
Oh, they didn't.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What?
Well, they're trying to move on with other things.
Yeah. They're taking care of you.
The ass wipes.
That's who it's to.
Dollar Shave Club is in the ass wipe business now.
Yeah?
Yes, One Wipe Charlie's.
In Las Vegas, learn the ass wipe business.
And they're also doing coffee?
What?
The fuck's going on?
What do you like to do after you shave?
Morning. See, their whole thing is, what do guys do in the morning?
It's called,
Wow.
You shave, you wipe your ass.
Something to get the
you got
blood out of
your
the sheets.
coffee. Boom.
Their coffee's called Stumptown Coffee
What?
Roasters. Are these whole beans?
Wish I could remember
Whole
Mrs.
beans.
Paul McCartney's name.
Heather Mills.
I had a Heather Mills joke there, but
Go ahead, fire it out.
it's too late.
DollarShaveClub.com. They're also in the hot sauce business?
Well, that's not a morning thing.
Yes, it is. That's why you get the wipes. Because if you eat that the next morning, your asshole is like fucking one of Khaleesi's dragons. So you gotta fucking dab it out with a fucking a nice little wet nap, and then you shave and have a cup. Dude, you got your asshole on fire. You shave, boom, you have your cup of coffee.
Sure.
This comes from Hai Phong Foods Incorporated. Hai Phong Foods.
It must be the Chao Phrang province of the Huang.
How do you say that? You're better at that
I have
shit.
no idea. Let me see.
Try, though. So they're in the hot sauce business, they're in the ass wipe business, they're in the coffee business.
I think that's pronounced the Wei Fang.
Wei Fang!
Actually.
No.
Huge.
Dollar Shave Club wants to own the bathroom and be the easiest place to get the things you use every day. Today we're taking the next step, introducing One Wipe Charlie's, the fastest, softest, cleanest way to wipe. It's our latest best-in-class product design and make.
One wipe. Charlie, don't wipe!
Oh. And then when it's done, it's Charlie Brown. Oh, boy. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, my ass hurts. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I'm wiping.
And then Snoopy sits over on your doghouse, right at.
What else did they send?
Well, I got plenty of fucking razors. More
Wow.
razors and more shave butter.
Shave butter.
These guys are a great advertiser. They really are, man.
Box of goodies here, huh?
Wait, there's like a hidden compartment.
What?
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Maybe this is where the cash is.
The cash.
Come on, cash.
No, there's pictures of Frederica Bimmel in her underpants in the secret compartments.
And then she just leaves them there for her dad to find.
Yeah, exactly.
That was pretty bad of her to do
Big
that.
triangles on the back.
Oh, terrible.
Look, this is where Piggy got cut.
Great big fat person.
Smoking. It's a recipe book for like barbecuing. I don't have a barbecue.
They want to make the bathroom the man cave of the morning.
But why are they having a barbecue recipe thing? You don't have hibachi unless you're
Yeah.
fucking
Oh.
the guy from Boston. This is great. After you
just cooking in the
take a nice
bathroom.
shave, if you want to commit suicide in your bedroom, throw some.
And they're also in the freeze-dried food business.
What is that?
Chili mac with beef, freeze-dried.
What do you do? Add hot water?
I guess. Why don't we try it?
Chili mac with beef.
Open package. Okay, we could do that.
I'm gonna put that in my go bag.
Remove and discard oxygen absorber from pouch.
Remove pastry from pouch.
Carefully add 2 cups of boiling water. Of course.
That's right.
Don't do it
Willy-nilly.
haphazardly. Right.
Haphazardly add. Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Haphazardly add.
1 girl and 2 cups of water.
Stir thoroughly and close zipper. So you make it right in here.
Yeah.
So let's get some hot water going, Sam. Do you mind?
I don't mind.
All right. I can't find the board. Okay.
Just look for the listeners.
Oh.
You know what?
Hold on. They got more
I'm gonna
stuff.
save that.
They're in the one fiber fucking Fiber One business.
Sure, this isn't just some guy who cleaned out his kitchen.
A lot of shit in here. And
That
finally,
is, yeah.
they're in the
tea. It looks like tea.
Yeah, it looks like tea. Smooth move.
Ooh. How come
Relieves occasional constipation.
Oh, smooth move.
Oh,
Get
no.
it? Ooh.
They got poopy tea.
Nothing better than a good smooth move.
By the way, Dr. Steve put me on fucking, what do they call those pills that you take?
Cyanide?
No, not Centrum, but they help you. Thank you. What are those pills called that they help you shit?
Blacksters?
No. They're like whatever.
Why are you asking that guy?
I know. They're fiber pills.
Hey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And he gave me a cream for my fucking inner asshole itch.
Oh, I bet he did.
Which is better. Yeah, he just got it. What you do is you put these handlebars on your hips, and I pull you back towards me.
There's another secret compartment. I'm hoping that's where the cash is. See,
nothing.
the old days, this is all the nonsense, and then the cash is hiding
There'd
somewhere.
be fucking stacks
Look.
down there.
There's all sorts of hidden compartments.
Stacks.
with no cash, see?
Oh, man.
Damn it.
Well,
No
maybe next
pocket
time.
money on this one.
Maybe they wanted to see how it was going to be handled first, and then the box comes with the cash.
We love gifts.
That was good, man.
do you
Yeah, look at
think?
that. A lot of stuff. I'm going to have some smooth move tea.
Remember when we first started talking about baby wipes on the show, and people were like, what? Now everyone's using the baby
Everyone,
wipes.
you got to.
They just don't call them baby wipes anymore, right?
Yeah.
So you don't look like an asshole.
They're called asshole dabbers.
One wipe Charlies.
One wipe Charlie.
One wipe
Who wants to use
Charlies.
a one wipe Charlie?
I know. What the
Pass
fuck
the
is
one
that?
wipe Charlies. Flushable moist wipes.
What are the other ones? Oh, they're all flushable.
Yeah.
And this is
It's
the
on the toilet. What are you supposed to fold it up, put it in your pocket like a hanky?
Yeah, who'd want a savable fucking wipe? There's a basket. We're going to reuse those later as hats in case it rains.
It's the civilized way to wipe.
Yeah.
That's their slug line. The civilized way to wipe.
Nice. Got aloe in it.
So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the wipes home, the coffee, and the shave shit. I don't barbecue. I don't have problems with pooping, so I don't need the poop
Shit tea.
I'm not a big fan
Shit
of the
tea.
Fiber One bars. Used to be. Don't like them. And we got to try the freeze-dried chili mac with beef. Oh, and the hot sauce. How hot is it, though? I'm more of a red hot guy instead of like Tabasco guy.
Hot chili sauce.
Can't be too hot.
Maybe it's to pour into the fucking shit. What is that? Right? Isn't that chili, right?
Beef. Freeze-dried beef is in here.
Isn't that like just beef jerky?
I guess.
No. Yeah, you probably pour that in there.
Ooh, I gotta like take a picture of all my plugola today.
Ripened chili.
Should we add the popcorn? See, if we take pictures of this shit, this will make other people send us.
Oh, it certainly will.
See, we gotta fucking do this right.
Citrusel, by the way. Thank you to Rod. And
Citrusel.
Yeah, Citrusel. Let's see. I'm making a good presentation for my fucking picture.
Put the hot sauce up there too.
Yeah.
That'll look good.
Trust me, this is going to help us all out in the end.
Oh,
Yeah, people are going to love this the morning when we got the popcorn. They're probably like, oh, dude, this is the great part where they try the candy one, but they don't like the other.
I love how Jimmy points that out. What was it one day where we wanted the listeners to be excited for us?
Yeah, like, oh, God, the guy's got some great food. This is going to be a really
What was
cool
the food,
set.
though?
I don't remember.
Was it cupcakes or something?
Yeah, but we're promoting Barbecue Friday. Like, they're going to be happy for us. Like, dude, you got to get up early. They're getting the ribs.
Yeah, I
Or they
can't
get going to
wait
have
to-
that or the jerky? Who knows?
Can't wait to hear what they eat.
Can't wait to hear them eating more free, delicious food.
The Sunday gravy people gave me
That
some
was what it was.
fucking plugola recently. Huge jars of sauce and an eggplant parmesan that was ridiculous.
I'm glad I fucking got on. I actually cooked up some, pasta that they had, put it on, and talked about how great it was, and I didn't get anything?
No.
Thanks, Sunday Gravy people.
No, you did not get anything.
Thanks, Sunday Gravy people.
You also did it with those sandwiches
Shut
we got
up!
from Brooklyn.
Oh, right. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Well, great.
I apologize.
Thanks. Good nothing.
All right, let me take a picture of all the plugola.
I see Jay Moore's
Where?
right out the window.
Where?
He's right out the door.
Is he right there?
He's right just out there. Oh, of course he's talking to the intern.
Yeah, we got
This could have been the biggest mistake we ever made.
Yeah, I know.
What?
Brother Weeze asked for a favor up there in
girl
Rochester.
interns.
Oh, she's that's the girl that used to work for Weeze?
Yeah, she's Weeze goes. She's hot, but she's batshit crazy.
Oh, is she nuts?
You want to talk to her real fast?
Yeah,
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't mind like girl interns. They come in here, they're all butchy or something like that.
We used to
they
have a
picked-
rule.
Yeah.
We used to have a rule because it's too distracting.
I thought it would be slowly introduced. They brought in two of the cutest fucking girls as interns. Here's our newest intern.
Hi.
What's your name?
Pull up a chair.
Jackie.
Hi, Jackie.
Jackie.
Hi.
Hi, Jack.
Now
Jackie.
Are you from Rochester?
Yes, I am.
And you worked with Brother Weeze a little bit?
I did for about 6 months.
And he passed, hey, Jay Moore's.
What did you do with Brother Weeze?
Intern.
But yeah, all
Okay.
this.
And then Weeze calls me and says, do you want to know what he said about you?
Yeah, is it good or bad?
He says, cute girl, which we agree.
Thank you.
And he also said that you're batshit crazy. Because she's nuts.
Batshit crazy.
She's a cute girl, but she's nuts. And then he goes, please hire her.
He named me Jackie Nutt. That's supposed to be my radio name. He wants me to take it with me.
So
Jackie Nutt?
Jackie Nutt.
Why are you nuts?
I don't know. I think because when I first started, he just put me on the radio, and I just sat in with him and just talked a lot.
Yeah,
but you had to
some
say
nutty
something.
stories.
I don't know. I think one time I might have dropped a bomb or something.
Do you have interesting little stories about your life? Is that what it is? Like kind of nutty?
Probably. I probably
Yeah.
have some bad.
What's like the craziest thing that's happened in your life?
Yeah. And how much time is he doing?
No, the worst thing was probably, I don't know, I think I was 14 and I was at a party, or 15 at a party, and
Oh, boy.
no, we went driving and the driver was completely sober, but we got pulled over and I was in the back seat of a cop car.
Wow, that's crazy.
Nothing happened.
And
No
you thought,
charges.
and you thought City of God was a crazy movie.
No charges or nothing.
Because you're underage and you were obviously
Because they thought loud
underage
muffler.
intoxicated.
Man,
It was-
Weeze was right.
Wait, the muffler was loud? Woo!
It was a muffler,
Holy
loud
shit.
graduation
Amazing.
night.
It's crazy.
Is there a warrant out for you somewhere?
Wow.
Noise pollution?
You were underage and obviously intoxicated.
That had to be the only thing
Were you on Molly's?
I've ever done. Oh,
Were you rolling? You
Were you
weren't
rolling?
no.
Jesus.
Wow.
Do you know Jay Moore?
Hello. I'm Jackie Nutt.
What's your name? Jenny Nutt?
Jackie Nutt.
Jackie Nutt?
Crazy
I think
Jackie.
Something nut.
You're crazy.
Jackie.
Only one.
What are you,
John Starks and Lance Armstrong.
What?
I'll get warmer.
How old a gal are you?
I'm 19.
19.
Yes.
And do you have a significant other?
I do.
Most girls your age do.
Of 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Wow,
2.5
you guys started at 16 and a half. I did the
Wow.
math.
So that's going
So that
well.
that won't last.
What does he do for a living? Rich radio guy?
No, he's a landscaper.
Oh, well, that's just like being a...
Oh, no.
This is a very important question. Cab of the truck or bed of the truck landscaper?
Oh, very good question.
What is it?
I don't understand the difference.
Well, the cab of the truck guy, he pretty much tells the Mexicans what to do. The bed of the truck guy drives home with grass clippings flying around his
Well,
head.
I was going to say,
And he's
basically,
Mexican.
does he have to duck or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Does he have to go to Home Depot before he works? Does he?
Yeah, he's probably the bed of the truck. There's only about 5 workers.
So
boss.
small
Yeah, so it's a little
operation.
smaller one, but
Does he
they
carry
do
around
all
that
commercial
giant green
properties.
garbage pail looking thing?
No, they do 0 turns. And he does all that
zero turn
fancy
fucking
stuff.
mowers and
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah, he
Does he
did
talk
our
about his
mulch.
day? Like, holy shit, fucking dandelions up the ass in this house
Yeah,
today.
his boots and his socks come all green and everything's stained
Green with envy.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, Yeah.
They smell like a soccer
But
player.
at least he's able to buy you real nice things because
He
he's got a
does
lot of cash.
Real nice things.
Does he?
yes.
What did he get you? That necklace?
No, he got me this ring.
What is that?
It's a nice, pretty ring.
What's a
This
diamond
is
in there?
actually his necklace.
It is.
His grandfather's.
Oh, he's Italian?
Very, yeah.
Yeah.
Sicilian.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Ah, in the landscaping business,
Yeah.
Italian.
He's got that little temper in him.
Oh, does he?
shit.
Do you ever smack you around?
Oh, God, no.
What you
I
do?
wouldn't have been with him for
Would have
2.5
been hotter,
years if he
really?
ever put a hand on me.
No, I was thinking.
No.
I caught 100 beatings off that animal.
She fucking.
I'm trying to get a puppy out of him. I just want a little puppy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why? What kind of puppy?
I don't think
I
that's
don't
what
know.
comes out of guys.
Yeah. Maybe
Out
I'll
of their
find one.
Get ready for the puppy,
Out of
honey,
the
huh? Close your eyes. Open. Here comes the puppy.
Here
Good.
comes some puppy. Look, it's
a litter.
this is cute and cuddly too.
Yeah. She's like, who is this? 19 for the love of God. I don't know who Dice is.
And you moved down here just for this internship?
Just for this.
Just to get us coffee?
Yeah.
Are you living with him?
Did you get this one?
No, he's at home. I'm by myself here for the 2.5
Oh,
months.
man.
Wow.
Yeah,
Where
yeah,
is,
so it
home?
sucks. Upstate New York, Rochester.
What do you do on nice days?
I walked around all day yesterday in like Central Park. This is on my third day here.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Do you like swimming?
Anthony turned into a 75-year-old Jewish woman. What do you do on nice days?
But it's nice out.
Yeah, do you like swimming in the pools of people who were fired?
Ex-employees that are fired for
And look at the other
taking interns
intern.
into their pool.
Look at the other intern. No one cares.
Oh.
He just came in here like three times.
Old greasehead.
Right. No one cares.
He's in the bed of the truck.
Yeah, he's definitely the bed of the truck
All the
intern.
bed of the truck, combing his hair with lawn trimmings. Look at that guy.
Yes, he is.
Wait, you got to be a rich girl then.
Face
if
looks
you're-
like a compost heap.
I guess.
Good
yeah.
call. Up. Yeah, she might be rich, right?
No, she has to be a rich girl. She can move to New
Yeah,
York for
yeah,
2.5 months to
exactly.
intern
My
for our
par-
show.
yeah.
Who are you living with?
I'm living at it's like a dorm. It's Marymount College.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm staying there. But
How rich is your parents?
my dad's the CEO of a credit union,
Oh, man.
and my mother's the head of IT at the
Oh,
U
they
of R.
hate your boyfriend. Oh, God, do they
Yeah.
hate your boyfriend?
It took a little while.
They want you-
Yes,
Do they
it
refer
did.
to him as an? Do they call him an
they
Italian?
hate him.
She brought him an Italian.
They want you dating someone from Pittsford.
I don't care.
Basically, yeah. That's
I
what they
love
want.
him, Mom and Dad.
Oh, they hate him.
Did he show up? Only the good half.
Yeah, what background, religious, ethnic affiliation do you have?
I'm Catholic,
Yeah.
right? But I don't know. The only thing I truly believe in is reincarnation.
Oh, really?
And that's
In what?
about it.
Reincarnation?
Reincarnation.
That's when
Wait,
it falls,
recarnation?
Reincarnation.
that's when it falls off and you put it back on.
Yeah. What is recarnation?
It's the breakfast
Yeah.
milk.
Reincarnation.
Yeah.
She believes in the
Breakfast.
Put
breakfast
the
drink.
end.
That's
What do you
connection.
think?
Instant breakfast.
What do you
Ice
think
cold.
you were before?
Can you get my cuts? I'll put one out.
I think someone very underprivileged because I'm not very materialistic
Can I
now.
ask, what's your
Really?
name?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Jim. Oh.
Jim?
Jackie.
Jimmy?
Oh.
Jimmy.
Listen, girl, Jim. How can you believe in reincarnation? Because we'd run out of there'd be the same amount of people from start to finish. There couldn't be more people.
That is the most brilliant argument I've ever heard against reincarnation.
I've never
Right,
heard that
just
one. That
now,
is
Mike.
very
I've
good.
never heard it.
Yeah, man. That's
I'm
the
not
first time I
kidding.
heard it.
Thank you, brother.
There's
great.
more people now than there was in the past.
10 years
so where
ago.
the fuck did those souls come from?
You know what? They keep reincarnating into twins.
Yeah, they'd have to share.
But you
That
don't
doesn't make
forget.
sense.
You don't forget about all the animals. People can be reincarnated into animals into humans.
I heard not.
What about bugs?
Bugs
bug.
too.
I wanna be a bug.
Birds.
You go.
You could be an alligator.
Can you go from?
Really? Be an alligator.
Wait, can you go from human to bug?
Maybe if you're a
Oh,
bad
that would
person.
suck.
Yeah, I would say for some
Become a
people that would
fruit
say. For some of us, it'd be a dream come true. Chip Chipperson's going to join us. Pearl Jam and Chip back at it again. Not since Nine Inch Nails and Jane's Addiction went out on the road.
It's Eddie Vedder, the incomparable Eddie Vedder, right there.
Yeah.
What do you?
Explain it to her. You know, it's really not that good.
Now your internship. What are you hoping to take out of this, and what kind of career would you like?
Yeah, that's a good
I want
question.
to be on the radio. That's
Oh,
it. I want
what
to do
a
exactly
dumb
that.
idea.
Oh, you want to
No,
do that?
don't tell me.
It's a terrible idea. For many years.
Song, Ellie Rabbit. Comedy is hot. Let's do a clip.
For many years, I encouraged the young broadcasters. Not so much anymore.
don't call
it's
it
a terrible business.
It's a marvelous job.
You could look and say, like, okay, look, we're the people that, successful in the business. But then you got to look at guys like
Exactly,
Sam Roberts,
Sam.
who has 8,000 shows right here on this platform.
Yeah, he was young once, and
Makes
now
$1.50.
he just looks like some creep with Ray Dawn Chong's hair, fucking going nowhere, spiraling.
It used to be a great business.
He's pushing 30?
Yeah.
4 months.
4 months to 30.
Fucking hush
I remember when
puppies.
he was a little kid.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam.
Oh,
What's
my
your favorite
God.
Cher album? Half Breed?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You really should be in WWE. Like, there's no reason Sam's not.
He's working on it.
Doing a heel turn.
He took his first wedding anniversary, didn't go to dinner with his wife like he had promised, because he wanted to go to Caroline's and play with Mick Foley, who was doing stand-up that night. He had to tell his wife, nah, you know that first anniversary of the happiest day of your life and supposedly mine? Yeah. Well, fuck that. I'm going to see Mick Foley tonight.
How was Mick's great, right?
Great,
Yeah, but not on your first wedding anniversary.
Exactly.
Kind of gets the wife a little angry.
A little bit.
Maybe.
Probably
Just a
a tad.
tad. A tad.
Anthony's a bit of an expert on making wives angry.
Well, I married an angry wife.
It's like, who's afraid of Virginia Woolf? Just in the car right over.
Got rid of her, though. No worries. Don't you worry. There's not going to be any crazy women over my house going, who's this girl?
So you can go to Anthony's
Right,
house
right.
whenever you want.
Thank
feel
you, Jay.
comfortable with your filthy Italian boyfriend.
Filthy.
This is the
He
real
showers.
deal.
Is he happy
does.
that you're away for 2.5 months?
No.
Of
Yeah.
course not.
I'm doing
Man.
everything in Utica, honey. Giggy,
Yeah.
Rochester,
He's
Greater
fucking-
Western New York. Hey, you want to see my truck, hon?
He's mumbling under the moan of a fucking edger. Fucking guy fucking comes on our New York. Edging and fucking yelling.
His cute blonde girlfriend's away for the summer in New York City.
Exactly.
In the big city.
I would drop dead of a heart attack
Fucking
at 19.
crazy.
Exactly.
I'd be out of my mind.
He's getting chased by yellow jackets as he dumps out a mulch bag.
Wondering what she's doing
Exactly.
at that very moment.
You're on 110th Street making friends.
You know what? I don't even mind working outdoors. I get to work on my bass. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly, Carl.
Nice Italian Colin.
Yeah.
Well, we had to do it before. I went
Say
to
what now?
Temple.
Huh?
I went to Temple.
You went to
for,
Temple
for
for
a
what now?
semester.
Temple?
So we had to do that for 2.5 months.
Temple. Temple.
Okay.
Really? A temple girl?
It was
Yeah, she went
scary.
to Temple.
Yeah, it was? Why?
Yeah. I saw someone shoot themselves, actually.
Whoa.
On my campus.
Wow, I've been hoping I would.
So I left right after that.
Wait,
Hold on. She tells that boring, who gives a fuck, drinking, driving
Yeah, I got
story.
pulled over once for loud music.
And you got a better story that you could have told?
Well, you brought me in here on the spot.
You were assuming that you were going to last this long to tell the shooting story?
What happened?
Why?
You got to open with the shooting
If
story.
you see somebody get shot, why do you have to open up the Torah? I'm a little confused.
What happened at Temple with the...
Baruch.
It was on campus, and someone just walked, and I was walking out of the 7-Eleven, and I turned around, and right there just shot themselves in the head.
For what reason, do you know?
So then why
I
did you go to
don't know.
Temple?
They were an alumni, though, so I think they just came back. I don't
They
know
came
why.
back to
do
fucking
it on-
commit suicide?
yeah.
Fuck up
I
other
don't know
people.
why, though.
Well, thanks a lot,
How
man.
old were they? Like your age or
No,
they were-
older.
Okay.
I think they're in their 30s.
Oh, then they lived a full life.
Yeah. So you saw the brains come out? Like you actually saw
No,
it?
I turned around and just ran.
You saw the
I
gun?
didn't know
Where
what
did they
to
put the
do.
gun? The side of the head or under the
Yeah.
mouth?
Why didn't you
No, on the
Instagram that
side.
shit?
Yeah, right? Take
I
a
don't think
picture.
Instagram was actually out then.
I know,
Whoa,
it's
how
just a
old
dumb
are you?
joke.
It's
Jesus.
crazy.
This was like
I
a
know,
year and a half
19.
ago.
Really?
Now, did you say anything? Like, did you react? Or just yell? Or, like, when you saw the gun, how long did you look at them with the gun to their head before they shot?
I turned around and they were doing it right
Oh, you-
at
Wait,
that
why-
split second. Like
I'm sorry. Why did you? Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Maybe I'm fucked up. Maybe a little too much to fucking drink, right? What the fuck? Why'd she go to fucking Temple? Because she saw a guy.
Why did you go to Temple?
No, it was Temple
Are you Jewish?
University.
Oh, in Philly?
Yeah, yeah.
As opposed to... He thought you went to Temple.
Yeah, spaced out.
Maybe
Yeah,
too much to drink, you know?
He thought you went to Temple.
So you went to Temple
Sorry.
University and saw a guy shoot himself at a 7-Eleven.
On campus.
Temple
outside
Owls.
of the 7-Eleven.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
The
But it
Owls.
was a
Right.
little freaky.
Bill Cosby went there.
That's
Did you ever
fucking-
find out why he did it?
No.
Did you ask? Not him, but I mean,
Yeah, right.
but I mean, people didn't they? Word
Wake
get
up,
out?
dummy.
Yeah, word got out, but by the time I didn't ever like look into it. I don't think they knew
Yeah.
the family, and I think they couldn't really. It took
Yeah,
a
you
while
just
to
figured,
figure out
fuck
who
it.
it was.
Oh, face.
So your
down.
parents just
I
sent
don't
you to New York City to. What the fuck's going on, man?
I don't know if they care
I would
about
never.
me.
I would never send my 19-year-old hot daughter to New York City to live by herself for a
Well,
summer.
maybe they trust her and they want to
That's
get her away
fucking
from the
nuts.
boyfriend. They want to get her away from the
Oh,
boyfriend. That's why they sent her to
Jimmy.
Temple. They're sending her here because they want her to be a nice guy of color, and they're tired of this Italian guy.
God, no.
They want it to happen naturally instead of being the ones that break it up.
Yes, they don't
because
wanna
then
have-
you'll fucking hate your parents. But if it happens naturally by sending you here and there, and maybe you
Yeah.
find something else,
Have you?
then it works out nice for them.
Have you dated guys besides this boyfriend?
Yeah, I had boyfriends before, but it
Here
wasn't.
comes a very important question. Have they all been white guys?
Yes, they've all been.
All right,
Still
hold
in the
on.
running. You lost me, but you picked up Anthony.
Just making sure. Yeah. There's a word I have for girls that do that. It's called ruined.
Wow.
See, that doesn't bother me. I don't mind a girl.
No?
No way. If she's taking a big dark one, she's just got to tell me about it and taunt me while we make love.
Oh,
God, humiliate me, sweetie. Tell me how much better it was.
Jesus.
Yeah, you know, we all have our thing.
We all have
So what are your plans right after this internship? No, Jimmy.
Like today or after the
No,
entire-
no,
Oh.
like it's done. Do you have a,
I-
do you have
Back
a
to
little plan?
Rochester.
Do you
Yeah,
have a plan of action?
Year and a half left of school,
Huh?
and then
What are you taking in school?
No idea.
Very good.
Broadcasting.
Oh, that's
journalism.
Broadcasting
hilarious.
journalism.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
with a minor in political science, which was the worst decision I've ever
Poli
made.
sci.
No, that was the better decision.
No.
Poli sci.
You'll be doing some poli-sci shit down the road.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
kind of radio do you want to do? Like what, this type of show or
Yeah.
music or
No, a talk show.
what kind of talk show? Political, comedy?
No. Comedy.
Comedy.
She's doing the after show today.
There's no after show today.
Oh, Jimmy's show today.
Today's my Vice show.
Yeah.
Maybe
Today's my
tomorrow.
Earn My Raise show.
You'll do the after show tomorrow.
All right.
I'm
Wow.
serious. Give her the hour.
That's
I don't give a
pretty
fuck
big.
what she does.
You getting along with the staff?
Just give her an hour.
You getting along with the staff?
Yeah, for
now
my second
E-Rock
day.
is your boss.
Yes.
How is he
Is
treating
that what
you?
you call him? E-Rock?
Yes.
Oh, that's one thing we call here, E-Rock. I hope you enjoyed the time where she looked up to you as a boss, because we are gonna fucking destroy that
We're gonna
right
ruin
now.
that.
What do you call E-Rock?
What do you call him?
Eric?
Okay.
Oh,
He's a nice
call
guy.
me
right?
Eric.
Yes,
I'll be
he's a
right
very
there,
nice
Mr.
guy.
Nagel.
He's
Yeah.
Where's our hot
playing
water,
the nice
by
guy
the way?
angle.
Yeah, you
Right
can-
here. And
Oh.
right here.
Oh man, she's right on the spot.
All right, because I got to make my chili mac with beef.
So you call him Eric, and he's treated you well, right?
Yes.
He's a good guy. What was
Has
the
he
first thing
yelled
he
at
told
you?
you? Yeah.
Has he yelled at you for anything yet?
No.
He usually yells at the
Oh, I
interns.
did drop a soda the other day.
Oh, you did?
Accidentally brought Diet Pepsi.
Did it?
That was Roland's
Did it
fault.
spray all over? Or?
No.
Oh, okay. So that's not a problem.
Dude, oh.
So why did we say you were nuts? You seem pretty grounded.
Yeah, get out of here.
I bet she's kooky.
Yeah, I thought she'd be nuttier. She's cool.
She's got that fucking guinea boyfriend with the fucking rich parents.
That's all it
Probably
is.
a problem.
Yeah, the parents want the boyfriend gone.
Yeah.
They're a little tired of her coming home.
How much shit
Fucking
did you put in?
with grass stains on her knees.
Oh my! Fucking old pollen head.
Yeah, exactly.
Just everyone's sneezing around her.
Yeah.
Old pollen head.
Where there's two handprints on her shoulders with grass in the. We know what's happening. Just don't see. Don't wear white shirts when you see him.
Are the other interns very competitive? Is this?
No,
have you
they-
guys gotten competitive yet? No.
No, not yet. No.
They
We're
working out
friends.
good? E-Rock, how are they working out? How's this group working out?
Very well.
Really?
Yeah.
I like what's your name?
Jackie.
Jackie Nutt, and I like I won't call you Jackie, just Jack. And the other girl, what's her name?
Sydney.
Okay, yeah, that's a weird name for a woman.
No, if you're cute, Sydney's a cute name
I'm
for
not
a
saying
girl.
it's a bad name. It's just not a
Yeah.
common
No.
name. Who's the guy named something
Sydney
thinking of
Sheldon?
MASH? Yeah, Sidney Sheldon or
Sydney Sheldon.
Sidney Friedman.
Sydney Friedman.
Yeah, I just want to sit down and tell that and hear my problems.
Sydney's a good girl name.
Who else, Jimmy? It's
you're-
more Sydney's.
Male Sydney,
You're
Sidney
Sydney.
Pollock.
You're on a
Hi,
roll.
Sydney.
Yeah, I was voted boy most likely to name a male Sydney.
What are you doing? Oh,
Holding up 8 fingers.
Sal, why are you? Oh, there you go.
Sal walked in and went 8.
8.
Very quiet 8.
Good.
She's
Held up 8
just
fingers.
pissed because she's been here over a month and we haven't talked to her yet on the air.
Oh, man.
I think we should be talking.
Sydney's way cuter than Jackie.
Oh, man. I'm pitting them against each
Not
other.
close.
It's all right.
Pitting them against each other.
Not even close.
Oh, they're
She's
both
got a
lovely.
bunch of cats.
Oh,
Or wears
my
crystals, or
God.
like doesn't shave or something. This is like she's winning running away.
That's
Sydney.
Sydney. She
She's
was
a good-looking girl.
She was the first girl intern we've had.
She was at the Kit
in
Kat Club,
forever.
Anthony.
It's like crazy.
Since since
girl?
Luca.
Yeah.
What?
I'm the first girl.
Yeah, we haven't had girl interns.
Well, we had one that used to get beat up, and then she, I don't know.
What was her name?
Yeah,
The cotton
Luca.
girl?
We
called her Luca.
We nicknamed her Luca.
We called her punching bag.
She used to
Yeah.
show up with black eyes and shit, and we made fun of it and had fun with it. And then I think it was a real thing because all of a sudden she
Yeah.
disappeared and we never heard from her again.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know. She used to come in bruised up pretty good.
Maybe she started
Yeah.
listening.
Now, Sydney, where are you from originally?
Say, what?
Florida.
Florida.
Yep.
Good old
Oh,
lighter
okay.
hat.
K-Rock, actually.
Oh, really? Yeah,
With E-Rock?
E-Rock was born and raised in Florida.
He wasn't.
Of course he was.
No, he was.
He lies about it.
Yeah, he's
Pictures
embarrassed
of him
by it.
taking his boat to high school. Very privileged.
Yeah.
They called him
Very
something
privileged.
different in Texas too. Jew.
Oh,
Where's that nigger boy?
Are you? Is your
Hi,
family
nigger
as
boy.
rich as Jackie's?
No.
Uh-oh.
I work 3 jobs.
We have a Cinderella fucking stepsister.
I still work. It's
thing
not that
go-
I don't
well, You don't
work.
have to though.
What's your job?
I worked at the radio station doing
That's
promotions.
not working.
Doing
Promotions at a radio
promotions.
station?
You deliver
Yeah, that's not a
pizza.
real job.
How much do
That's
they pay
crazy.
you?
Minimum wage.
What is minimum wage these days?
Like $8?
$7.25.
Damn,
but I thought
that's-
they
And
were
all
supposed to
the
raise
mulch
it.
you can carry.
Righteous bucks.
That's a lot of money, man.
I know.
What was minimum wage when we were growing up?
335, I
$2.50 an
remember.
hour.
335.
335, you remember?
335.
I remember 250. Look
Yeah,
out.
I remember
Watch it.
250.
I remember 1
250 an
cent.
hour. It's crazy.
Huh?
I remember 1 cent. 1 cent.
I worked
cent.
at Krausers when it was 335, and I remember I found mouse bites and animal rodent shit in the fucking in the cheese bin and the meat bin, and I told my supervisor, because I just cleaned it out. You can still serve the meat.
Of
And I
course.
quit.
You did?
Yeah, I stood up. I was like Norma Ray, but with fucking rat shit. And I wouldn't serve it. Sydney, what kind of job do you do?
I worked at the radio station there, and then I'm also
Where's
a server.
there? Oh, in Florida?
Florida, yeah.
Which
You're a
one?
what? Server?
A server or surfer?
A server.
Okay.
I'm on the golf. You don't surf.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you
So
serve?
I worked at Outback and then Hemingway's, which is like an island grill based on Ernest Hemingway.
A lot of bloomin' onions you bringing out
Oh,
there?
my goodness.
A lot of fucking bloomin' onions?
6-ounce sirloins and water.
I'm Team
Sounds
Jackie,
like
I
that.
just decided.
Our signature sirloin steak.
I hate that guy on the commercials. Hate him.
Yeah.
Where do you live now?
I live on Long Island.
Oh, no.
Really?
What town?
Big
Now
points
that's
right here.
interesting.
What
Big
town?
points.
Suffolk County or Nassau County?
I live in Holbrook. I don't
Oh,
know.
shit.
I have no idea.
All right.
Fine
That's
dance.
okay.
Oh, no.
It's
Here's a
for
boyfriend.
free, so it's a
Here, take some of my money. Hold
You should probably live closer to the city.
I have a one-bedroom in Patchogue. Is that okay?
Does the
you ever
place
go to-
have a pool?
Yeah.
It does?
Oh,
good.
Does it have a movie theater?
No.
A full bar? Is it closer to the station?
Yes.
There's
A
only one
grown
way
man
to
who
settle
falls
this.
asleep on his face in the doorway. A guy who
Passed out on the floor?
Yeah, a guy who does 80 fucking drinking Remy.
Shit.
Ethan Hawke is here now too.
What? You have a boyfriend too, right?
I do.
I've heard about that guy.
Why have we heard about him?
How great would it be?
We hear things.
How great would it be if her boyfriend? She's like, he's a landscaper. He's in Rochester.
Oh God, what does he do?
He does like real estate stuff. I don't know.
Oh
shit.
Wow.
You don't know.
He's like a serious, like he's already
I'm in
like,
construction.
career.
I'm a union organizer.
All right, it's time to vote. Team Jackie or Team Sydney?
Well,
Oh,
Jackie
don't
got
do
to-
that. That's mean.
Jeez, that's
Jackie got to tell her like we got pulled over once, got a ticket story,
Yeah,
and
right.
then
She's got a good story
She-
from
You
this
got
morning.
anything crazy?
Oh
Sydney
my
just comes in.
God.
She's like,
Oh.
Florida later.
what happened. What happened this morning?
Some guy like walked me all the way to the studio because I walk from Penn Station every
Oh,
morning,
my
and it was like
God.
the creepiest thing in the
You
world.
gotta take a cab.
It was bad.
What did
and
he
he was
do?
like, "Can I have your number?" So I just gave him my boyfriend's number.
Was
I
he
like,
was
"You
he
call
was he a
him."
black guy?
Yeah.
Oh, see.
And he was like, I'm a video game tester. I'm like, sweet.
Oh,
gotta take a cab.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, the initial storyline.
Joystick, honey.
Oh God.
Yeah,
She's
I was-
walking
I was
from Penn
terrified.
Station at 5:30 in the morning.
Take that.
Oh, that's crazy. You can't do that.
That's gonna haunt us someday.
You can't do that.
Tough girl.
You're a tough girl.
Jeez.
She's
I mean,
tiny
I'd be
though.
scared of me if I saw me walking down the street.
Well, yeah.
How much is a cab?
You got moves?
I have no idea.
$5.
You got moves?
Mine? What do you mean?
Like, can you
Oh.
defend yourself?
I mean, it's just my size. That's
Oh
opportunity.
my God.
She's tiny.
How tall a girl
She's
are
a
you?
big fat fuck,
4'11".
this one.
4'11". Yeah, you're 4'11".
Boy, that's a good height.
You are a whale.
You are a slight girl.
How much
You
you
always
weigh?
had fat arms?
Like
What
90-something.
the fuck are you saying?
What?
Jake?
I'm asking if she always had fat arms.
She doesn't have fat arms.
She weighs 90 pounds.
She thinks she does. Just go with it.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Get
God.
those Schumer arms.
All right, ladies. What's your problem
Not
areas?
nice.
Let's go with the problem areas. What's your problem areas?
Mine?
Yeah, Jay, we'll start with you.
We got 100 tickets sold at Levittown tonight.
That's the problem area?
I'm sweating out a mob club. Jay, not for nothing. If you could help us out on the guarantee, we're a little light.
So
You
you're
like my nails
governor's.
buff shiny, right? You
You're-
ever do buff shiny? When you come up back, you want to go for a ride? I got to get gas.
You're
No, I
governor's this evening?
don't. Yeah, it's across from Bally's.
Yeah.
Tonight and tomorrow?
Yeah, that's all I need to. That's
when were they going
right.
to start promoting it? Did they book this? But did they book this yesterday? We didn't know. We didn't even know you were at Governor's.
You have a horse head in your bed. You keep that shit up.
Yeah.
Well, I got some chili mac with beef, freeze dried.
Oh, God.
Well, that's when you
It's
know
gotta be
the
disgusting.
that's when you know the segment's going good.
When Opie starts eating
Opie
his
takes out the
freeze-dried.
plastic.
We also we got
Opie takes out the spork.
Yes,
we got
yes.
Ethan Hawke is here, so we got
Ethan Hawke's a
All right,
big
we gotta get
star.
the broads out of
Ladies,
here.
thanks so
We'll have
much.
you again. Very good
It's nice
job.
to finally get to
Very
know you a
lovely
little
gals.
bit.
Yes.
First
we'll have you
we'll
back.
visit Anthony's house with
Oh,
no reservations.
stop. Of course,
and,
that's
if you bring condoms,
highly
you're out.
unethical.
Can we have intern oil wrestling?
Highly unethical, but not out of the
can?
realm of possibility.
Not if you fire them.
And
Anthony, fire one of them.
You wear flip-flops a lot, right?
I do.
Yeah, flippy flops.
You're 4'11".
No,
You
that's
shouldn't be
good.
wearing
Your little-
flip-flops.
Yeah.
Very, very cute feet.
But
What?
Huh?
yeah, we'll
Say
take
what
a quick
now?
break. All right,
You talking
listen.
about that girl Freeman?
Take 5 and bring it Ethan
I
Hawke.
followed her from Penn Station, man.
Oh my God! It's
I'm a
crazy
video game
savages
tester.
following fucking girls around like
She
that.
should not be
Savage.
walking.
That's what happens to. They're like, "Yo, man, what time is it?" And then they just cave your head in with a cinder block.
Which way is north?
Yeah, which way is north? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm new here. Correct.
You talking about that girl right there?
She should be armed.
All right, listen.
Yeah.
We have to take
Is
a
there a
break. We have to because Ethan Hawke only has a certain amount of time. Jay Moore's at Governor's tonight. Jay's sitting in with us, and we got David Lee Roth on the way.
Nice.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show.
Jay Moore in studio playing Governor's tonight and
in Long Island.
tomorrow.
Levittown, right there by the big flea
Borgata,
marketplace.
Friday, Saturday, Foxwoods, Sunday. This is the one I'm nervous about. West Hampton Performing Arts Center.
Oh, yeah?
Sunday. That's
Nice.
It's a big ass room. Yeah, there's a
How you doing, man?
Ethan Hawke in
big
studio.
star in here.
I know,
What am
right?
Yammering on about my mid-level club dates.
Jay Moore to your
Because
right.
it's
Ethan.
Broadway.
Yeah, how are you?
We sat next to each other at a Knicks game a few times.
Oh, did we?
Your beautiful son.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Nate. No, they didn't win because Nate Robinson was there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
That's when they had the all green jerseys on for St. Patrick's Day.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was you on one side of me and Kerry Washington on the other side of me, and I went, if a bomb hits this row, I'm not even in the article. Ethan Hawke and others die.
And others. Ethan's got The Purge. The Purge. This movie's got a lot of heat right now. It's opening, Friday, June 7th?
That's
this
right.
This Friday,
This
right?
Friday. All right.
And this is a real interesting concept. One day a year, people can do whatever the hell they want as far as illegal stuff goes, including murder.
it's The
assault.
idea is it takes place, in the near future after the Great Depression of 2017, and as the nation recovers, to bring down unemployment and to purge the nation of its national hate. One day a year, the government shuts down. No hospitals, no cops, no nothing, and you can do whatever you want. And this way, if you get screwed in a land deal, you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to get a lawyer. You don't need to sue. You just wait for the purge day and you kill the guy.
Nice.
Right?
This sounds fantastic.
Your wife is driving you crazy. She's getting on your nerves. don't sweat it. Wait for purge night. Ice her, right? And so now the good news about this is that unemployment drops to zero.
Sure.
Right? Because basically all the unemployed people kill each other. Right? And, it's a little bit influenced. When I was younger, I remember, did you guys see Escape from New York?
Oh, of course. Sure.
Yeah, right? Snake Plissken and everything.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of John Carpenter-esque, half thriller, half horror, half socio-political document. Because in truth, what it really is it's like any good science fiction, it's not really that science fiction. You know what I mean? The woman is on the treadmill and she's jogging, and on TV, outside her gated community, people are killing each other.
Right.
But it's not that different from the way we actually
What's
live.
really happening, right?
I hope there's no 80s bad guy, though, like the guy who was like, the president. We have the president. Remember that guy with the Billy Idol haircut?
Yeah.
Oh,
in
in
Escape from
Escape
New York?
Yeah. The truth is, there's a kid in this movie who is, I think, the best bad guy I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
His performance was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he'll never work again. He's so scary.
So now, once a year this happens. Now, your character, you're a family guy?
Well, see, this is where it gets kind of interesting. I am an extremely affluent man who is a family guy who has made a fortune selling security systems. So he's very safe. He's living in this gated community.
Yes.
He has, machine gun. He's
all the bells and whistles you need to fend off these nuts.
Except my son thinks this purge is immoral. My son's given me some kind of ethics class about how it's really not fair to the poor people, and it's really not fair that just because we're rich, we get safe and we get special privileges. How is that fair?
Sounds like me every day of the week when I talk about taxes.
And exactly.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so my son ends up letting a guy a safe house in our house.
Man.
And trouble is, this guy is very seriously wanted by the Nazi youth of America. The social network gone bad. These other guys start coming after him in our house, and so
puts all your good gear to the test, I guess.
So they're all like young, youthful Nazis that are coming after him?
Well, not literally Nazis, but they're like
skinheads.
Yeah.
Well, no, the today's version of skinheads, which is like computer geek preppy people.
Oh, right.
Does that make sense to you? Because you seem lost here.
No.
I mean, where did I lose you?
No, I'm actually just thinking of the people he's talking about.
Yeah.
Ethan, I have a question. When I see the promos, there's people wearing masks, like spooky masks, breaking into houses. That's got to be like the longest pre-production meeting, more than casting, is figuring out what mask to settle on. Because if done right, like Scream, the mask lives in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And if done poorly, just people running around in a Nixon mask, like Johnny Utah. I'll take your comments off the air. Governors tonight and tomorrow.
I think that a lot of thought did go into the mask, but the director had seen this certain mask long before production started.
But doesn't that creep you out about your director that he's looking at masks before the movie came? Like, I just comb the internet, I look at masks.
When you read the script, I was already creeped out by this guy.
Well done.
That sounds pretty good. I saw the trailer in the theater when I was seeing, I think, a Star Trek or something, and it looks pretty badass.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
It turned out pretty good.
So is there an explanation as to why people don't? Because, I think, if that was happening, I would just get in the car and fucking go to a lake somewhere and just wait until the next day.
Yeah, because some hillbilly at the lake will have you. That's why you can't do that.
Jason Voorhees.
I mean, come on. Have you ever seen the movies? I mean, come on. A lake is safe.
That's a good point. Yeah. Lakes are disaster.
You don't want to be caught out there on the road, defenseless.
I just find myself a nice spooky cabin in the woods next to an old lake with a sign up front that says abandoned.
Yeah, exactly. Go hide out in an abandoned hospital. That's a good one.
I'm a sweet, naive boy. I don't know any better.
It's sort
Jimmy
of like
with his new Krav Maga body. Jimmy's looking good.
Jimmy is very fit.
Jimmy used to look like, per your own stand-up special, you said you look like a scallop.
Yeah, I was in bad shape.
And now you look like completely fit. Or you're
what
dying.
turned you around?
I'm sick of paying for it.
Sex?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sick of it.
I thought you meant like figuratively paying for your poor health.
No, I don't speak figuratively.
You're talking about the hookers.
I'm tired of paying for pussy. No hidden meaning there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So,
So he lost 30 pounds, man.
About that.
Looking
That's
good.
pretty
25
nice
or
of you.
30 pounds.
25 to
This was
30.
a nice family show.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Hookers and getting killed by a lake.
You know,
It's
it gets
terrible.
way worse than that, actually.
Getting
killed by a lady.
So now you must get into some pretty bad situations there. You got to defend the family, right? Because I'm assuming at some point it's not just this guy's wanted and it's in this house and then it ends going, well, the house held up again.
Yeah,
you know,
no, that's not how it
there's
ends.
probably a breach.
I have a pretty terrifying line in the movie where the wife screams, but we're safe, right? And he's like, well.
Oh, well.
What do you mean safe?
Oh, shit.
It's a relative term.
Yeah. These things are more for show, people are intimidated by it.
Right.
So all hell does break loose for sure.
How does the movie end?
How does the movie
You asshole.
Well, I'll come back on in a month and we can talk about it.
And then discuss?
Yeah.
Ethan, when you're like obviously a huge star, Training Day, you should have been nominated for Training Day.
I was.
You were nominated.
Yeah, so,
you didn't let me finish.
Read the Wikipedia.
No, you didn't let me finish.
on, man. Google my name. How hard is it?
You were nominated for a Source Award for Training Day?
That's right.
Fucking mother, you didn't even fucking let me finish, you prick.
Screen actors and Oscar.
Jesus Christ, I didn't even get my fucking Source Awards out.
Yeah.
The guy, it was a very urban movie. You should have been nominated for Source Award.
I know, I was. They did. I was.
Who won that
I
year?
was hurt.
Well, Denzel won for Best Actor.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know who
Yeah,
won
who
for
did
Best
win?
Supporting.
Who
ended up winning?
Don't act like you don't
What
know.
year was it? I'll
Do you
tell
want to
you.
know something? What's up?
I have no idea.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, what year was that?
Care less.
What year was it?
Training
Come
Day?
on, KLS.
2002.
You know the year, but
Yeah.
you don't know who won. You don't know who you watched go to the podium.
Jesus,
and 18 million.
what?
What?
People.
That would
You
make
would
me
think,
crazy.
What it?
You know what?
I was
Don't worry.
nominated for
You
an
don't have
Emmy
to worry
for
about
Best
it happening.
reality show.
I love that movie so much, and I was sitting next to Denzel Washington, and when I won, he leaned over to me and said, "You don't want to win yet, man. Wait till you're older; it'll mean so much more."
Oh, yeah.
And I remember I had such a great time that night, and I can't stand people crying over like not getting something awesome like that. And it was some older British actor, and I kind of secretly. We in this country have an obsession with British actors. We give them all kinds of awards, and it really annoys me.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
It's strange.
They
It's
have
like,
bad
oh,
breath.
the British people, they get to win
is
all.
brilliant.
Oh, yeah. Well,
We think they're smarter because they have the
Judi
accent.
Dench.
I know, and
They
they
all have really bad breath.
well, I don't know about that.
I
And, you're hanging out with the wrong British actors.
really.
buddy.
Scene with Lord Alfred Hayes.
But yeah, they do. They put them on these pedestals. Yeah.
They win all these awards, and it's like, and so I kind of resent that.
Were you
So I
annoyed when
should.
John Gielgud won for Arthur when he won Supporting Actor? Because that was a big surprise. Remember that he won that?
Yeah,
was that
was
Best
good.
Actor?
Well,
And he won Best Supporting Actor for that.
Supporting?
it was
I'll
good.
alert the media.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
But he's right about there's British actors that are really good, but it does seem to be that we think they're doing something amazing sometimes when they might
It's
not
just how
be.
people don't really respect their own, or it's a little bit, I have to admit, that they actually do train their young people. They have a culture, we have a culture of celebrity, and somebody shows a little bit of talent, and the next thing you know, we pay them $10 million, and next thing you know, they're committing suicide on some People magazine cover.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Fronting $10 million, you know.
But it is what happens. And in England, they show a little bit of talent. They do 59 Shakespeare plays. They're 34,
Right.
and then they get an Oscar.
There's a protocol there that you
Yeah.
got to go through.
Yeah.
Here
While
they
I'm
just
doing a show on Barrow Street, all the way downtown, off Broadway.
Well, they fucked Denzel on. He got
Trying to do Colin Quinn.
He didn't win for Malcolm X. He didn't win for Hurricane. So what am I going to do? Cry about?
Hurricane, yeah.
What am I going to cry?
Malcolm X he played three different guys. It was
He
great.
lost to Pacino. I think they gave it 2% of a woman that year.
Oh, Jimmy, you don't mean that.
Because they, I think they owed him for Dog
I'm
After.
Dr. Giacovoki and I'm Phil Spector. And I'm going to play Joe Paterno. Oh, Jerry, what's going on in your front lawn here? Sorry, anything. Yeah, The Purge.
very
I can't
good.
wait to see the movie The Purge.
It's Friday. It's Friday. The
It's
Purge.
even the bench ads, like when you just see like on a bus going by, like the poster, I go, oh, I got to see that. Like rarely do you see like an actual photograph of the movie, and go, "Oh, this looks good."
It's
man.
a great like concept. Like it's not like, oh, I've seen this 1,000 times. No, it's cool
what we all
concept.
want to do.
Yes.
Have one night we can go out and just kill everybody
That's
who
another
irritates
thing.
us.
There's that fantasy aspect of it. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, what do you think
I
you
would
would
be
do?
able to use that?
Well, Anthony would start
oh
with
my
the
God!
It's not just
Put it
murder
this
you're
way,
allowed to do.
This
You're
room
allowed
would
to
be
do
a lot
whatever
more
you want.
empty. Jay instantly thinks it's him.
I'm here once a
and
year.
he's right. No.
I'm white.
And that's the mask, right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's
that's
a
kinda
fucking
creepy.
scary mask.
Yeah.
Holy
That's kind of creepy.
shit.
Do you are you big on like home security and stuff? You got cameras around the house and things like that? No, you're pretty like lay it out there.
You know what? I'm the type. I'm the type of. This is pathetic, and you're going to make fun of me for this. But
he looks at Jay.
Yeah,
I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, I forget codes. I forget my keys.
Oh,
I'm
really?
like
Yeah.
I'm this person who has. The more high level the security system is, the more often I'm locked out of my house.
Yeah,
I agree with Ethan entirely.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
I like a little security.
You do
little.
like that? Are
Yeah.
you pretty? Do you have video monitors? Are you the type of person that like
you don't-
monitors?
You ever
your-
see Panic Room? His whole house is a
I have some
panic room.
cameras.
Any photos up that you can show Ethan of your home?
How many
cameras.
security cameras you
He
got?
has gun turrets.
Tell Ethan.
I don't have gun turrets. I
Tell
got
him.
guns,
Yet.
but I don't have turrets.
Yet.
Tell him how many security cameras you got.
I'm not sure. I think I got 12
He has drones
all around the house.
Yeah.
What are you hiding?
I'm not hiding
You familiar
anything.
with Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
What?
It's the same lifestyle. Yeah, he has fucking sensors outside his door in case Latoya shows up to knock. I have one pair of PJs on.
I don't have that. I just kind of like the idea that I could take a peek around the house, especially if I'm gone. Like right now, I could just kind of hit my phone and hit the app, and cameras come up, and I'm like, all right, I kind of like.
I have a friend who videotapes the babysitter when he's, he'll go out.
Oh,
with
got
his
like
son.
baby
Yeah,
guys.
You got to do
He
that.
can just click on
I do
his
too
phone
in
and
the
watch.
bathrooms.
Yeah.
Teasing, of course. I don't have a babysitter.
Anthony really has like drones. Like he makes drones. And
Well, I
flies
got
them around his
a
neighborhood.
big, yeah,
Do
kind
you
of
kill
a
people with these
RC
drones?
helicopter.
You would if
I
you
wish
could.
it had the capability, but no, I just record my neighbors.
And how do they
not
feel
through
about
their window.
this?
They're probably not happy about it,
Yeah,
but I just buzz it up and down the street into their driveways, and
He's like every Randy Quaid character in a film. That's his life. Just the fucking creepy, unshaven neighbor.
Janet Miller.
I think they love me. The Asian guy that lives behind me, he's fucking yelling the other night.
At
like,
you?
No, just at someone in his house.
Oh, okay.
And I heard a woman screaming.
He
and
lost
I heard
at
like
Wheel of
something being
Fortune.
thrown around the.
So you get your drone
a
up in the
room.
air for this?
And it was
Oh,
nighttime. So, and then he went out by his patio and just started heaving shit off his patio into the yard, yelling, "Walk, just like,
You know what?
shit.
He needs to see The Purge.
Yeah,
this
he
guy
needs
needs to see The Purge
because he's
He
up
needs-
here.
Yeah,
Do the cops show up?
No.
No cops.
No cops. It's
Everybody
that day.
needs to see The Purge.
No cops.
It's Purge Day. No
Yeah.
cops, no hospitals, no
I will
nothing.
say this: I don't want to out you as being a cool guy. Ethan was with his son at the Knicks game. Never saw like a cooler, involved dad ever. Just
Yeah.
just like
I've got
dad
a
and
great
his-
son.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's all right.
That's cool. He's all right. What are you saying?
I'm trying to give you a compliment. Don't deflect
Yeah,
it.
all right.
Does he drive?
No,
That's cool. All right,
he's
already,
11.
already, that's
Yeah, yeah.
a demerit.
Oh,
But I will say this:
You've
Ethan
seen
was
him around, right?
was completely
Yeah.
cool.
Opie's seen your fathering talents.
Yeah, we've been in the same playgrounds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a few times. I didn't want to bother.
He doesn't have.
Opie's always asked to leave.
I was gonna say he doesn't have
My
kids.
kid's a lot younger. He's 3.
Yeah.
But we've seen you. a few times.
Best line of Training Day. That do you have a favorite line from Training Day that you were able to say, or do they all blend together? Because there's one.
What's your favorite?
I have a daughter in the bathtub. That fucking chilled me to my bones. That you went to some place that you were there, man.
That was a very intense scene. You
But
know.
Smiley, well, it was
Yeah.
Cliff. He's from New Zealand. That guy.
Yeah, from
He's the chameleon. He's like he's like a Maori, and he can do any accent in the world. He's incredible.
Wow.
He's a great actor.
What's
Yeah.
his name? Cliff something.
It is
Good old what's his name?
Now, and I remember he hung out with all these a real Mexican gang, the Cholo gang.
Wow.
He drove around with them, and for 2 weeks before the role, and so on set, we're sitting there playing cards, and they steal my gun, and I, unload it before you remember this whole thing?
Yeah.
The BO in this room.
Oh, shit, really?
I mean, yeah, when these guys, are pretending to beat me up, and they're not... One of them had his parole officer on set, and
wow.
literally, we're doing the scene. Cameras are rolling. Guy's cell phone goes off. He answers it. He's like, "Yeah, filming a movie. I don't know, some white guy. Yeah, I thought Denzel's not here. No, it's boring. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
Wow.
all right, call you later. Yeah, you're okay. Let's keep going.
Holy then they say action. He goes,
Yeah.
you ever shit pushed in?
Yeah. That was an improv. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was a good one. They made a meal out of it. They got you all fired up.
No, it was a great scene. It was really, but it did smell.
It was an intense movie. The whole movie was really, really good one.
Why was Angelina Jolie the best kiss on screen? Because I don't like to ask fucking extra questions like that.
Yeah, really?
Dude, dish out.
Wow.
But I've only kissed one girl on screen. It turned me on.
What was it like for you?
It turned me on. I was surprised. She was an ex-porn star named Nina Hartley, and it turned me on a lot.
What was it that she did that kind of got to you?
It was a comedy.
Or was it because you were being filmed? Were you because you were being filmed? It was particularly exciting.
No, it was just because I had never kissed a girl on camera. It was like a 20-minute short. So I walked because she's a porn.
Were you naked?
No, we were fully dressed in a comedy club against a bar.
Oh, okay.
So I said to her before we shot, I walk into the dressing room and I go like I've never kissed a girl on screen. Do we use tongue? Which sounds naive, but I didn't want to be like the guy who's an asshole to the porn girl. And she's like, yeah, baby, we're supposed to be attracted to each other. So she starts making out with me in the dressing room.
Wow.
And then while we're kissing on camera, she's rubbing my cock and puts my hands on her tits. And she was funny. She goes, go ahead, squeeze it. You want to. I'm like, all right. And I did. And I was fiercely turned on.
Well, this doesn't sound like a normal run-of-the-mill actress.
No, but I'm saying...
I'm getting a little sweaty over here the more you're talking about
but
this.
But I mean, Angelina Jolie probably wouldn't play it like that.
I
But
don't
she's
think-
fucking...
yeah,
I think
I
you can
wouldn't-
take out probably.
But she seems sexy,
in the
man.
Changeling, she made out with the whole crew. It was crazy. Clint had to separate everybody. It was nuts.
Yeah, you were there for this?
Look, Jay, sweetheart, you're making out with my camera up for 20 years.
So why was she the best?
Well, here's the thing. I think that maybe you may not be aware of this, but you're talking to a very. I mean, I don't want to come off like some kind of giant blowhard, but I have been nominated for 2 MTV Best Kiss Awards.
Oh.
Okay, so you're talking to a very serious kisser right here.
What was the
I mean, I
other
don't
one?
want to threaten you or make you insecure. And the Angie one
wish I
wasn't
could
even
quit
one
you.
of them.
Really?
All right. You would.
All right, who was it?
All right, Winona Ryder made the cut.
Okay.
All right. And Julie Delpy made the cut.
Wow, man.
And so I just feel like you're not treating me with the proper respect about
true.
kissing. that
Way to
we
go,
should be
Jimmy.
talking about.
Yes.
You start
Way to
bringing up
go.
porn stars. You start bringing out your groin.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm feeling very uncomfortable right
I
now.
don't have a lot of experience. That was all I had.
That was really like...
This is kind of, all joking aside, my first kiss of my life was on film.
Wow.
So it was
Emmanuel Lewis.
Yes, Gary Glitter.
Jesus. It was David Lee Roth.
DLR.
No, I did a movie when I was 14 called The Explorers, and in it there's a fantasy sequence where I kiss a girl, a dream sequence, and I actually had never kissed a girl, and so I had to do it for the first time on screen. So for me, my whole life has been totally skewed and perverted.
Yes.
Whatever happened to that girl?
She's the intern, Jackie.
So what are you doing? You're going to make out on film. You got to make sure your breath is fresh. I mean, there's a lot to worry about. I mean, I had to do it for a couple of takes of it, but it's fucking panic-inducing.
I find it panic-inducing.
It's
I really do. Yeah.
Because it's like, is she going to be is she just faking that she's enjoying this? Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she is
Oh,
faking
she
it.
is.
She's enjoying it. Don't be confused about that.
Jimmy,
part.
let me ask Ethan, and maybe ask her for Ethan. Answer for Ethan. It's not when you're filming it. Whatever. It's the rehearsal where you're not sure. Like, are we going to make out in rehearsal?
Yeah, right. When is the right time to really
Some
go for
girls
it?
will maul you. I said that like
and then here's the part where we're going to be kissing during
and then
the
you stop, and then when you go live. So in rehearsals, it's super weird, especially closer.
Super
like,
weird.
Right when they've already camera blocked, they get the marks down. Like, let's do one more right before we get sound
It's
up
also
and running.
strange in the theater, because in the theater you do a long run of a play, you start to have to do it every night, and do you do it the same?
right.
Should you shake it up? I mean, is that weird? I mean,
Shake
you know,
it up, buddy.
shake it
up.
up.
That
Put
is,
her
wow.
in a
gotta be
guillotine, choke her out. Let those housewives from Jersey get their money's worth.
Jesus, man. What did I walk into this morning? I was asleep half an hour ago, and now we're talking.
Well, it's going to get weirder in about
well-
a minute. David Lee Roth's walking down the hall.
Oh, yeah.
Can I tell you my
Oh,
favorite
fuck.
David Lee Roth quote?
Yeah.
Yes.
My favorite is, I remember really the first time I remember watching MTV, I was at a friend of mine's house and we turned it on. There was David Lee Roth going, they said, how did you get into rock and roll? And he said, well, because lovemaking, even at its best, only lasts 8 or 9 hours. And I remember, I had not kissed a girl at this point. I was like, wow. Wow. David Lee Roth is my hero.
he one of the most quotable rock stars ever.
Absolutely.
Just for years.
Should we bring him in
he'd
for a minute?
Come out with
Ethan
it.
only has like 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, and have him sit here. I'll sit on the couch.
You're a very busy
Bring
man.
David Lee in fast.
Governor's night tomorrow.
And don't forget, of course, The Purge opening
Yes.
this Friday with Ethan
Movie's
Hawke.
gonna be great.
It looks great, man. It looks like action packed. I like those. I like those. DLR.
David Lee Roth.
David Lee Roth.
Ethan, my pleasure. Love all the pictures. Jay, how you been?
Hi, Dave.
Jim.
Dave.
No money.
Hey, Ben, man.
What's up?
Guys,
What's up, man?
David Lee Roth.
We're so happy to have you back.
We're on the air.
Exactly.
Ethan's a fan, so we figured we'd bring you in.
you got a new movie.
Yeah, I
see it
got a-
advertised all over
The
Japan.
Purge.
All over Japan.
It's all over everywhere. Jesus. How are you doing?
Yeah, take it away, man.
He just had one of your quotes, David Lee Roth.
People sleep.
He was just quoting you.
What were you quoting?
You were asked how you got into rock and roll, and you said because lovemaking, even at its best, only lasts 8 or 9 hours.
You got to be so careful what you play to kids.
I like how Dave laughs at Dave quotes.
That's eerily accurate.
It's like,
You
fuck.
did- That's a life of learning the lines and making it look like you didn't learn lines. Wow, that is true. You know, well, you got to think large. How's everybody been?
We've been all right, David Lee
Yeah,
Roth.
hanging
I
out.
didn't interrupt. Were you in
DLR.
the middle of a thought?
I
or-
was just musing about how great you were.
Okay, let's talk about Cronuts. What did?
Oh, God, the goddamn Cronut. Have you heard about the Cronut in
Sure.
the city?
What? Tell me. What
I don't know. There's like this guy. He's got a truck. He sells these things called Cronuts. They're half
It's not out of a truck, though. He's got a
croissants
store. Yeah.
and half donuts.
And how much they
And
cost?
he's mutated them.
$5.
They're
But you
like
got to get online
$5.
at 5:30 in the morning. He
Yeah.
only makes 200 a day.
And they sell them all out, and
that's it. He
A
doesn't
huge
make
line
more.
of people.
Okay, so the question is it the flavor or is it the price that's getting
Exactly.
everybody going?
It's this hype thing that's going on.
Well, there's a big thing going on in Tokyo. I've been living there for last year. And Haagen-Dazs sent up, right?
Yeah.
And everybody would line up for 4 hours to get in to eat the ice cream.
Yeah.
And then when they tried to put it in the marketplace and so forth, it didn't sell anything. Nothing at all. Turns out people just want to be seen in the place eating Haagen-Dazs.
There you
That
go.
was the whole
It's the hype
price.
factor.
Or they want something that nobody else can get.
Yeah.
That's kind of what people want to do.
Conspicuous consumption, like how many rings on your neck can
Yeah,
you
yeah.
wear in Zimbabwe or whatever?
Yeah, right,
Where is that? Is that here in town?
Yeah, yeah, I think they do that.
That's not 13th Street.
125th and Edgecombe.
E-Rock's freaking out because Ethan, I guess they're telling,
All right. Well, listen,
they're telling
it's a
us
great
outside.
pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
You're the best.
Let's promote Ethan's
Ethan,
film
yeah.
properly. It's called The Purge. It obviously seems like a great movie. I mean, we had a fun time with Ethan. It
Sounds
opens
like a great
this Friday
Saturday night.
Yes, before midnight. It's in theaters now.
Yeah, that's another one with this Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, and this is the sequel. It's an art house movie that's
Nice.
actually turned out really good. If
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, well, Ethan, thank you, man. That was great having you.
Absolutely.
And
Please come back,
We
man.
need to
Yeah.
break. Are we gonna?
Yeah,
We'll
we
take
might
a
as well
quick break
Peace,
and
love, and heavy weapons.
be back with, David Lee
In case the
Roth.
peace and love doesn't work.
All right. Thanks, Ethan Hawke.
Thank you, guys.
Am I in the right room to say that?
Yeah, you are, man.
The Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Hey, how you doing? How'd you sleep last night, huh? Wake up all stiff and cranky? If so, maybe you just don't have the right pillow under your head at night. Giving you the proper support. That's why there's the My Pillow from MyPillow.com. My Pillow. It's an amazing smart pillow. Look at that. It's a smart pillow. And hopefully a smart little head laying on it.
Anthony,
Yes.
Hold on. That was yesterday's Plugola. I brought my pillows home.
Plugola.
Yeah.
I don't think we're supposed to call it that.
Oh, because they're officially advertising.
DLR's,
Oh, wait, DLR. Where are you?
Let me on. I will help you with the commercial.
Yes.
Are you smart for buying the pillow? We'll just start there.
Yes, you'd
I
be
think
very
you are.
smart to buy the pillow in the first place.
I used the pillows last night.
MyPillow.com.
Continue.
I used them last night, and they're good. They're good pillows.
Oh, absolutely.
I like them.
They brought them in yesterday. I unwrapped mine right here on the console, put my head down, and I was nearly out.
Who was the guest at the time?
Well,
Maybe
that's
that
true,
had-
too. Okay, you know something? Actually, I think they were just replaying a clip of my own audio.
Okay, because Jim said he's having trouble sleeping. I call that hovering. You know, when you're just about touching the mattress, but not. Maybe the pillow will
Not
assist.
quite.
Continue.
That is MyPillow from MyPillow.com. It never goes flat. It's adjustable, and it's perfect fit for when you lay down at night and when you get up in the next morning. You're not going to be all achy. You could even wash and dry the MyPillow like you would your favorite pair of jeans. MyPillow, the solution to your sleepless nights. Get one now by calling 1-800-299-6694 or go to MyPillow.com. That's the easy way. Use the promo code XM4. What? I don't know why, but
That's
use
a
the
weird
promo
one.
code XM4 and you're going to save 25%. Wow. You're also going to receive a free press pack and travel bag with your order. So call them right now, 1-800-299-6694, or just go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code XM4.
Okay, now it's got a memory, right? I don't know if this is one of these like half donuts that goes around, but if it's got a memory, what if your old lady comes home and it's not her impression that was left in the one the pillow remembers?
That's trouble.
And-
Or if it's the memory of a body part, but it ain't a head.
Is it possible to hit delete on the pillow?
Right, reboot the pillow.
Oh my God. Teeth prints in it. There's somebody else's. Your friend.
Cool is the other side of my pillow.
Yeah, MyPillow.com.
And now back to
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Don't hurt yourself.
Don't hurt
An entire generation and a half launching themselves off the top of Toyota Land Cruisers, trying to touch their toes. You could hear the belts popping, pop, pop, you know, like
Don't hurt
this.
yourself.
I would come out after a show,
Yeah.
and you would invariably see. There would be a pickup truck festooned with beer cans. Every single space that you could get a vertical empty beer can on. In fact, vertical empty beer can, that sounds like a band at Coachella, doesn't it? And they would have it covered, and somebody would get on the bumper. There'd be 3 gals, 3 guys, and they'd launch themselves off the was that you, Jay? Did you ever try that?
Oh, all the time.
Jump off the bumper, you know, and try and touch their toes, and somebody go, no, that's not how you do it. And clear off the hood, you know, and you hear the beer cans, and you climb up and launch and land in a heap, much to the glee, you know, of the derision and ridicule of the crowd, and somebody would do it from the top.
Yeah.
This
Until
was
somebody snapped a leg, probably.
Dave told the best story on my podcast about Van Halen trying to expand the parameters. He said, like when you were a kid, you have bunk beds. Do you remember this whole thing he said?
Oh, sure.
It was
Go ahead, do it, and I'll help you along. So let's see what you remember from it.
when you're a kid, you have bunk beds. You put them a little farther apart, and you go, "Hey, let's see if we can make it this far apart from this bunk bed to that bunk bed." And then the whole band's like, "Oh, you know what? Put the bunk bed against the wall. I'm Eddie. I can do it better than Dave. I can do better than Alex. And put it all the way across the wall. The ground is lava. If you touch the lava, you're out.
Hot lava, you call it.
Yes,
you
yes,
have
yes.
2 bunk beds. People say,
I don't know why you
Dave,
have to interrupt me. I'm in the middle of a really good story here. Jesus Christ. Put it in, Grace. That's your story. I tried to get you to tell it.
I never got tired of doing that. You have 2 bunk beds. My sister slept in one, I was in the other. And you would jump across one to the other and go, hot lava, hot lava. And you didn't want to fall in. Well, you start off with a foot in between. And then, of course, they try and up the ante. You put it 2 feet apart.
Sure.
You go, hot lava, hot lava. And my career has been kind of the same based on that ever since the beginning. You know, farther and farther apart. How far away can we move and still survive? What can we do musically that's going to push the advantage a little bit more? What can we try on stage? You know, what can we do on the album cover this time? That's farther and farther. Inevitably, you're going to fall into the hot lava.
To the hot lava, yeah.
And that's your best drinking story.
And the record company comes in, like, with, you know, we got ideas for this album. You guys could maybe take it in this direction. And Dave was like, no, you don't understand. we've already had the beds. They're in different rooms. We put one outside, and we jumped from the second-story window. So, move synthesizer. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're already up to out the window, off the wall, against the board.
It'd be really great if you guys could do a little more melody hooks. That'd be great. Some melody, some hooks.
We ran into that routinely. You know, it's like in the Doors movie where the guy goes, Herman's Hermits. Let me just say 2 words. Herman's Hermits. That's music. You know?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I love Herman Hermits.
Yeah. A lot of people try to influence what you do musically, I'm sure, over the years.
Well, it's vicarious. It's vicarious. You know, when you say party like a rock star, who do you think they're talking to? You know?
You're talking to the rock star, you assholes.
When a girl says "fuck me like a rock star," who do you think she's talking about?
Diamond Dave. not Michael Anthony.
Well, you could ask just about anybody in showbiz and otherwise and politics. Would you like to be Diamond Dave 1985 August? Go, and they'll answer, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I just realized when Dave was sitting here, party like a rock star, and all this. I realized just this moment there are no bands that sound like Van Halen. There never has been. A band like when you listen to Oasis, they sound like the Beatles. When you listen to the Black Crowes, they sound a little like Zeppelin. There's never been a band where you go, it's kind of a Van Halen riff.
Who came close, you think, to sound like Van Halen?
Well, there's a variety of bands who had old school roots. We're a 70s band. We enjoyed our success in the 80s. But if you look back in the Stones, and the Zeppelins, etc., that's a combination of different neighborhoods. You follow? There's some downtown, there's some jazz, there's some Latino mixed in there, and that's what made up Van Halen. There's no magic to it at all. We had to play a lot of different neighborhoods. You had to play a biker neighborhood. That's Born to Be Wild. You're going to play south of the Harbor Freeway. That's going to be Santana, Change Your Evil Ways, you know. And surf, well, they wanted Aerosmith. And you mix all of that, learn to work everything in the kitchen, and no matter what you want, kid, pick a noodle, choose a sauce. We're good.
Yeah, they learned like 100.
That's a way of describing things, doesn't it?
Oh, they had to learn like 100 covers just to go up and down.
I know, he told us last time. Just
amazing. I wasn't here that time.
And you flipped the page. So what kind of music is it? I don't know. I wrote half of every song, and I'm not sure what is Jamie's Crying? What's Dance the Night Away? What is Jump? These are like hybrid.
Those are Van Halen songs.
Yeah, but when you look under the hood, you go, wow, Italian viscous coupling, but these tires, they're kind of faintly from another country, and you mix and match all that. That's what made all your favorite bands.
Have you heard a band that has come close to sounding like you? Like you'll hear, Jason, you hear bands that sound like
Zeppelin.
That's what I just asked. No, I know, but that's what I'm
asked.
Why am I yelling at you?
No, I'm paraphrasing you and quoting you and giving you full credit for it.
Everyone around you.
You're not. Okay.
We came from theory and orchestration. We went to professional music schools. We did, and then we took a left and kept on going. We completely downtowned it. So you got a balance there.
Because Eddie had quite a unique guitar sound, and you obviously vocally had a very unique vocal style. So to get that to happen again somewhere else.
Well, you would have to play the 45-minute sets a night. You know? And I don't know where those clubs are. I know where there's occasional jam night.
I know where there's a great comedy club tonight, David. Governors in Levittown.
Governors.
That's where I'm going to be. So you play the big rooms. I like to cobble them together 200 at a time.
Let me ask you a question, though. Can you do what you do like in a Madison Square Garden? We've seen comics, humorists go into giant arenas. I want to ask you as professionals, can you really pull that off?
Jimmy and I, absolutely.
Yeah, but for me, like the whole 17,000 person thing would irritate me, so I'd prefer to do it with about 180, 200 people, which is my normal fucking sales. Yeah, just to kind of scatter them around the arena, let them enjoy the space.
David Lee Roth.
Can you play jazz in a giant place? I don't think so.
No,
there's too many levels. There's too many. You can't even. I think what we do is the best part, even for my kind of rock and roll with the brothers, is where you can see eyebrows and faces. Once you can't see eyebrows anymore, it starts to get impersonal. Just draw the line right there.
Quite a few gigs where you weren't seeing fucking people with that far eyebrows.
I can't believe David Lee Roth agreed to open for me at West Hampton Performing Arts Center Sunday.
Oh, that's
really? That's just incredible, Dave. Thanks.
Wow.
Well, we're going to do.
I'm actually going to tickets if you call up and name David Lee Roth's first record he ever bought, because I know the answer.
Oh, you got a good memory for that, right?
Well, it's not every day David Lee Roth's in your fucking garage. No, don't give any hints, because you're going to call up for free tickets.
I'm singing it.
All right, or you can sing it.
Go ahead, I'll be the background music for the next few jokes.
Did you see the Phil Spector movie? With
I did,
Pacino?
in fact. Yeah.
How great was that?
It was kind of frightening because that's that's a temptation. That's a place that and the last scenes of There Will Be Blood with Daniel Day-Lewis kind of takes place in the same kind of house, and I have one of those checkerboard hallways. It's hard to tell if that's a stairway to heaven or a stairway to somewhere really, really fun.
I like the
Wednesday
Liberace
nights.
movie so much. I'm not, no jokes.
Oh,
whatsoever.
yeah, Behind the Candelabra.
HBO at this point needs like their own Academy Awards. Like this is
It was really
this is
good.
ridiculous.
That was really goddamn
Every
good.
show they have, like Game of Thrones and Girls and The Spectre.
Are you happy? I failed if you're not happy, Scott.
You know what? Everybody has been talking. Everybody's been talking about that particular show. Everybody has mentioned it.
What, Game of Thrones?
No.
I love Game of Thrones. David's talking about Game of Thrones.
What would you? No, he was talking about Liberace.
No, he said that show. Didn't he say that show?
No, I'm talking about the Liberace show. Everybody's mentioning that.
I love
you're
it.
right.
See, guys,
is there not an Academy Awards for like what do you
like
do?
a Cable Ace
Awards, Cable Ace,
Golden
Dave Coulier
Globes,
won a
nothing.
couple.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dave Coulier.
Well, the stuff is smarter. You know, the best comedy, you can turn the sound off and you can't tell if it's drama or comedy.
Yeah.
You follow? And you'll start to see that on the HBOs or the Showtimes and stuff. So maybe
I
a
know
lot
it's
of
from
times the
Caddyshack
stuff is a little
too.
more
Dave was
little
with
more
Tibetan
depth.
mooks. Tibetan monks, and he was asking him questions about comedy. Like he's a fan.
I told him
deal with these Chinese.
No, I was sitting with 12 Buddhist monks, the real deal. They got the shaved heads and the robes and everything. I said, gentlemen, I don't think there's any laughter in heaven. And you could hear a pin drop, you know.
Right.
And I was waiting, you know, and just in case, you know, they got upset, I was going to say, you know, like Jewish heaven. But that's like Shakespeare or something, isn't it? There's no laughter until things go completely, really, really, really wrong, and then you got to laugh.
Yeah.
You know, that's.
I agree.
Yeah, you know.
But you don't see. But you're right to a certain degree. It's like a lot of very religious people. You don't see like monks laughing. Like, well, why wouldn't you guys have a ball once in a while? Like,
I've never seen Keanu Reeves laugh.
Is he a monk?
Might as well be. As much as he talks, as much as he actually speaks, he might as well be.
Are talking speaks in public or speaks in his flicks?
Both. Now he's just doing these independent movies where he walks around in his greasy hair.
Well, you know, some folks maintain that the best acting, like how many syllables does Stallone use in his traditional flick? I've seen The Expendables, you know, 5 times because it was the only English speaking in Japan. He goes, that's enough for me.
Bill Murray lost in translation. Didn't say a damn word. You looked at the camera and you saw how sad he was. He was great.
I'm not kidding. I say with some mirth, but the best acting is the least amount of knees and elbows and syllables. Now you're paying attention to that guy, right?
Yeah.
Somebody like Eastwood, you're terrified by that. Well, that's still Stallone. But
Get off my lawn, you pan face. That's the best comedy
it's
he
all
ever made.
monosyllables. You know, and you become. There's no flowery. There's no delivery system. It's just right there.
You didn't see the Liberace movie yet?
No, I haven't.
You love it. I give it an A+.
I think that he should win something for it. Matt Damon was amazing.
Is there any room for improvement in that movie?
No. I mean, the acting was tremendous. I would prefer a little more of the ass fucking.
Who saw Matt Damon coming? We knew he was a good actor. He was happening and stuff he was doing with Affleck. And look at the two of them now. Boom!
Yeah.
The roles they're doing and the producing and the directing and it's wham! I can't wait to the stuff from the next.
I love that it's a big F you and thumbing your nose at Hollywood because when they won their Oscar for like Good Will Hunting or whatever it was,
it was
Good Will Hunting screenwriter. Everybody was like, well, there's a sign of the apocalypse. These two guys won an Oscar. Like, turns out they're fucking great, Hollywood. He's such a good director, and Matt Damon's great.
Is there finally an Academy Award for production for producer yet?
Oh, no.
No, there's your answer.
That's your money guy.
Well, it's the money guy, but he's going to oversee, you know, variety. I just made a 4-minute gangster flick. It's on the internet there. I did it with an all-Japanese cast and crew. We call it a spaghetti Eastern.
I gotta see that.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit. What's the name of it?
Yeah, let's watch it.
It's you can find it on iTunes, you know, the Roth you can find it Roth clip, Roth film clip, etc. And it's called
the Rothcast too. You got a great podcast.
So we shot that. I started off with just a single storyline. I said, white guy walks into I don't know where, in Japan. There's 3 gangsters talking Japanese. They don't know he does. They're saying ugly things to him. He turns, and I use a single line from a kid's cartoon, Sailor Moon, that little girls dug in the 80s, and I use it as the death chit. You know, I say, in the name of the sun and the moon and stars, I Christ you now, or I strike you now, and I shoot everybody in the room. I hired 40 cast and crew and folks from all lighting, film, camera, set design. They work on all the movies there, and I said, you fill in the rest. And it's a spaghetti Eastern. Oh yeah, and we spent 6 moves. We spent 6 months doing it, and they're the ones who said, "Okay, you got to have an old lady sitting over here, and when that happens, this music happens, and then you have the blood spatter of the title."
Well, we got to see this.
So forth.
What's the name of it?
It's on our Facebook page right now, Opie and Anthony.
Yeah,
but
and
can we find it on the inner tubes?
It's for what's it called?
Why don't we all look at MSNBC at the same time to find out what Dave's movie was? The whole room went. Is that Morning Joe? Is that it?
You could somebody dig it up, and then we'll just say the address. Whatever.
No, he's coming in to get it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
But
we got to at least see your line.
That's what a producer does. That's, is you got to keep everybody moving north and motivating all the ideas so that when somebody says, oh, what if you have this kind of music here? Oh, what if you put a horse in the background there? That's what a producer is going to yay or nay after the director does. And there's some great producers out there without whom we wouldn't have great movies, yo. Bruckheimer, Simpson Bruckheimer team was great.
Who did I sit behind once at a premiere? Erwin Winkler. Who I think produced Raging Bull, and I guess producers don't get enough of the credit in the public, but they certainly do in Hollywood, though.
Well, who put the team together? A lot of guys. Where would the ball teams be if somebody wasn't there? Collecting everybody and putting them together. Have you found it? You know where we are? There you go.
Tokyo Story.
Yeah.
E-Rock, can I see, please? You're not home watching TV.
It's what am I in the pay no mind list?
Make it bigger, E-Rock, please. What is it, your fucking iPad?
I like the music.
This is Kanishki. He's the most famous sumo wrestler ever.
Nothing's better on radio than video.
But that sound, that is very spaghetti western. That's a very spaghetti western sound. And
I come walking into where everybody convenes. This is kind of like the 10th Street Baths. This is where everybody plays their cards. This is where all the gangsters hang out. It's like the Russians in whatever movie.
Is this the place you go to, actually, or no?
Dave's a regular. No. He's a regular there. The lady knows. You're here earlier than
she's
usual.
In a million
I speak Japanese.
She's in a million
She said you're here
flicks.
earlier than usual, right? Is that what you said?
I had no idea what I look like acting.
Dave, you're looking badass.
Yes. Everybody who thinks they can act, I thought, let's actually see what it looks like on film here, without me actually smiling once, and without being the Diamond Dave.
I know.
Are these guys well-known actors in Japan?
That's the most famous sumo wrestler in history.
Yeah, I've
That's
seen that guy before.
Kanishki.
Yes, I've seen that guy.
Oh, you can Google him.
Yeah.
And, he's a friend from Tokyo.
I keep waiting for Dave to look at the camera and go,
Somebody posted Hummela Babela Zebula Bubble dead. And
now they're shit talking you.
I did my 4-minute gangster flick.
Piece of cake, right?
Yep.
Wow, these guys are really talking
the gangsters.
shit.
You can tell from all the ink and everything, and you can see that this is full of clues. Like the full moon is registered behind my head, and there's a tattoo on it. It's the first scene of a movie we wrote. And the character that's in a
fuck off in Japanese, right? I speak Japanese.
And I play
I'm reading it.
an assassin. My character's name is Brother Teresa.
Oh,
and,
that's interesting.
Yeah. And the gangster's name, Big Kurashiki, his name is Peach. And this is just the first scene. I could only afford the first 4 minutes. So
it looks great.
Looks amazing.
So this is kind of like if you want this to be made into a full film.
This is like what Billy Bob did with a Sling Blade,
right? You should make it into a short. And then
everybody who shot this works on all the movies all around Asia. They shoot all the Red Bull and the coffee ads and everything.
Yeah.
Most of these guys worked on Lost in Translation, and they've never had somebody actually set up a framework and say, "Go." As artist to artist, this doesn't have to sell anything. It doesn't have to attract any subscribers. It doesn't have to please any censors. Just as a team, all 40 of us, create this using this framework, and I'll sponsor it. I'll produce and pay for it.
But it's well shot.
Dave, you're the coolest guy.
It took us about 6 months to pull this together.
Really?
You should like start a band or something. You're just a cool, you know what it is? What's the word? Frontman. You're like a frontman.
And this is international now. It's just getting attention all over.
Drinking milk out of the carton, obviously. Obviously, he's a gangster.
Oh,
That's
man.
a tradition. That strawberry drink is a kind of a drink that's been drinking over there since the early 50s. You follow?
Dave's got the
And
gun to his
it's
head now.
unexpected.
Body on Diamond Dave.
And the quote I'm
So
about
hot.
to give comes from a little kid's cartoon. It's
Take
the
his
same
milk.
as quoting Popeye before you pull the trigger, which they found horrifying and delightful in Japan.
Yeah,
so
that's-
if you
You're
mix-
drinking
you
his
kinda
milk
take
with a
his
gun
milk.
to his head.
Yeah. And that's my audition reel. We're launching my film career here today.
That is, you know what?
That's great.
I'm not seeing anything where I'm taken out of this. This is like
it's a real film.
I'm
You're not
feeling-
lactose intolerant, I hope.
very compelling.
And I say it with the perfect accent.
Whatever.
Yeah, and you have the obvious ending without hearing the gunshots.
Right.
And there the bodies are left in a red wipe. And then the walk-up with Japanese credits that nobody can read. Not even
Exactly.
me.
That says,
Is that a real tattoo?
Yeah. I got that finished when, well, we're not quite finished, but that's the real deal.
Wow.
You got that on your back right now?
I got about 150 hours in there of the real deal with the hand poking and everything.
His
You wanna see?
entire back. Yeah.
That is amazing. Holy shit.
my God.
That
Dave
is
has a full fucking-
amazing work.
Wait, let me see that.
Dave, that's amazing.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. And you had all that done in Japan?
Yeah. And that's
Nah,
all
Riverside.
Wow.
hand poking and whatever.
I know a guy.
That's pretty goddamn cool, man.
Diamond Dave in the
Jeez.
house with the flip phone. I like that. Prepaid.
I used it as
Holy shit.
like campfire. You know, when you get around and to pass the news of the day, try out my language lesson that day. I went to school 2 hours a day for language, and you know, here's my latest stuff, and you know, what are you seeing on the tube, and you know, planning and stuff. So it's not just getting the ink. It's,
Right,
That's
right.
a 1,000-year-old newspaper. So what's up today? You know, hey, long
Every
time no see. Oh,
experience
such
you
a-
can have
know,
over there, I
talking
guess,
around stuff.
educates you
Oh,
to
totally.
everything, the culture, the language.
Oh yeah, you bet.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you don't have any other tattoos, just one giant piece on your back.
Yeah, pretty much. you
Wow.
know, so
Pretty awesome.
yeah,
It is.
I like the
it's-
way that was fucking shot, man.
It
That-
looked
reminded
great.
me certain moments like the way John Woo shoot. You ever watch John Woo stuff?
Of course.
And I love that type of. That's like a really an Asian way of shooting. For some reason, they don't shoot that way in America, and I
Yeah.
love the way that stuff is done. Like
I was the
This
only.
is
I was,
the,
I was
this is
the
the
only.
follow-up to Dave's movie. It's a Chinese circus, a bear and a monkey on bikes. The bear eats
I've
the
seen
monkey.
this. The bear eats the monkey,
Have you
Jay.
seen- all right,
It's
sorry.
not very nice.
No.
No, I just.
But it's a film crew that I was the
Sequel.
only outsider Gaijing face that was on there, and you know, good time to motivate people. They had never had somebody say, "If you got a good idea, I'll pay for it." That's
Yeah,
what a
right.
producer does, and everybody would go, "Oh, the music goes here, but not that kind of instrument." And then don't hear the gunshots. That's not traditional. Skip the gunshots and show the drip. And, oh, okay, all right, and it just made sense to me. And I was just kind of wander from department to department, going, "How about a little more of that?" I was, "Oh, that was good. Can you turn that up louder?" And,
How cool.
just make
Dave
it-
has an apartment in Japan. Like, it's where he lives most of the time.
Yeah.
You're the coolest guy.
I just
That's
finished
pretty
a year overseas, and I'm dying. I'm done, and I'm back here for American culture. You know, pizza, comedy cellar, and striptease. Man.
Are you guys going back on the road, or are you just hanging now?
In about 3 days, I'm meeting the fellas in Nagoya, and we're doing the Japan tour. We got about 40,000
just
of our
came back from
closest
there.
friends, and
You just said you came back from there.
yesterday afternoon.
And now you're going back.
Sure. You know, well, come on. For most folks, a 10 or 12-hour airplane flight, that's a little unforgiving. We do 10 and 12-hour bus rides every night out on the road,
man,
you follow? And people say, but you can walk around. Now, nobody walks on a bus. You get out of the bunk, you fight your way like Das Boot up to where you always sit. You know, wait for the burrito to microwave and change the cable, and that's all you do. So, you know, flying, you know, on a 12-hour flight to Japan, frankly, the food's a little better on the airplane.
Yeah. And I'm sure, you know, you get the lay-down seat.
Which band is this you're going out with?
Van Halen. We're playing
Van Halen?
Yeah, it's you know, Eddie Van Halen, the guys.
Heard of him, Jay?
Up and coming guys?
And
There you go.
we're
Young
doing
upstarts?
Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. We put this off. Ed was ill last season, so this is the delayed routine. And,
Is that with Wolfgang on bass?
Yep, that is.
And
It's
they
Miss Michael Anthony, though, huh?
Don't go there.
Okay, sorry.
and people know you.
Hey, I wasn't, you know, I'm not asking you to throw a guy. apologize. I
No,
don't know.
Wolf plays a great place, and he's got a great voice that's really coming along strong. As
Good.
far as my old team, you're always going to have the original's going to be best. That's who I got 10,000 hours with. You know, the 10,000 hour rule.
Malcolm
None of us
Gladwell.
were really that good until we passed that 10,000 hour mark. Even Bobby Fischer, as a chess prodigy, had to do his 10 before he was able to really bring it to the Russians.
But at least he ended his life with dignity. Jesus.
How did he die?
Bobby, he died. I think of cancer, but I love. He's one of my favorite people
turned
ever.
really
But he was
crazy.
just such a
was
psychotic
nuts.
anti-Semite.
Yeah. Yep.
But he was a Jew. He was a full-blood Jewish guy. His mother, father, and just he went out. He 9/11. The fucking Jews! Like he was like that angry. You hear the phone call he made on 9/11?
He started to sound like homeless or whatever.
Yeah,
you know.
but that type of genius comes with a price, and that's what it was. He was so brilliant.
You'll never have to worry about
Chess
that.
is
Not
its
at all. I
own
like
world.
everyone. Do you play?
Chess is its own. I took chess lessons from probably half a dozen different teachers, and you know what? I don't play a good game of chess, but I use it in real life constantly. I think 10 moves ahead. I had a great teacher, Mr. Gufeld from he was the Soviet Socialist Republic coach from all of the 70s, and Edward Gufeld, and he would say, "Chess is gymnastic for brain," and he would and he taught with his forearm. If I made a mistake, bam, he'd knock all the pieces off. He'd go, "Okay, Mr. Genius, now we try a memory to perfect again." And wow,
what an asshole.
well, actually, all right. Now wait, I'm going to translate this a little different. Anybody who cares enough to get that excited around me, I'm interested in, because we make a living around people who are so blasé and full of savvy, and our agents and managers who've seen it all. And
Before you
yeah,
came
it's a
in,
good
Jimmy said
idea, guys, and whatever. Somebody gets excited enough to go, no. Oh, I'm interested in that kind of energy, especially if it's channeled my way.
Bobby
And,
Fischer
I
lost
miss
a
him. I
huge
miss him to
match
death.
when he's playing the Russians. Some kid was just tapping his chess piece.
Drove him nuts
on the side of the board, but
wow.
it took him 2 days to realize he was playing out of his speed. He sped up. The kid sped him up. He just had a pawn, holding a pawn, and as he was thinking, he would just go like this. And then Bobby Fischer was getting his teeth kicked in, and then I think it wound up in a draw because once he figured it out,
Wow.
he tuned it out. But the mind games those guys play are other levels.
In Russia, if you won,
What
you
a
got to go
country.
spend 2 weeks in Cuba. And that's where he would train, okay? During the summer. If you lost, you went the other way. Siberia, or this kind of a thing.
Well, he
Yes.
accused those guys of cheating too. He said that the Russians would manipulate and lose games to each other to position certain guys to play certain guy. He probably
That
wasn't
Like bicycle
wrong.
racing.
Yeah, that happens in NASCAR too.
It's like in bicycle racing. Don't they decide, okay, the guys who aren't the number one runner will lead the way until so-and-so can lunge forward or something?
Yeah. They use a team mentality
For
there.
national
I
pride,
wouldn't
because
think-
for the
yeah.
Soviets it was the important
Oh,
thing
well,
for the
of
Russians
course,
to win,
sure.
not for Kasparov or for
No
Kravnik, but-
individuals.
yeah,
It's for the friggin'
Are we surprised?
empire.
Is there any sport that doesn't have cheating in it? Is there
None.
any sport that doesn't have
I hope
steroids
not.
and blood doping
Yeah.
and
Yeah, really. I like the
you know?
cheating. I like the steroids.
If you're
in my
not cheating,
sports.
you're not trying.
Well, also,
Yeah,
I
like it,
right?
I'd like to position a thought here that if you're going to
Sure.
get involved, as long as the other guy's using steroids, I don't care.
It brings it all up to, relative. It's all relative there.
When you were a kid
Yeah.
playing wiffle ball in the driveway, every once in a while you put a little pebble in the wiffle ball. You only get to throw that knuckleball once because the guy fouls it off. The ball, the little pebble flies out. And you're like, whoa! I don't even know if I can throw that one again. That was weird.
Baseball is nothing but cheating. The curveball.
Yeah.
Stealing home. It's all larceny.
Stealing. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a play in baseball called stealing.
Somebody
Shouldn't be allowed.
wrote once
Carlin
that the first time monkeys really exhibited human-like intelligence is when one lied to the other and tricked them for the first time.
Really?
Oh, that was the big break point in
this
human
is great.
intellect. Monkeys
Yeah.
developed from that point. The first time a monkey lied to the other
They
and
saw
tricked
the
them intentionally, they said, "Okay, now we can see humans happening.
It was a
this
couple.
can happen."
I know it was a couple, and the male monkey slid back and he pulled the condom off and then put his dick back in. She had no idea he did it.
And he said, "No, honey, that is your impression on a pillow."
And then the female monkey said, "It's your monkey."
And it's monkey time.
Yes, my man. That first record he ever bought.
Monkey time. Major
Monkey
Lance.
Time.
Damn, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Major Lance, the monkey time.
Can we play that, E-Rock? We got
I
that?
had a guy tweet me after he listened to you on my podcast.
Monkey
he
Time,
went to,
Major Lance.
He went to Baskin Robbins with his kids minutes after finishing finishing the podcast, and that was playing.
Yo,
and he said he wanted to look at everybody.
There's a place
I just David Lee Roth. This is the
across
first record
town
I ever bought.
whenever you're ready. This has roots. You'll hear Bruce Springsteen in the song. If you played a song, you'll go, oh, Springsteen has his feet both planted in that kind of music.
No kidding.
There's a place right across town whenever you're ready. Boom. I can keep going.
Keep going.
I'm like,
David Lee Roth singing in our studio.
Monkey time.
This is Monkey Time.
It's like, you know.
You remember that?
I've never heard that.
Once you play it, you'll kind of hear a little bit of it. Monkey Time.
Major Lance and Monkey Time.
Major Lance and Monkey Time. It's 1960s New York City style rock. You know, it's East Coast, and it's got it's got like the Glock in the background. That ping, ding, ping, ping.
Well, he looks for it. Look,
here we go. Turn it up.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
Found it.
Springsteen.
Sure.
Yeah, little horns.
Oh, Sandy. The fireworks are hailing over Little Eden tonight.
Gather round. It's that feel-good East Coast stuff.
I like it.
Are you ready? Slow for monkey time.
What exactly is Monkey Time? I'm not saying a word. This is too cool.
I don't know how it started. That's where you sing to each other on the dance floor. You know?
Was this remade by anybody?
Well, I don't know. Well, see, what's happening is...
It sounds like a lot of songs you've heard, right?
And that's why I say Bruce, because I grew up around it, too, and it's in the music. It's like Curry downtown. It's in everything.
Right.
And you hear that. It's happy, and it's good dancing.
Yeah.
It's got brass.
First record he ever bought.
For monkey time.
There's another version in here.
All right, let me hear that version.
Leave him alone.
Yeah, Rock, what are you doing?
I want to hear the other version.
Yeah,
he's in the middle of singing.
And you want to put something else on?
I want to hear the other version.
You guys like Chumbawamba?
I'll take full responsibility.
Here's happy birthday
Somebody
to you.
with a syllable name. Kajagugu.
Yeah.
Too shy.
100 haircuts.
How shy to hide.
Haircut 100.
He also had another song that was when you've seen songs where you got 12-year-old guys walking down the tracks singing purple bikini, polka dot bikini and stuff. These songs were, to me, that way. You would learn where the part is you sing to each other and so forth. And Major Lance, 1961. That was the first single that I got. I had to rake the lawn for almost 5 days in a row, and that's how I earned the cash for it. And I went and bought that.
By the single?
It was $1.05.
45?
Did you listen to it more than once in a row?
I listened to it 7,000 times in a row. And now if somebody says to me, Dave, can you give me any advice as a new young artist, musician, painter, drama? Absolutely. At any given time, have a song that you're listening to over and over again, like 30 times a day, but just something like this that's feel good, whatever, and you'll get tired of it in 3 weeks, replace it with another song. When you get to my age, you put that song on, you go right back. Oh, man, this is when I was on Opie and Anthony. This is when I was on Jay was there, and I was wearing that T-shirt, and like that was my favorite T-shirt. Where did that go? How can you lose that T-shirt? And you will go right back. And I have dozens and dozens and dozens of songs like that. And I carry the song. It's in the deck down below. It doesn't have to be any kind of certain song. It can be pop, can be dance, groove, country, blues, old, new, and just listen to that one song over and over, and you put it in, you go, oh, that was the summer in Tokyo. Oh! And you go right back. No movie, no book, no play can take you like that. You follow?
Yeah,
only music can do that.
When you hear a song, sometimes there's a visceral feeling.
Yeah.
Not only a memory. It's like you get a weird feeling like you
reliving
did when you were there.
Completely reliving that time.
And if you're doing it during the summer, like the summer coming up, like I dig the humidity and the heat, and you can feel their skin starts to do like that. It's like when somebody goes, "How about some pizza?" and your mouth starts to water. It's just that whatever that response is kicks in. And when I hear that song, Major Lance, I know exactly. Oh, that skateboard we built. And we had to make it out of roller skates. You had to saw a roller skate in half and use the clay wheels, and you had to use 2 halves of the roller skate on a piece of 4x4, and that's what Major Lance is to me.
That's
Let me ask you,
Marty McFly.
Can I ask you a Van Halen question?
Sure.
Because I'm
of course.
my favorite band. when you guys do like Intruder and do any instrumental like that, it seems incongruous to the whole album. Like when you have just these monster songs, and then it's only like a minute and a half of just an instrumental. I think the casual fan goes, why'd they stick that in there? It's weird. Is it music that just there aren't words to yet? And you go, well, fuck it, we're not even going to try doing the words. Apparently it's an instrumental, and it must go on Diver Down. It's too good to leave out.
A lot of it comes from the club days. It's a good point, Jay. A lot of it comes from the club days when we would have to play 5 45-minute sets. We learned about that from reading about the Beatles and the Stones and every good rock band who ever played.
So you learned to stretch.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And you would
we understand that.
The first solo would be just like the record.
Right.
The second solo would be an Eddie solo, and then you would have to have intros to do a lot like what we do here. You know, hey, don't forget we're going to be here tomorrow night. If you had a great time, tell a friend. If you've had a shitty time, tell an enemy, because we're still going to be back here tomorrow. And the ladies dance contest on Wednesday. Don't forget that. And I'd be doing my stuff, and you'd need to have something going on. You know, set up a groove. Al, hit a groove, and the guys would play along, and it starts to become actually part of the music. It's not just an add-on. You follow? And we got so used to doing that for, well, you know, like the middle part of You Really Got Me, you know, you're making the noises and carrying on, and it's
Intruder, certainly, but like Cathedral is like a completely different sound entirely. It's almost Radiohead-ish before its time.
Well, we had a mix and match taste in music. We weren't just one neighborhood, I call it. Heavy metal is one neighborhood. You know, we were Thunder Funk. We were also playing songs like Kool and the Gang and Get Down Tonight and stuff in the beer bars, and learn how to work the vocals, because we didn't have keyboards and so forth. So you would mix ZZ Top with, you know, Ohio Players in the same set, you know, and have to go from one song to the other without giving a break, because you don't want to clear the dance floor and piss off the guy at the bar, because then his beer sales dwindle.
Not to be a dog with a chew toy here, but are there songs with lyrics that are on the cutting room floor that you go, maybe we should have put that instead of Cathedral?
Most of those songs are on this most recent album, Different Kind of Truth. We had a group of tunes that didn't get quite fleshed out, and especially lyrical. I'll be the first one to say, you know,
it's your fault, Dave.
It is my fault.
Slowing everything down.
Well, you know, when you first start off like anything else, it's all devils and fire, and you know, let's sleep with another 10. Let's sleep with 2 now.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get those bunk beds apart. How about 3? Yes. And then you start to figure out the 6 or 8 bad habits you're really good at, and then you focus lyrically. You mature.
You're the best.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, he's fucking rocks.
Like a good bottle of scotch, you know. I like it to be at least 18. It's fine if it looks 12. I don't care.
This sounds like Anthony.
It's got to be 18 or more.
We got to take a break because we got a lot of live reads today, David Lee Roth.
Please,
you're sticking around, right?
Sure.
All right, good.
Yeah.
And we just been informed. Did we say it on the air? Doc Gooden's coming in today
At like 9:30 or 9:40. Yeah, he's on.
He's downstairs already. Fuck.
Okay, good. Let's pee and then we'll do a break.
Who's Doc Gooden?
I don't know. Some guy.
Who's he a doctor of?
Jay Moore, Governors, tonight and tomorrow.
Doctor of high heat.
Gonna be coming into the room talking about baseball.
Let me tell you something, Anthony. Doc Gooden, you tell me that when they have 3 games tonight, they give it away. I can't believe it. He's in the ring.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
For that woman of yours in your life. Maybe every occasion. Maybe no occasion at all. It's the gift that says, I love you. I love you. Oh, boy. I love you. I love you. You love me. Steven Singer shows everybody with a shoehorned lyric. All right, Anthony. It shows how much you love her, appreciate her, and value her. Don't oof me. Someone's oofing me on online here. He wrote oof. I'm just fucking around. Come on, it's a read. I'm having a little fun with Steven Singer. You want me to just read it verbatim? I could do that too. Or how about you get in here? You read it yourself. You fucking worthless prick. Speaking of worthless pricks, Steven Singer. That's not good? Oh, shit. All right. Well, if you got to get a gift for that lady of yours, diamonds are a girl's best friend. And Steven's got the perfect gift. Those love gifts, diamond, gold, things like that. Risk-free shopping, free shipping. Steven Singer, the best selection of jewelry, best guarantees, best warranties, best of everything. So next time you got an occasion coming up, or maybe you slipped up, you got to apologize. What a doodle. Go to Steven Singer. You can actually visit him. He's at that other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or on the phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online. It's IHateStevenSinger.com. Oh my God. Oh, Jay. Father's Day's here. Get your dad another pair of those glasses. That'll help him find your golf balls in the weeds. Or get him something, you know what you got to get him. Come on. I'm just talking crap. You got to get him the DollarShaveClub.com gift card. Yep, DollarShaveClub.com. Ships amazing razors right to your dad for a couple of bucks a month. Saves Dad from schlepping to the store to buy stupid, overpriced razors. Dad hates wasting time and money. Oh, boy, does he ever. How many times has he told you that? This Father's Day, show me you actually listen. Seriously, DollarShaveClub.com. Their razors are excellent. Their other products are amazing, too. We were looking over them today. Dr. Carver's Easy Shave Butter. Incredible pre-shave treatment. It's way better than shaving cream. Get Dad a DollarShaveClub.com gift card in any amount and let him choose what he wants from their great products.
Are you whispering so no one hears you in the room?
Pretty much.
I noticed.
I got the low thing going.
You pulled your brim down.
I did.
Looking down.
I don't want to make eye contact.
There's 5 different conversations going on in this studio right now.
At the same time.
Me and Anthony are just passing notes to each other. It's one of those easy days.
It's amazing.
At one point, I just handed Anthony a note that just says, "How are you?"
How are you? I'm like, fine. What's up?
A lot of babbling in here today.
Just a lot of conversations.
But in a good way.
Yeah, it's fun.
Back to DollarShaveClub.com.
Well, it's the perfect gift. And he's never going to have to worry about running out of razor blades. You'll never have to worry about showing up to a party looking like a wolfman. Dad doesn't have to be hard to shop for. Not when there's DollarShaveClub.com. That's DollarShaveClub.com.
Sirius XM. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
And Dwight and Sigma.
All right, we got Jay Moore in studio playing Governors in Levittown. We got David Lee Roth in studio. We had Ethan Hawke in studio.
3 out of 5 falls.
And now the great Doc Gooden has just entered the studio. My God,
Dwight Gooden.
Wow,
very cool.
We didn't know this was happening today. This is great.
How
are you, man?
Is there an occasion? What's the occasion?
That's a good question.
Is there a specific occasion? Is your book?
It's
Is it
this.
brand new?
Yeah,
It's a memoir.
Definitely.
Yeah,
memoirs, huh?
Yes,
That's
sir.
Of quite the career.
Are they good memories or bad memories, or are they saleable?
Oh, there's a little bit of everything in there. It's the good memories, the bad memories, the not so good memories. What was going on in my head during the times of the good memories and the bad memories.
Yeah.
You start the book with a chilling, it's like really sad and frustrating story about the World Series, the parade, and when you missed that, it's fucking heartbreaking. Even though I knew how it ended, I kept hoping like just go. You're watching this frustrating, drug addicted.
Yeah, but nevertheless, somebody once said, if somebody made a movie of your life, would a lot of people go to see it? And it sounds like a lot of people would, and that's a success story.
That's that story that that I'm still alive to tell the story is amazing.
Hello.
You know.
Right.
Which is Yiddish for yo. Come on.
Definitely, because like you mentioned, missing a parade that night was like supposed to be the happiest day of my baseball career. Turned out to be the saddest day of my baseball career. You know, you end up in a project, you're doing drugs and drinking with strangers you don't even know, and you know, you're watching the parade on TV.
That was me.
You know, so
that was you.
That was me. And the thing about it, you don't get to redo that.
Right. That's a one-off, man. If you miss it, that's a big one.
But talking about the people that you were getting high with, and how, like, you know, you start off the night loving these people, and it's fun, and it's camaraderie, and then by the end of the night, you're just like, I want to just get the fuck out of here. The sun is coming up, like knowing that you're about to miss it, and it happens anyway.
Oh, it's just the worst experience you can ever imagine in your life. Because, like you said, the idea was to go there, do a little bit, and get out of there and go finish, celebrate with my teammates. Obviously, I got there, and it never ends that way. Not for me anyway. With cocaine, normally when I go on bench with that, it's a 3-day thing, and that's just the way it is. And cocaine's a tricky drug.
Wow.
Oh, in my rock band, getting loaded wasn't like an episode thing. It was a seasonal thing. It's like it's summertime. Let's get loaded.
Right. Oh, yeah, it's definitely. It's Tuesday. Let's get loaded.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I mean all summer.
All the whole summer.
All summer. I guess.
Were you a drug guy, David Lee Roth?
No, I'm a beer and pot guy.
That's what I thought.
I'm an outdoor kind of, I got lucky. My bad habits are more like 2 chicks in a toaster oven, but that's, please continue.
Stayed away from the white stuff, huh?
How old? No, I did everything. I sampled everything. I tried everything, but I just snuck out from under it because I was going to also be a samurai warrior, and I had to be in the gym, but that's the only reason. I didn't have any self-control for about 20 years.
Were they piss testing back then in baseball? 'Cause it's amazing to me that you were able to do all that coke and still play and not get kicked out. Or
well, it was a situation where normally they can't test you unless you've been through a program or you tested positive before or got in trouble or something like that. Up until the time where the Mets decided to test me in the spring training in 1987, I hadn't been in any trouble for it. There's a lot of there's a pattern there that could have led to that they could have saw what was going on. So actually, in spring training '87, it got to the point where obviously you missed the parade after the '86 season, get into a scuffle with the cops after the '86 season, you get to spring training, showing up late. They knew something went wrong, and one day they called me in and said, "We'd like to test you." Me not knowing the whole thing, all I knew is I enjoyed doing cocaine, not knowing how long it stayed in the system, not knowing that I had my rights that I could have refused to test. So I figured I hadn't done nothing in the day, go ahead and test me. And by doing that, it was a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, the test came back positive. At that point, they said, we need you to go to rehab and we'll continue paying your salary. Or if you choose not to go to rehab, we're going to suspend you without pay. So even though I still was in denial, didn't think I had a problem, I decided I'll go to rehab, I'll count the days down, 30 days till I'm done, and I still get my pay. So obviously I went to the rehab to Smithers, which is a great program, but I didn't try to get anything out of it because I still think I had a problem.
Who even knew what rehab was in those days? That was something you sent Uncle Bob to when he was up to a court or whatever. People still thought cocaine wasn't addictive, that was rock star stuff to do, and you a lot of times you'd sign up to go into showbiz so you could do that. We decided we were going to break all the records, those included. We were going to make Elvis look like a beginner. I was going to make Keith Richards look like a freaking Boy Scout, So these days the perspective on it is very different. The reality entered into the picture, of course.
But it's totally different now, and obviously, like you said, you think it's not, addictive or whatever, and then plus the danger of it now, you don't know what's in this stuff you're taking.
Oh, man. Yeah.
What was the first sign? Because you said that you talked about when you missed the parade, but before that, the Mets there had been rumors about your drug use. And what was the first sign, or what first tipped them off to ugh?
Who are you looking at, Jim?
I think what tipped them off was, hanging out at different party spots in the city where, basically drugs are known to be at, and hanging out at those places. So obviously, Major League Baseball called myself in and questioned me as well as Darryl about, using drugs. And of course you deny it.
Sure.
No, it's not me. And of course Darryl said, no, it's Doc. But that happens. But, at that time, obviously I was using. And, at that point, I refused to be tested by Major League Baseball.
Where do you think this came from? Because, anybody looking in from the outside, you're at the top of your game. I mean, you're a star. World Series. I mean, where do you think that came from?
Well, I can tell you exactly where it came from. It came from all the pressure, all the expectations, not only from the media, but then the expectations I saw I put on myself. For example, like 84, my rookie year when I came into the league at 19 years old, there really wasn't much expectations to after the All-Star break. Then expectations came, and then I have my career year in 1985. So 86, everything I did was compared to 85. For example,
86 was a good year.
Yeah, 86
that was a great year.
It was 3 months shorter than most years because it was up all night, though.
Yeah, gotcha. So now, like if I won a game against, say, like Fernando Valenzuela or Hershiser, if I won 2-0. Complete game shutout, but I only had 4 strikeouts. The first question would be, what happened? You only had 4 strikeouts.
Oh, wow.
So the next start, I'm going out trying to get 10 strikeouts, trying to pitch a complete game, trying to pitch a shutout. And just all expectations, just trying to live up to that. And what I started doing was medicating myself, with drugs and alcohol.
So you listen to the critics. It's athletes I know get entertainers get critics and stuff, and athletes get killed on the back page. That would affect you, what they were saying about you?
Oh, 100%. I think most players, maybe it's a 2%, maybe don't affect. But myself, obviously, unfortunately, being a people pleaser as well, I pay attention to the papers, pay attention to what's being said, and anything you see, it affected me because now I got to go out and I got to do better, and it took away the fun of the game.
And you would, it was nice to read too. You talked about your father a lot, and what an influence he was, and you were the first boy in the family, so he became obsessed with just you and baseball. And you would call him after every game and kind of share that with him.
Yeah, definitely. My dad is the one that really taught me the game. I remember as a kid sitting there watching the games on TV with him. Back then, there wasn't all the baseball networks. You just got the game a week on Saturday. They won't have a game on the radio, whatever the team was, local, close by at that time, and watch the games. And he taught me the game. So once I made it, after every game, we had this deal where he had a big satellite dish back then. After the game was over, before I even talked to the media, I'll call my dad. We'll talk about baseball and go over the game, what I could have done differently. Even if I pitched a shutout, he'll find something that could have been done differently, just to kind of keep me humble.
Would that bother you if he criticized it, or would you actually look for his advice and counsel on what you did wrong?
I always look for it. It didn't really bother me because what we're just doing is trying to, even during the 85 season, he was just trying to give me something to work on between starts where you don't just settle for having a good game.
Did he know you were in trouble with drugs at that point?
What's funny is, like I talked about a lot in the book, where in '87 when I tested positive, I had to come home and tell my parents that, I got to go to rehab. My mom, she always knew something wasn't right. I think my dad kind of looked the other way a little bit, and plus my dad, he had his drinking problem as well. So when I told him, I failed the drug test, I go to rehab, my mom basically said, well, that's great, you can get the help you need, where my dad just kind of dropped his head and never said a word.
Well, he doesn't want the spotlight at that point in time. If he's got an issue, then a little bit of your spotlight of that issue would get towards him.
Yeah.
I had too many temptations. It was started off as, Jesus, the longer I stay up, the more girls we can sleep with, and the more guys we can go jam blues with, and then we can just stay up all the way until we're into the next city, and we could do that for 3 days in a row. You follow? That's why we started drinking Jack Daniels.
But the press looks at a rock band and goes like,
differently.
Cool, that's cool.
Oh, well, you're supported. You're
looks at a baseball player.
It's completely different
like Dwight, and is like, what are you doing? Yeah, you're a role model.
I don't think he could have been swigging Jack Daniels.
Right.
Yeah. In my department, in my department, people get upset if you didn't party. They said, actually, I kind of like. I'm thinking about doing the marathon. They go, whoa, what happened to 5 in the morning, Dave?
The Mets PR
that has its own pressure on you as well.
The Mets PR wouldn't be thrilled. Doc fucked 2 girls. Get a picture out quick.
Oh God!
It's rock stars and athletes, I think, have different expectations.
A little bit.
Yeah, totally different game, but
you also told
definitely have a lot of
probably
respect
the
for what
same
you guys
dealer.
do.
Oh God!
You told a great story too in the book about your dad being shot by or shot at by your mom. So you grew up in a very interesting house.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And as a kid, you know, unfortunately, and I'm sick it may sound, but just thought those were normal things that took place in every family.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of are.
So
depending on what point of the map you're pointing at, it's not so unusual. There are a lot of neighborhoods that is common life and so forth. You know, please.
Yeah. So when that happened, actually, my dad was having an affair, and a lot of times he'll tell my mom that I want to go get some cookies and juice or whatever. But what he would do is ask me, "You want to go to the store?" Which any kid would say, "Yes, I want to go to the store." So I'll go to the store, we'll get the cookies and juice, and then we'll go to his girlfriend's house. Her oldest daughter would come outside in the car and kind of babysit me while he's in there taking care of his business. And somehow my mom found out what was going on. And this one particular day, she followed him to the house. And when him and the woman was coming out, she actually, shot at him and the woman. She actually hit him in the shoulder. And she always told me the story where she was upset that she didn't get the woman as well.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, my mom was the sweetest lady, but also she could be the toughest lady.
Oh, man, a woman scorned.
We got a question from the guy in the corner.
Hey, Doc.
Jay Moore.
I'm in Harden. It's ironic to me, like, when you get high as an athlete, I don't think you guys are aware of the high you provide us on a daily basis. I was at your no-hitter at Yankee Stadium. It was just a Tuesday. That's all I remember. What most about your no-hitter, it was just a Tuesday. And that's a no-hitter. It's the craziest thing you could ever be a part of, because the Super Bowl, the World Series, the All-Star Game, you bring all your hype with you. A no-hitter, it's fucking Tuesday. And your friend goes, do you want to come? You're like, all right, you know what, I'll go. And then by the 7th inning, you can't breathe. And then you threw like 190 pitches in that game. You walked 8. It was the Mariners, and it was like Paul Sorrento, Jay Buhner.
Listen to that memory, huh?
Ken Griffey Jr. Like the last 5 guys you faced, it was like, oh my God! In the 7th inning, is he going to come out for the 8th? 8th inning, now he's got to come out for the 9th. That was probably athletic viewing. At second place being Larry Johnson hitting the 3 in the Garden against the Pacers. Your no-hitter was like, that was the biggest high for me in the world. It's just ironic that so many athletes fall into the traps of drugs, but I guess that's what we're all doing. We're just chasing the dragon every time we go to the stadium.
At the end of a game like that, you feel as tired as the guy actually playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you high on the air? On the mound?
No, I never used
before the game or during the game or anything.
That's self-control right there.
But it was already premeditated after the game.
What about Daryl? Did he use during the game?
After the game was I was going to use either to celebrate or I was going to use because I was pissed because I lost.
Right.
What was Daryl? I'm not sure what he did.
Is that the breakfast of champions that you're eating?
Yes. Thanks for pointing it out there, David Lee Roth. Trying to finally eat breakfast.
Hey, Doc,
multigrain Cheerios if you need to know.
In the Bad Guys One, there's been a bunch of Mets books about that era, and it seemed like, and I'm not asking you to air your guy out or throw your guy under the bus under any situation
but in case
whatsoever.
You do,
you can only speak for yourself. I know that, but it seemed like once the tests started coming back, there seemed to be this sort of like, oh, you got to talk to Daryl, or Daryl would say, oh, you got to talk to Doc. This sort of like running back and forth, like it wasn't me, it was him, it wasn't him, it was me. Was that the media making that up, or was it like, I'm going to get suspended, I better...
Well, no, not at all. For me, when anytime the rumors came around with me, they would ask me, or even out there when I failed my test in '87, the Mets and Major League Baseball to know was, who's you using with? What's your teammates? You better tell us. If you don't tell us, this is what's going to happen. And I just said, well, and the truth was, I was basically used by myself. I mean, me and Daryl used together occasionally, like say in '86, but outside of 1 or 2 times, that was it. Obviously, he's been public with his troubles, and I've been public with mine, but we never really partied together.
Are you sober now? Are things good now?
Yeah, 2.5 years.
Cool.
Yeah,
so everything's going well.
That's I like that.
That's really
Let's
great.
do it.
Thank you.
I got 32 days clean and sober.
David.
Not in a row.
This is a start.
Of course, not in a row.
Since January. Since January.
That's got to be weird to be at a meeting and Doc Gooden sitting across from you sharing. I'm like, I had a rough day. My barbecue didn't fire up. And you're like, well, when I won my World Series ring. You're like, wait a minute. Is this the 3 o'clock Moore Park meeting? Well, where are we?
There is a 3 o'clock Moore Park meeting. Huh?
I know. Yeah.
That's right.
And a 1 o'clock.
It's amazing you say that, though. But, anytime I'm in the meetings, you know that obviously everybody's in there from different walks of life.
Yeah.
But we're all there for the same common goal.
That's right.
And that's the main, help each other stay clean and sober just for that day. And
yeah, it is.
Tomorrow do the same thing.
It is an amazing, we'll just say, a program that it really is when you walk in. Nobody gives a shit. We're all just trying to keep our lives together. It's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
What's good about the book too is, and listening to you talk, we were talking about when people write something in the book. Dave and I were talking about how they don't want to talk about it on the air, and you're brutally honest. It's great. Like that really makes people want to read a book. Is like you're not coming in going, well, I don't know, God. You're like just fucking. This is everything that happened. Here it is, and that's what I wish everybody would do when they put out a book and they talk about their life. It's brutally honest.
Hey, if I don't see myself reflected in your eyes, I'm going to get out within 30 seconds of your story. You follow? And the stuff that attracts me most to people's stories and people's backgrounds are the flaws, the cracks in the woodwork, the fractures. Your favorite jeans are the ones that are most fucked up with the holes in the knees and the old boots that aren't polished. And that's the most interesting thing about each other as human beings.
As long as there's no hole in the back of the jeans, because you know what that means.
But that you mentioned that, for me, what kept me sick for so long is like, your sick is your secrets. And for a long time, like you mentioned, I would tell half the story. I wasn't comfortable telling the whole story. It took a while for me to admit that I have a disease. It took a long time to admit that I'm an addict. I'm alcoholic. Those words, when I said it, I kind of stumbled over them because I was still in denial. And to me, it was like, that means you're weak. So I finally got to a point that, hey, I'm dying thinking I got this stuff under control. Because, I mean, I've been to prisons, I've been to jails, I've been to rehabs. So the only thing left for me is the cemetery if I choose to go back out there. So it was just a time in my life where I was just tired of living that lifestyle. And when you surrender, you have to surrender everything. Because I was trying to hold on to the lifestyle without the alcohol and drugs, but it doesn't work that way. So I had to come clean and just get, this is what happened. Like you say, this is not who I am today, but these are things that I went through, and I can go right back to that if I was to choose to pick up or take that one drink.
And how long were you in jail for? I mean, we all remember when you went, and it's weird to see such an iconic figure go. You're like, oh my fucking God, that is what happens. Like when you keep going.
Oh, it was a horrible time. I mean, I was in jail prison actually for 10.5 months. It's tough to go to prison at any time in your life, but to go in at 40 for the first time was horrible, especially when you have little kids. You know, and daughters especially, where if something happens, there's nothing you can do.
Wow, yeah.
You only get a 15-minute phone call per day, and if you miss that time, you know, Big Bubba ain't gonna give up his time.
Right.
You're done. That's just the way it is.
How did they treat you in jail? I mean, was it because you are who you are? Was that good or bad?
It was a little bit of both. When I first got there, I think it was a situation where they wanted to see how you was gonna come in, how you was gonna be just based on the name. Right away, they made it known that in here, there's no names. So
Right.
You're a number. And you're no different than the other guy. You're going to pick up the trash. You're going to do it when I tell you. You're going to shower when I tell you. You're going to wear what we tell you to wear. You're going to clean up the yard when we tell you. You're going to eat when we tell you. And you're going to eat what we tell you. So it was a whole big adjustment. But I just came in, tried to be as humble as I can, and just kept my distance from everyone. And as the time went on, you know, we started to kind of, I wouldn't say fit in is the right word, but you came to kind of adapt a little bit on certain days. But certain days you thought you were going to lose your mind.
Wow.
It's because you're coming from, I mean, and from jail for anybody sucks, but coming from a place of being, you know, like Jay said, the no-hitter, the World, all this great glory to come to this place, you got to wonder, like, what the fuck was I thinking? What happened?
Yeah, what happened exactly?
You're exactly right. And some days, to be honest with you guys, some days I will wake up and say, oh, this got to be a dream. I'm going to wake up in my bed. It's got to be a dream. And then some days you say, how am I going to make it? Not just, 10 months, but how am I going to make it to the next day? How am I going to make it, you carry your food, and sometimes you got some guys that if they want your food, they're going to take it. I mean, you got 10 guys, there's nothing you can do. I mean, as a gentleman I saw, I didn't literally see him get raped, but you're just, like about 5 feet from the shower, and you hear him screaming for his life in there. You know what's going on. So you wanted to, am I next? You don't know. It's just a horrible way of living.
Did that guy look anything like me, the one who was being assaulted? I imagine I'd be quite popular in that setting.
I'm certain of it.
It's a horrible situation.
Doc, what was it?
I felt that way during accounting meetings, with my accountant, and when Warner Brothers signs a contract, I felt that way. I wasn't, please continue.
Two different worlds.
That's great.
What was it in that time period? Every athlete just got arrested in Tampa. Like Tampa was just where you went to get put in jail. Whether every single athlete, you just see him coming out of Tampa jail.
Well, that makes perfect sense because that's a port of entry, right? That Miami is where all the.
Well,
big
he says
partying
rape in the
starts.
shower. You say port of entry. I
don't think he wants to hear that.
I don't. This is freaking me out now.
Can
I'm at Governor's in
Can you
Levittown
look
tonight.
back on those great moments, obviously, as an athlete, and not and be able to put away the part that kind of taints that? Because it seems like it would be such a waste to have such a great career, great memories professionally, but it's always got that nagging drug problem hanging over him.
That's a great question because
I was going to ask it, but no, you weren't.
Right. No, because what happened was so many times when I would relapse, so many times when I go on these binges, it was because I was guilty, depressed, and upset because I was thinking what my career should have been, what others thought my career should have been, more so than me thinking that. When you hear everybody say, oh, you should have been in the Hall of Fame, or you should have won 300 games, I should beat myself up with that a lot of times and start believing that. Unfortunately, when I was in prison, the only good thing I can say came out of that was, even though I got in trouble in 2010 when I came out of prison in 2006, but when I was in prison, when you got nothing but time, nothing but time, and you're not going anywhere, I had a chance to relive my life, replay the whole tape, the good and bad, and everything that took place. And I came across the thing, and I said, you know what? When I was a kid, I remember telling my dad who was watching the game, I said, my goal is I want to make the major leagues. I want to stay healthy and play a long time. I never thought about awards, never thought about the Hall of Fame, never thought of going about, winning 300 games, World Series. You don't think about that things. I got to win every award possibly for a pitcher. I got 3 World Series rings in New York. All through the no-hitter for the Yankees. So when I look back on it, I said, look, I can't beat myself up over stuff anymore because others' expectations of me. Because when I was 5 years old, nobody thought this guy's going to be a Hall of Fame pitcher. He's going to win 300 games. And I got to really live a career that most players would dream of living. So I had to eliminate that part because I found out also in rehab that by me beating myself over that, all I was doing was giving myself a reason to go back out and use. So I had to eliminate all that and like you say, start patting myself on the back for the career that I did.
Yeah, you could look at, I guess prison will give you time to put things in perspective.
What did you do? What did you use your time to do? Because we started off talking about chess briefly there, and I know a lot of the fellas who work at the chess clubs downtown. If you see a ton of forearm tattoos, watch out because he's been playing chess constantly for his entire stay. Some guys read a lot. Some folks get into the Bible. What did you use your time doing in the joint?
Once I was there, and I kind of accepted that I'm going to be here for 10.5 months. I got in this thing where normally I would like, they had this, the track. I used to walk the track a lot. I basically stayed to myself. I didn't play any softball, so occasionally I'll play.
Oh, they must have been pissed.
Yeah.
For softball.
That's the movie.
No, you know what happened? The thing was,
that had to cause problems.
He's going to play against the guards.
Right.
You know what happened? I had this guy kind of tell me when I was in the county jail before I got sent off to prison, kind of pre-warn me. He goes, when you get to prison, stay by yourself because when you get there, they have sports. They're going to already have you on a team.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're on that team, the other team's going to be pissed.
Right.
And if you're on that team, you're not doing well, your team's going to be pissed.
Fuck.
And you don't want that.
And
So
it's
just
probably
go
going to go past just the team and the game. That's going to work its way into the actual life.
100%.
Yeah,
So when
yeah.
I got there, it's like, you're on our team. I was like, well, I can't play. My knee's bad. Which
Yeah,
it wasn't.
oh, good, yeah.
So I didn't want to know part of it. So I played a lot of horseshoe. Love horseshoe, and basically just walked the track, and that was basically all I did.
Yeah, stay in
They're,
shape.
they're telling us we have to wrap with
He's
Doc.
very, very
What?
busy.
I want to plug you the book.
Yes.
It's called Doc.
You got to rap. They sell 1 million books for this guy.
Publicists.
That's what they told us.
This is the stop.
It's the publicist.
Yeah, what are they
There's a publicist, Darth Vader and Sons, is knocking on the door, and he's making the rounds. He's doing a round.
It's called Doc.
Doc Gooden doesn't want to leave. His people are telling
It's not
him he has
him,
to
it's-
leave.
yeah.
Right. He's been beyond honest, and I think he just sold a shitload of books because this looks like a great read.
It really
It's called
does.
Doc. It's called.
Yeah, I'm serious.
It's called Doc, a memoir, and what I've read of it is honestly, it's fantastic and it's honest and it's open and you talk about everything, and we interview a lot of athletes and most times I don't enjoy it because I don't find them forthcoming, and I'm saying in all honesty, you're my favorite athlete that we've interviewed. Like this, you're fucking brutally honest about everything, and it's like that's all we asked for, and it's like this book is fucking great.
Definitely a
Thank you.
good
I really
read.
appreciate that. It means a lot.
It's totally honest. And David Lee Roth, you're plugging
everything under the sun. The Roth Show. I'm starting my wrestling career. Zero and the Ice Cream Gang. And I'm a Japanese Yakuza movie maker.
And Jay Moore tonight will be at Governors in Long Island.
Yes. Levittown.
And are we done?
I guess.
We've only just begun.
I don't know.
What a pleasure to meet you.
man.
God bless.
Yeah.
And
And,
fellas, thank you so much for your time.
What a thrill. What a thrill.
Tomorrow.
And Ethan Hawke from The Purge was in today, too.
Purge
Holy
on
fuck.
Friday.
What a day. Yeah, we're gonna get pictures with Doc Gooden. And don't forget, episode 4 of the Opie and Anthony podcast available right now. Go get that. And stay tuned for Jim Norton's Advice Show.
Love it.
Have a good day.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. But Jim Norton is not going anywhere. If you have problems and a phone, it's your lucky day. The Jim Norton Show is next. Jim Norton is a moderately successful comedian, an average author, and a terrible actor. And your chance to speak directly with him has arrived. Call 866-969-1969. The phone lines are open. And the Jim Norton Show starts now.
Ah, yes. The telltale music of the Jim Norton Radio Extravaganza. Thank you guys for sticking here to listen to our show. Hold on, someone give David Lee Roth this book. He didn't mean to leave it. He left Doc Gooden's book here, and Doc signed it to him personally. So make sure that he gets this, please, E-Rock. Run out and hand that to him. We had a great Opie and Anthony show with David Lee Roth was here, and the great Jay Moore. And Dwight Gooden came in and talked about his. I don't know why I'm recapping. It was fucking 10 seconds ago, but what a. I wish we had more time with Gooden because I meant what I said to him. he, of all the athletes, I found him to be the best because he was completely open about his addiction and what it did. And, I love a guy who just talks like that, honestly. He didn't bullshit. He didn't try to, well, guys, I don't know. He didn't put it on other people. So what a tremendous interview he was. And I wish we had an hour with him. And really, really fantastic. So we're very happy he came in. And, because people have been saying to me a lot, they're like, hey, Jim, what's the best, gift to give a woman in your life? People talking about drug addiction, like, should you give her drugs? I said, no. The best gift for any occasion, or no occasion at all, it's an I love you gift. And what's an I love you gift? Well, if you're dating me, an I love you gift is I break up with you. Why? Because I'm a dog shit boyfriend. It's a gift that says without words how much she truly means to you. It shows how much you love her, appreciate her, and value her. And it's something she can keep forever and look at every day to remind her how much you love her. A beautiful piece of diamond jewelry that will last forever and show her exactly how special she is to you. Who has this? Not me, not Doc Gooden, not Opie and Anthony, not David Lee Roth. Steven Singer. He has the perfect I love you gifts for the women or woman in your life. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. Steven Singer has made finding the perfect gift very simple, because we all suck at this. When someone says to me, hey, Jim, are you a good gift buyer? I say, no, I suck a bag of dicks at buying gifts. And they say, well, why don't you go to IHateStevenSinger.com? And I say, because I'm fucking dumb. That's why I don't go there. You go online to his website. He's got free and fast shipping. It's available to all listeners. Not some listeners, not just thin, in-shape listeners, but a lot of you fatzos too. With Steven's easy return policy and great guarantee, it's risk-free shopping. Steven Singer Jewelers has the best selection of diamond jewelry, best guarantees and warranties, and amazing service. We really mean this. We love this guy. So make sure for that next occasion you get her the perfect I love you gift from Steven Singer Jewelers. The other corner of 8th and Walnut, or on the phone 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or of course IHateStevenSinger.com. I have two reads, so I wanted to do one. Let's say, Teddy in Pittsburgh, his cousin's wife is the C word. Would that be cunt? Hi, buddy. Hold on, I can't hear you. Okay, there you are.
You can't hear me?
Now I can. What's the matter?
Okay. All right. Well, my cousin is like a brother to me. We grew up together. Got married about 8 years ago to this woman who worked for him. He is a doctor. Ever since I got married, she's kind of been a cunt.
Okay.
But whatever, she is what she is. So about 2 years ago, she started filling out prescriptions in his name, sending them to all members of her family, going to different pharmacies and filling them, and wound up getting fired for it.
Okay.
Just recently, my cousin had to sit in front of a board because he may get fired because he left his pad out, you know what I mean?
Right.
So just 2 days ago, I'm in to visit. It's been 5 weeks. She's been sober from pills. So she's drinking while I'm there. They get into this huge fight. She throws cheesecake at his face. He winds up knocking the couch over and like punching her, basically.
Okay.
She bites him on his hand. Neither one of them, and they both wake up in the morning like nothing happened.
Well, what is your question? They're obviously in a dysfunctional marriage.
Do I go to the cops? What do I?
No.
I mean,
I can't say no. Mate, hold on. I don't know. Go to the cops? About what?
I don't know, dude. I love him to death, and I hate seeing him like this. I mean, they're both saying to each other, I fucking hate you. I wish you were dead. I wish I never met you. The most horrible things you can imagine.
Well, have you talked to him? Let me ask you. Going to the cops, I don't know, because the cops aren't going to do anything because they won't press charges on each other. So have you actually spoken to him about it and said, look, what's going on with this?
Yes.
Okay, yes. And whatever his
his response, Jim, is maybe it's the doctor in me that wants to help her. She's been sick. She had pain, which is why she's on the pain medication, but then she started to abuse
Well, dude, look, he's obviously codependent with her. Now, if it's a woman being beaten, or even a man, if it's spousal abuse that's happening, then you might want to alert somebody. But from what it sounds like, they just have a shitty marriage. I don't know what the cops can do about it. And I think that sometimes you just have to let people make disasters out of their life. I mean, if you've talked to him, they're not going to press charges on each other. I just don't know if there's anything that you can do.
Is there any? I mean, what would you say to him to?
I would be honest.
To try and,
Be honest about how you feel. That's all you can do, is to go to him and go, look, I'm concerned because it looks like you guys have some abuse. You don't look happy, but you've obviously talked to him, and his codependence is, I'm a doctor, I want to fix her. So what can you do? You can't, and again, there's a big difference between this and somebody who's in a relationship where they're being abused. If that's happening, then I say go to the police. But it just sounds like they just have a very dysfunctional, unhappy marriage. If you've spoken your mind and you've made your opinion known, I don't know if there's anything else you can do other than, because then they're just going to hate you and just separate from you anyway.
Right.
Personally, I let people live their lives. I don't know what else I can do for people. You can only talk to them. You can't make them do what you want them to do.
True.
All right, brother?
All right, brother. I love you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your call. Glenn in D.C. has a really clingy and dependent girlfriend.
Hey, what's up, Jim?
Hi, Glenn.
So, I've been dating this girl for about a year and a half, and get along great, and I really do, love her, and we have a good relationship. The only, the big issue is, I'm in grad school full time, and I bartend a few nights a week. So I have a very busy schedule. She's got a regular 9-to-5 job. And the problem is she doesn't really have any friends down here, and, not much of a social life. So when I'm busy doing what I'm doing, from what I gather, basically she's just sitting at home doing nothing, being lonely, and kind of, texting me a lot, wishing I was there. And so, sometimes when I have a night off or I have free time, I don't necessarily want to spend it with her. But we don't live together.
Right. You want to have your own life and independent friends and all that stuff.
Exactly right. And, as is understandable, I mean, it's been a year and a half, she kind of is pushing the moving in together thing, and especially in a city where it's expensive to live on your own, it does make sense financially. But it's kind of coming to the point where, it's you either have to go all in or fold. And, I don't know how to tell somebody, in their late 20s how to make friends and how to develop their own social life.
Well, let me ask you, and again, sorry to interrupt you, because I kind of know where you're going. Like, have you said to her, hey, I feel like this is because what happens with codependency is one person, or both people fall into it, where one person becomes the other person's world totally. And then it's really unhealthy because every time you don't spend your free time with them, they're like, what's wrong? What are you doing? And then the person who's become that world feels this fucking unbearable pressure to be everything to the other person. It's just too much, and it's not healthy. You should both have your own friends and your own lives and your own activities. And then you have a great life together. Like, you never want to feel in a relationship like, hey, I'm spending time with you right now because there's nothing else for us to do. So you want it to be because you both want to be together in that moment. So have you talked to her and said, look, this is too much?
I've tried to, and I think she gets defensive. And I mean, look, it's not. I'm sure it's got to be, unpleasant to admit or realize that you don't really have much of a social life, or you don't have much going on. So I don't know. It's I feel like an asshole sometimes because I tell her like I don't want to spend time, and what do I end up doing? I end up doing nothing, but I love it because it's my time.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, and then that's what happens too in these codependent things, is that we start to feel guilty when we take time for ourselves, or like we're doing something wrong because the other person puts a guilt trip or sulks, or that silent scorn they talk about. I don't think you're doing, from what you're telling me, it doesn't sound like you're doing anything wrong by taking free time. And if you move in together, do you think this is going to get any better, or it's just going to become more claustrophobic and smothering?
It's going to become smothering. I mean, it's the kind of thing where I think I would feel trapped. And I think that, unfortunately, myself, that would also make me, act out and maybe even look to, do some bad things.
Well, if you're feeling that way, then I would suggest definitely not moving in. Give it some time. Talk to her, though. Maybe she'll say, okay, I've been a little codependent. But if she hasn't and she's not going to change, then why live with someone who's going to smother you completely? Because that's not love.
Yeah.
That's like living with a fucking blanket on you all the time. And she's not going to be happy either. So my suggestion, again, a lot of times I say the suggestion is to talk to somebody because a lot of people don't talk things out. And sometimes when you say to somebody like, look, I want a little bit of space, as long as they know that you love them and you're not trying to get away from them, like, some people will interpret that as I want to be away from you. And that's not the case. It's like, hey, I want us to breathe a little bit so we last longer.
Exactly. Hey, one quick question on that, and I'll hang up and listen.
Okay.
But could you explain? You've used this term a few times on this show, and it always kind of resonated with me, but I don't really understand exactly what you're talking about. But life on life's terms. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Okay. My understanding of life on life's terms is that like a lot of times people, especially when we're active, and Doug in Boston, I'm going to get to you in just a second, and this kind of ties into what Doug wants to talk about as well, is dealing with life as it comes. Like I obsess over circumstances outside myself. Like, oh, I'm unhappy because I don't have this in my career, or I'm unhappy because my friend is sick, or I'm behaving in an unhealthy fashion because of this. And you can live a happy life and a very productive and successful life just dealing with life as it comes. Meaning, don't try to control everything that happens, and don't try to base your happiness on everything around you, because bad shit's going to happen. Unhealthy stuff is going to happen. So try to live a healthy, productive life in spite of the stuff around you that is inevitably going to go on. So now Doug sat in the park yesterday with a gun, questions about recovery programs. Hi, Doug in Boston. Thanks for calling.
Hey, no problem, Jimmy.
So now you sat in the park with a gun. What do you mean? I mean, I know what you mean, but explain that.
Yeah, it's I'm like everybody else who's in recovery or trying to get into recovery. I'm one of those people who have addictive personalities and has had them forever.
Yeah.
Cocaine, sexual addiction,
sure.
Alcohol, dope, whatever, everything, and for the last couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, where I've kind of had this thing where I'm like, I can't do it anymore. I'm tired. I have admitted mistakes in the past. I've fucked up, and I'm tired of saying, I did it again.
Well, let me ask you, Doug, are you sober now, or are you really struggling to try to get sober?
I don't even know if I'm struggling to try and get sober. I'm not sober now.
Okay. Well, let me suggest, and again, we'll just to cut you off for 1 second. You're talking about all this pain, and I'm ready to give up, and I can't see. That's where we are before we get sober. Like, in a weird way, you're hitting bottom. That's a good thing. Like, most people don't want to get sober when things are going great. It's when we feel like they say we're at the jumping off place and we wish for the end. Well, that's a lot of times the catalyst to an amazing life on the other side. But you have to make the effort to do it. The fact that you sat with the gun and you didn't blow your brains out, and that you're calling the show, means that there's a part of you understands that right now you're at this jumping off place. But there is, if you do the right thing, and I'm telling you this, an amazing life. You do not have to jump, and you shouldn't jump.
I don't believe it, Jimmy. I really don't.
I know, and I understand the not believing it too, because I didn't believe it either, dude. I can only. Sometimes I wish I could take people who are suffering like you are right now and put you where I am. And I know I bitch and I moan, but my life is fucking great. And it's all great because I did things that other people suggested I do, even though I didn't necessarily believe it was going to work out as well as they told me it would. Sometimes you just got to believe that they believe it. Like all these other people telling you, look, there's a great life waiting for you if you just put down the stuff that's hurting you and start on a recovery path. Like, look where you are right now. This is where your best thinking got you. Sitting in a park with a fucking pistol. So realize that at this moment, you can't trust your own thinking. Your own thinking right now stinks. It will improve, but right now it's not good. So listen to other people who have been through that kind of suffering and found a way through it. Like, I have no motive to lie to you.
No, I hear you, and it makes sense to me. The problem I have is that I've been down this road before, okay?
Sure.
Where I have, I have fucked up, lost my job.
Sure.
You're fooled around with my wife when she was pregnant, and the last thing I want to do again is to say, here I am again. I have a real problem with saying, just living with the fact that I cannot seem to get my shit together.
Yeah, it's a lot of times, dude, there are people who struggle for a long time before they get it. There's people who come in and out, they get sober, they relapse, they get sober, they relapse. They say insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Well, alcoholics, addicts, gamblers, compulsive eaters, we understand insanity better than everybody because that's our pattern. It's a pattern. Nobody just all of a sudden does something once and realizes, oh boy, I'm fucked up. We get into these crazy patterns. Some people it's going to prison. For me, it was cutting myself with a razor or whatever it was. For you, it's starting to get sober, then relapsing. For all of us, it's different things. So just realize that what you want to do is break the pattern. So you can break the pattern. But if you have to be willing to surrender. And how much more do you need? The fight's over, Doug. It won. Surrender. The addiction is undefeated. It beats all of us. So
Jimmy,
it's beaten you.
Jimmy, I'm 51 years old.
Okay.
Okay. So, I just kind of feel like I'm done. I can't start my life over at 51. I don't feel like that's an option for me.
But of course it's an option. Back in the old days when people got sober, they got sober a lot older. There's a lot of people who could come in and get, like Rodney Dangerfield. He did stand up, and then I think his name was Jack Roy, and then he quit for years, went into aluminum siding, and then came back and become famous when he was probably in his late 40s, early 50s. The way your life is going to work out, we don't know, but you're 51. You're not dead. People live to be 80, 90 years old these days with fucking medicine and technology. You could have fucking 40 years left. You could have 40 years. Who's to say that you don't have to go back to your childhood, but you can stop being fucking crazy right now, and whatever time you have left, you can live productive and happy. Don't give yourself an excuse to...
What about the fact that I have 2 young children and, a wife that I'm not crazy about?
Okay.
Whatever. It is what it is. But now I have to come out and I have to say, hey, listen, this is where I'm at. I've been down this road before, and they know I have.
Okay.
Lost my job. Now we're back again to where we were.
How old are your kids?
12 and 14.
So think of them. You're saying I'm 51, I'm this. Think of both of your kids graduating high school or college or getting married and having a fucking empty seat there because you were too embarrassed to tell people I'm here again and decided to shoot yourself in a park. Think of the self-centeredness of that. What that will do to them. Or as opposed...
I do.
Okay.
I do. I hear it. Hey, dude, trust me. I have struggled with this for a while.
Then Doug, I'm not shitting on you. I'm not arguing with you.
Hey, listen.
I know you know it, but you got to really know it. And the only way to really know it is to do it. So don't tell people I'm here again. Don't say it. Just either go to a rehab or start going to a 12-step program or start doing.
All right, well, see, here's the other problem, okay? Both of my parents died in the last 4 years, all right?
Okay.
And they were raging alcoholics.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, my mom actually put together probably 30 years of sobriety, and she lived and breathed the program. And I swear to God, you and I have had this discussion before. The whole thing about all of the catchphrases, and it just used to drive me fucking crazy, and it still does.
Well, my father has been sober since I was 2, so I understand the catchphrases, and a lot of times we associate getting clean and sober with a parent or whatever it is. But again, look at the option. The option is you are sitting in a park with a pistol. That's now I know the slogans. Yeah, sometimes they're a little irritating. Oh God, that's cliche. But what's the better option? To see your kids graduate from high school and college and get married and have coffee and hear a couple of shitty slogans, or to fucking shoot yourself in a park? Like, realize that this is that place they talk about. You know what you have to do. You can get better. You can lead a very, very productive life and make yourself proud and make your family proud. And I know the temptation is to feel sorry for ourselves and, oh God, I've blown it, life is over. But this is where you are right now. Accept where you are and begin moving forward. Stop complaining about it. Just go, fuck it. I lived through this experience so far. You're not dead. You didn't fucking overdose. You didn't drink yourself to death. You didn't drive into a pole and get killed. So far, you've survived it. So my suggestion would be to, again, you know what the right thing to do is. You already know it. So I would suggest acting on the right thing and just begin doing the right thing. Don't tell people. Don't need to make a fucking speech about it. Just begin doing it. Your life will get better. I promise you.
Last thing. I know you got other guys.
Okay, no, I know.
But the last thing I want to say is that, Jimmy, all of the stuff you're saying, I have lived every day. I wake up in the morning and I process it. I know how it goes. I've been around addiction. I actually have been through 90 days, 90 meetings. You know, I had cocaine addiction. I had everything else. But what happens is that I have to get this thought in my head where it's like, you know what? I need to hit the reset switch. And I think my kids and my family are going to be better if I'm not around.
I know the irrational thinking. And I know that you know all this stuff, but somebody once told me knowledge is no defense against the first drink. What I know doesn't mean anything. It's what I do. And I really mean, I know that sounds so trite and cliche, but the reason I have a productive life and I feel like I've achieved a lot by being clean and sober is because I did, and I have to let you go, Doug, because we do have other people, but I really, I do care about you getting better, and I really mean that, man. Knowing something doesn't make it so. It's a nice step, but I have to act right. I have to do the right thing. So, Doug, honestly, you know what the right thing is. Stop listening to yourself. Start listening to other people, man, because you don't want to fucking shoot yourself in a park. Your kid's 14 and 12 and they got to live with that. It's fucking terrible. They would not be better off without you. All right. Sorry about, I don't mean to keep belaboring. Am I saying that right? To keep repeating the same point, but good luck to you, Doug, and don't give up. Yes. Jeff in New Hampshire, how to deal with his 5-year-old who told a girl that girls like to sit on boys. I'm a little, yes, Jeff?
How you doing, Jimmy?
Yay. How are you, buddy?
Well, I'm all right. My wife is like freaking out, but a couple of months ago, my wife had the kids come upstairs they woke up and went down to the basement and started watching TV. And my son, who's 5, comes upstairs and says, "Mommy, I'm done watching the show where the boys put their pee-pees in the girls' vaginas." So my wife went downstairs and the kids had bought pay-per-view on the Dish Network. We didn't know they knew how to get there.
Okay.
And bought some hardcore porn. Well, last week, I guess my son at daycare was with a girl underneath the picnic table. We know all about that.
Yeah.
And told the girl that girls like to sit on boys' pee-pees. And now the daycare provider, the owner of the company, told my wife yesterday that the girl went home and started asking her mom and dad questions. So now my wife wants to do all this safe play date crap, psychologist, all this shit. What do you suggest?
Well, again, without having children and having had that experience, I can just speculate. But I think when you watch, obviously, it's what he saw in pornography. And I don't know how much good it does to sit down and talk to him, but I certainly would suggest talking to him and asking him why he did that. And maybe you could just tell him that that's not the right way to be. Because I know a lot of that's normal shit, too. Like, a lot of, boys and girls explore. I know I did when I was a kid, but look how I turned out. I'm certainly not an exemplary fucking example of sexual and emotional health. So you might want to nip it in the bud and talk to him. And I don't know how much psychology would help, but some safe play dates might help to show him the proper way to interact with kids his own age. Because you don't want him going down a really sexual road that early, obviously.
I think the biggest problem is it's not my son, because, we know we all did that shit when we were kids. drawing the Playboys, doing the I'll show you mine, you show me yours kind of crap. But my wife was molested by her cousin when she was younger, so she's the one that I'm more concerned with dealing with because she is just freaking out.
Are you afraid she might be overreacting?
I know she's overreacting, but you can't tell her that because she's had that experience. And how do you tell somebody that has had that happen to them that they're overreacting without
sounding callous? And yeah. It's tough. That's a very tough call. Again, dude, I don't have kids. With kid questions, I take a stab at it, but I never want to come off like I have. To me, most of the advice I give that I try to give is experiential. I can only kind of really talk to what I know. But with kids, my suggestion would be talk to other parents about it because I don't want to give the wrong advice when it comes to children and sexual shit. I would always suggest talking to a kid first, but maybe she's right. Maybe a structured play date would help.
Perfect.
All right. Jimmy. Thank you, buddy. And sorry I didn't have better suggestions for you. I can't pretend I know something I don't. David in New York, fiance of 7 years left.
Yeah, she just left after 7 years, about 6 weeks ago. No word, just stopped taking my phone calls, acted like a real bitch. But I can't get over it. Today would be our anniversary, 7 years.
Wow. And how long ago this happened?
About 6 weeks ago. 6 months ago, my dad died. I'm reeling, man.
Wow. And now, were there indications that there were problems with her?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, we never really sat down and talked. I know we both wanted to get a place together. Money was always an issue. You know, we both wanted to get married, and she got a new job where she's making a lot of money, but she refused to sit down and talk to me.
So she wanted out for whatever reason.
I guess, yeah.
What were the indicators that there were problems?
Just that she would talk to me and say, you know, we really got to find a way to get a place together. It's not going to work if we keep going this way. And you know, I agreed with that, but I went back to school to get certified to become a teacher, and I just did that. And I don't know. I just don't know how she could just stop talking to me.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. There's obviously was something wrong. Maybe she's just shitty at dealing with things or shitty at talking things out. I think that's kind of rotten after all those years. The only thing you can say is, hey, man, as painful as it is, at least you weren't married where you'd have legal proceedings. Like, as terrible as that is, maybe she saved you more heartache than you'll ever realize she saved you. Because if she's going to allow, after all that time, you just to be swinging in the fucking breeze and not give you a real explanation or closure, there's something very shitty about her to do that.
There really is, right?
Yeah, that's cold, and it's kind of inexcusable. Were you cheating on her? And again, I don't know who you are. Were you cheating?
No, I wasn't. She did. I had looked at some MySpace pages. You know, I hadn't talked to anybody or anything.
Right, sure.
And she had found them on my computer, and then one day she logged into my MySpace account and found a letter that I had written to an ex-girlfriend saying, you know, I had a dream about you, but this was 2 years later, and I ended saying, like, you know, maybe we could have been good, but I'm real happy with what I have now. But that was years ago.
I don't know, buddy. I mean, you did try to talk to her. How many times have you reached out?
Well, at first I went crazy, and I, you know, did the whole texting her constantly.
Sure.
Just talk to me. And now what I did was I gave it 3 weeks. Today would be 7 years. And I sent her an apology email for, you know, because after a few days I said some kind of nasty things to her. And
Sure.
I apologized for it, and I said, you know, I know we're moving on, but can we please just talk and kind of leave things on better terms? And I mean, maybe she'll answer today, but I don't think so.
Well, if she hasn't answered, then you know, that is her answer. As much as it sucks and it's a lousy way to end it, if she's ended it like that, you have to move on. And maybe the closure you're looking for won't come. Sometimes, you know, we obsess over things because we want that final moment. We want, I guess because, you know, television and movies teaches us that there is a moment at the end where you go, and that's all it was. Door closed, roll credits. But a lot of times that's not the way real life works out. A lot of times we don't get the closure we seek. We don't get the final word or the final comment or that final moment. And, you know, it's painful, but you might just have to accept that closure or that explanation is not going to come, and that it was just something really fucked up in her that made her not able to communicate with you.
Yeah. Can I ask you one more thing? Should
Sure.
I could really get her in a bad spot. I have some really bad pictures.
Nah, don't do that, man. In all honesty, I have so many naked pictures of girls I've dated, and there's nothing they've ever done that would cause me to betray that. Honestly, no matter how bad it was or how angry we've gotten, you don't want to do that. There's just something really karma. Yeah, I know. And I know you're angry, and I know it hurts, but for your own sake. Like, Opie gave the wallet back to that guy yesterday, and the guy was a scumbag. But I said to Opie, you know what, dude, you were right to give it back, because it was about him giving it back, not about that piece of shit's reaction. Same thing here. So what? She's shitty. Fuck her. But there's no reason for you to all of a sudden become an untrustworthy shitbag.
Yeah. Should I just try and get somebody new?
Of course you should. And you will, dude. You will.
Yeah.
All right?
Thanks, Jimmy. I love your stand-up, man. It gets me through a lot of bad times.
Thank you, Dave, and good luck to you, buddy. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, brother. Matt in Iowa. Hi, your grandfather went through the same stuff as the guy in the park, and he ended up what?
He ended up, you know, he struggled with alcohol his whole life and probably some drugs and stuff. And him and my old man, they weren't the closest either. But once he, you know, me, my cousin, my brother, my other cousin were born, he dropped all the alcohol, didn't touch it ever again.
Oh, good.
And he was the greatest, you know, he was the greatest grandfather a guy could have asked for. And he, you know, he passed away when I was about 10 years old, just from complications of stroke and stuff.
Okay.
But up for those 10 years, I mean, he didn't touch it. As soon as my cousin was born, he's a year older than me. I'm 30. He's 31. He just dropped it all.
That's great.
He became sober. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel. So the guy in the park, you know, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Whether he's close to his kids or not, but once he sees his grandkids or something like that, you know, things may change.
There's a lot more life. Thank you very much for the call, and I think you're absolutely right. Thank you, buddy, so much for calling, and I think you're right. There's a lot more life to be had for our 51-year-old friend from Boston who called. So do not give up. That's what this guy's calling to tell you. I'm telling you that, and this other stranger is telling you, don't give up. Now somebody has Sandy. Is Sandy on the phone because she has a response to the guy? Or is she gone?
No, I think that call's gone. Yeah.
Why? Did we hang up on?
No, I think she hung up a while ago. It just didn't refresh the message over there.
Okay. Oh boy. Well, Jim in Long Island. That's not as bad as I thought. Having an affair with my son's teacher. Yes, Jim.
Hey, man. There's a lot of backstory to this. I'll just try to give you the quick part of it. Knocked my girl up. She was married to somebody else. Knocked her up. Had a kid. Knocked her up again. Had a kid. Got married because I thought it was just the right thing to do. I think I'm a sex addict, but I don't know.
Are you married still? I'm sorry, you are married?
Yeah, I'm married less than a year.
And already having an affair, okay.
And I was fucking somebody also when we were engaged, but just at work, random shit.
So you've been dishonest with this girl quite a few times?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
So I met his teacher is smoking. She is a freak, which is kind of, I dig it. Yeah. You know, dildos, butt plugs, nipple clamps, shit I've never even seen before.
Oh, she's a good egg. Fuck.
Like all these different toys and shit that I never fucking even know they existed. Like, she wants me to do all this shit from 50 Shades of Grey to her. She loves, you know, she says she loves me, and I just don't know if I can go through a whole divorce. I got 2 sons that I fucking love.
Is she married, this girl?
No, she's single, and she was engaged. She had a heroin thing. She's very unstable.
So you know that what you're doing with her, going through a divorce right now for this disaster, and I'm not judging, believe me, I understand the desire to fuck her, because I'm a weak man too, so I would probably be right there.
Can you just take her?
I certainly can. I mean, she's a fucking mess. She likes things in her ass. She's right up my alley. But, and believe me, I understand that temptation. It's really fucking hard. But sometimes women who are the greatest fucks are the craziest. And the reason, somebody told me this once, it made perfect sense, is because their inhibitions are lowered. So the same thing that makes them amazing, fun fucks makes them very, very difficult in other areas. And this is not in all cases, but if she's on heroin and you're saying she's a mess, do you
not
love...
anymore. Not anymore. That was a while back.
Oh, okay. Do you love the girl that you're married to?
No way.
But you married her for what reason?
2 kids.
Okay, 2 kids. So you're in an unhappy marriage. You've cheated on this girl, and you're probably going to continue cheating on her.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't a divorce less painful? I know financially it's a nightmare, and I know it's a bitch to go through. But in the end, isn't it easier just to bite the bullet, separate, you know where you are, and then you can go out and fuck who you want and meet somebody who makes you happy, and so can your wife?
I just can't see myself. Well, first of all, I don't want anybody else raising my kids.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Second of all, I just can't see myself going through that whole process. Like, because she was married before, and it was such a big deal for her family to accept me. I just can't picture fucking doing it. I can't picture going through all that shit again.
Yeah, but I can tell you this. If you keep having the affair, you are going to eventually have to go through the divorce anyway because someone's going to find out. Very rarely do these things go on, especially in 2013. There's texting, there's Facebook, there's everything is savable. Something will happen where you will probably get caught and end up in a disastrous, painful divorce where there are things that are exposed that you don't want exposed, that are humiliating. So, yes.
If I do cut her off and shut it down with the affair, do I ever tell my wife?
No, why would you tell her? No. As it says in one of the...
The sad thing is I don't have any fucking guilt, dude. And the other reason we can't get divorced is because we're in a profession where me and her are at the forefront of a lot of things. It's kind of... It's a profession that it wouldn't be seen as a good thing to get divorced.
Well, again, what other people, and I understand that, and maybe it's a job I can't comprehend, but what other people think is irrelevant. You're personally not happy with each other, obviously, and you're fucking a woman behind your wife's back. And again, I don't judge you for that because I'm a weak man too. But don't worry about what other people think. Can't stay married to someone because of what other people think. That seems like a horrible way to live. Because if imagine what these people are going to think if you get caught with a butt plug. The fucking social studies teacher fingering your rectum, and there's photos and texts, and all your private thoughts come out. I mean, that would be embarrassing for me, and I'm a pervert that everybody knows. Imagine you, a married father of 2, in a job where you're scared of getting divorced.
How did you know I was a social studies teacher?
Are you? I was saying the woman.
Oh, she's like a daycare.
Oh, I was actually joking about the woman being a social studies teacher. Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were a teacher. That was actually a complete, you just fessed up and you didn't have to.
My wife works in the building.
Oh, in what building?
With me.
Oh, I think you meant a serious building. Okay, yeah, I understand that. But again, I was joking that the wife was, the other teacher was. But,
can you take this girl's info and just take her for me?
No,
like if I want it to be anybody, I want it to be you.
You're a good man. I gotta let you go. Have her email me at therealjimnorton@gmail.com and tell her to say, hey, it's the good egg teacher. All right, my friend?
You got it, Jim. Thank you.
All right, good luck. Who's here stuck in, when I go to bed, I don't want to wake up in the morning. That's Jim from the Opie and Anthony Show calling it. Yes, sir. Who are you?
Good morning.
Hi, buddy.
How you doing, Jimmy?
I'm okay. So you're obviously suffering from depression.
Pretty much major depression.
And why are you suffering from it?
Many things have happened in my life.
Okay.
It's been a nonstop roller coaster ride for 40-something years.
Do you drink and do drugs? Are you a compulsive gambler or?
None of those. I take medication, but for various reasons.
I don't know enough about medication. Is it legit, or are you addicted to it? When you honestly analyze it.
I'm honestly telling you that it's legit.
Okay.
They're all prescribed and they're not overtaken.
Okay. So what is now, do you take anything for your depression, or what do you do to help combat your depression?
Well, they're talking about putting me on Prozac, so supposedly it's going to help me. But honestly, the only reason I care to wake up in the morning is to listen to the show. And honestly, other than that, I have nothing else. I mean, I'm 40-something years old, never been married, don't have any kids, so I have nothing but my family who obviously does not want to have anything to do with me.
Why don't they want to have anything to do with you?
For various reasons, that's their problem. I don't know. Honestly, I've never gotten into it with them.
You've never asked them why they don't want anything to do with you?
Yeah.
You have no girlfriend, so you sound very lonely.
Definitely.
And what kind of work do you do? You don't have to say where you work, but what field is it?
The field of work that I was in, because I'm no longer working. I'm on.
Okay. Well, you don't even have to tell them. Was it a job that was satisfying you and that you loved?
I was a driver, truck driver.
Okay. And you're unemployed for how long?
It's been 3 years now.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that obviously contributes to the depression. For men, I mean, you obviously maybe have had depression issues before, but for men, our jobs are so much a part of our identity and who we are and what we see ourselves as men, the ability to provide. And when we're not working, we feel fairly worthless. We look around like we are just these fucking dead branches on this tree.
I agree. Well,
are you trying to get another job?
I am in no position at this point. I'm actually looking to fight Mr. Elliot Spitzer on a law that passed back in March because I'm not in a position to be able to work any longer or do the work that I was able to do.
Why is that?
It's called being a dislocated worker.
What does that mean, dislocated worker?
It means that the field of work that I was in, because of the lack of education that I do have, which is just a high school diploma.
Okay.
I do not have any actual interior office skills, so I don't have the ability. I could probably go back to school, but by the time I go back to school, I would be very close to retirement. And as you know, probably the older you get, the harder the jobs are to come by.
Sure. They're all looking for young guys with, fucking piss and vinegar in their eyes and college education degree. Yeah, I understand. But this depression you're suffering from, there has to. Are you able to drive a truck anymore?
Well, with the conditions that I do have, it irritates the problems that I do have.
Well, what are the conditions you have? I mean, we don't know each other. You're anonymous.
Yeah, I know. I have problems with my back and neck and other issues with my arm.
So they're physical issues that make your old form of employment very difficult to duplicate.
That's very correct.
So, again, without knowing you, what you have to do, you going to bed and not wanting to wake up, and believe me, I understand that feeling, and I felt that way too, but that's no way to live. Like, you're not just this fucking replaceable thing. You're not just some fucking forgettable spoke. And I really mean that. You have a life that's still ahead of you. And it's easy for me to say, and it's trite and it's corny, but why would you allow yourself to go out like this? Like, you should fight for getting your life back to where you want it. You're not unfuckable. I don't even know what you look like. Everybody can find somebody. You're not unemployable.
I've been in scenarios and I've been engaged before, but I've never come to the point where I felt like I was actually going to get married, only because the people that I was with were pieces of shit.
Okay. Were you behaving like a piece of shit?
No.
So why did you settle for people who were pieces of shit?
If anything, you don't know somebody within the first 2 years of going out with them. It usually takes longer than 2 years to find out who these people usually are. So,
you know what?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to say, like, you said that you don't know who they are, but I don't know, man. Like, a lot of times abused girls marry abusive men when they get older. We seek out certain things because we have radar. I think that we understand much more than we admit to ourselves that we understand about people when we date them, which is why the children of alcoholics date and marry alcoholics. I didn't know he was an alcoholic. Of course you did. The personality, you smelled it, you saw it, you felt it. So what happens is we seek out people to serve certain purposes for us. And I don't believe it takes 2 years at all. I think a lot of times we know enough. We know certain things. We pick up certain things very, very quickly. And I mean, look, I'm sure, dude, in cases, there's like Ted Bundy's girlfriend, I'm sure, didn't know he was fucking raping and murdering 12-year-olds. But I think sometimes we have to examine, why do I seek out the type of person I've been seeking out? Like, what are they doing for me, these miserable fucks? Why are they the ones I'm looking for? Why am I not seeking out people that are going to make me happy? So, do you go to therapy at all?
I've been in therapy, but as I was saying, the exact reason is not just the girls or the issues that I've dealt with. It's everything that's around me that puts me into the position where I'd rather not wake up and have to deal with society, because I have more than half of them are fucked up.
You're right. But like I said before, somebody asked about life on life's terms. This is exactly what we're talking about.
I agree.
Everything around me. Look, the Serenity Prayer, you don't even have to look at it religiously, but it's, grant me the serenity to accept, the fucking courage to change the things I can, the wisdom, accept things I cannot change, courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Like, there's things that I can't change. And those are the things I have to accept, and the things that you can change, you change. Like, the Serenity Prayer is one of the greatest, believe me, I don't practice it nearly as much as I should. And take out God if you want. If you're an atheist, fuck it, who cares? But it's
I am atheist.
Oh, okay.
Well, I brought up strict Christian, but I'm at the atheist now because of all that priest and bullshit.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever your reasons are. But wouldn't you like the ability, just as a person, to accept the things you can't change, and the courage to change the things you can't, that you can, and the ability and wisdom to know the difference? I mean, without the God part, that's still such a fucking beautiful and simple way to look at things. What's outside of you, what's happening, you have no fucking control over. You have no control. So to allow it to dictate your happiness is crazy. It's literally like being fucking obsessed with the Lakers or the Mets, and I allow my happiness to be dictated on how many points fucking Kobe scores. You have no control over that. So change the things you can.
I'd like to be able to do things that are, would be considered at this point, against the law to these people that are around me.
But you can't do that, dude. That's crazy.
No, and I realize that. But honestly, I refrain from socializing just because most of the people that I do interact with, are terrible. I mean, they have terrible places, and they're not great people.
But you have that's the beauty of being an adult. We have choices as to who we hang with and who we interact with. And we have to realize that sometimes we associate people who are shitty because there's shitty things going on inside of ourselves, and that's what we think we deserve, and that's what we attract. So if I change myself and change the things I can, a lot of times I attract different people in my life. And it sounds corny and fucking 12-step, but it really is true. Like, I have good friends, man. I'm not the greatest guy in the world, and I have to let you go because I have to do a read, but I appreciate...
I thank you. Jimmy, I thank you, and I appreciate you letting me, you taking my call, and you have a good day, man.
You too, buddy. And keep waking up, dude. I understand the depression, but please try to work on it and fix it. Don't kill yourself. I'm not saying you're going to, but it's just such a fucking sad and sickening way for things to end. It's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Even if your problem has been going on for a long time. The depression does not define who you are, and there is a way to live with it and to live productively with it. Change the things you can inside yourself, and you will attract a better group of people. Like, I have really good people in my life, and it's, because I'm a loyal guy. I'm not perfect, and I'm not never shitty, and I know you guys on the air have me be negative. But you know what? Like, I really do care about my friends, and I really do try to be there for my friends. And I really do love my friends, and I'm positive, and I work, believe it or not. Like, there's a part of me that you don't see on the air that's actually fairly positive and healthy. And so I attract people like that. Like, for as much as, you think that Open Ant and myself and Colin and all these comedians are negative shitheads, we are people who, despite being dysfunctional asses, which all of us are, have found a way to do what we love in spite of all the obstacles we put in front of ourselves. So if I could do that, and Anthony and Opie can do that, and Colin and fucking, all these, Bobby Kelly, you can do it too. So that's why we attract people like ourselves, because we're doing things that are positive for ourselves. And forgive me if that's fucking too, out there and fucking, it sounds like something you hear on WBLS, be positive and positivity will come to you. I'm going to take another caller, so I'll do the quick live read. Not to get it out of the way, because I hate always ending on a live read, so I want to end on a call. Are you sick of going through customer service ringer to find that Sirius XM radio part you need? TSS Radio and their Chicago-based staff can help. And this is important to a lot of our listeners because we hear complaints all the time. TSS Radio and their Chicago-based staff specializes in selling parts, boom boxes, antennas, power cords, receivers, and more for satellite radio subscribers. They carry excellent exclusive products like satellite radio motorcycle kits. And now this, I see you're starting to do that in the middle of the fucking read my stupid dry mouth. This is the perfect time to buy. It's during their 5th annual garage sale with incredible deals on radios, power adapters, boomboxes, and antennas. Also have kits from refurbished XMP3 portable to the new Sirius StarMate 8S to $5 car antennas or replacement radios. TSS Radio has everything you need at the lowest prices of the year. We do get a lot of complaints about people about their equipment, shit they're not happy with. So check out TSS Radio because it might save you guys a lot of heartache, and we don't want to lose you as subscribers. Take advantage now and discover why people come to TSS Radio for their Sirius XM needs. For their 5th annual garage sale, it ends Friday, June the 7th. So be sure to reach out or call now. So go to tssradio.com. This is who words this copy? So be sure to reach out or call now, period. Go to tssradio.com or call 312-846-6606. That's tssradio.com. Or call them at 312-846-6606. And we really appreciate these guys being a part of the show because we have a lot of subscribers who bitch and moan about the equipment. So before you give up on us, try these guys because they have refurbished stuff that could work very well for you. And let's talk to Patrick in New Orleans because what you did is a fear of mine, my friend. Welcome, Patrick. Thank you for calling.
Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm okay, buddy. Tell us what happened. We only have 2 minutes, so we're not rushing you, but we have to go.
That was a horrible read. Thanks for taking my call.
I know, man. I did the best I can, brother, but thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what to do.
You blew 17 years sober.
Yeah.
When did you blow it?
Last night.
This is you. Wow. So you blew it last night. How did you blow it?
I drank.
Okay, you drank. Had you been going to meetings? Because they say, a drink is the end of a slip. It's not the beginning of a slip. It's the end of a slip. We set ourselves up for a slip before, and the drink is the final step in slipping. So what was happening?
No, right. The crux in this matter, I guess, is that my sponsor is a lifelong friend.
Okay.
30 years. And, man, I don't know what to do, man.
Are you able to still call your sponsor?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And let me tell you, Jimmy, my wife and I, we listen to you all the time. We dig you. I'm really freaked out right now. Yeah, and, maybe this is good radio, but let me tell you, man, I don't know what to do.
You know what, Patrick? Here's what happened, and not that there's good news, but you honestly do know what to do because you picked up the phone. Okay, you fucked up, and I know, like as alcoholics and people in recovery, we get caught up in the time. I got 20 years, I got 15 years, but there was something that was missed.
17 fucking years gone.
But it's not gone. Patrick, you didn't lose. You're still alive. Those 17 years are not lost. You've changed a date. Okay, and I know it's ego deflating, and it's hard.
Big time. Big time.
But you do know, no matter how far down the scale we've gone, we see how our experience can benefit others. This is something that is going to help other people. Because it was the last call, and it's why I looked at it. Because I'm sober for a while, and I'm not above blowing sobriety. You're going to help other people with this if you come back. It's not a wasted 17 years, Patrick. You didn't drunk drive and kill somebody. You're not going to jail.
Right.
If you want to really think of what could have happened last night, your first drink after 17 years could have been you plowing into a fucking car. It wasn't.
Right.
So you're alive, and you're going to change the date, and I know it hurts, and I know it's painful.
It does, man. It hurts a lot.
but you picked up the phone. You got to call your sponsor. You got to go. You know what kind of a meeting you got to go to, and you have to find what you missed the last time.
Fuck, man. You know, Jimmy, thanks for taking my call, man.
It's okay, and call in and keep us abreast of your or keep us posted on your progress.
We saw you at the cellar last year. We go every year to Brazil, and we fly through New York. We love you, man.
Thank you, Patrick. And again, we have to run, but honestly, dude, I know you're hurting.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Call your sponsor. That's my strongest suggestion of the day. You already picked up the phone to call here. Call your sponsor. You made a mistake, but you're fucking alive to help somebody else with it. You're here to tell about it, okay?
Yep. Well, thank you, Jimmy.
All right, be good, and good luck to you, brother. And thank you for calling. I appreciate your call a lot, okay? Thank you very much for everybody who called, and my apologies to Ronnie and Fez for going a couple of minutes over, but I thought that was a really important one. And listen, we will see you guys tomorrow, and thanks to everybody who called in today.
Jim Norton is now done dealing with your bullshit. He'll be back next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. But you can listen to episodes of The Jim Norton Show whenever you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand